Z, what's going on? Wait a minute, Z. That don't sound right. What's going on with you? Z lost his voice, yo. Z lost his voice. And you're still streaming? I know, I know. It was worse yesterday. Oh man. So we're gonna try to get through this torture of your ears. Um, because I wanted to stream anyway. And yesterday I don't want to really like torture you guys. So we'll give a little monologue and I'll bring y'all up so that people don't have to hear Z sounding like he has cats fighting in his throat. Oh man, there's a put in there, right? So Z, is that why you stream? You didn't stream yesterday? Well, that's one of the reasons. Um, Another reason why I didn't stream is I realized that I was hitting y'all upside the head with stream after stream after stream after stream, and it was bad. So I just wanted to kind of give everybody a break from hearing Z's voice, which was funny because I thought about that, and then I woke up to like barely being able to speak. Actually, not being able to speak. I actually got a whole lot better over the past day or so. So this is Z now, right? My my voice is struggling right now. Struggle voice Z. Um, okay, what do we have here? So if y'all check out the songs, it's Ti Can't Be Your Man, which is one of my favorite Ti joints. It's funny and it's the beat is on point and Ti is funny and just a really good, funny, great song. Um, then you have Single Life by Cameo. You know, some of us have been hearing that song our entire life. Um, Also a funny song. But yeah, the Single Life, right? So we're speaking about black women, but women in general in America, um, somewhat in the West, but in America specifically, and even more specifically, black women and the single life. And then in them, black women living the single life and hopefully enjoying it. They're not. What inspired this? Nothing really. I think I just was thinking about, you know, the current environment and the price of things. And I think I've been watching a number of videos. As a matter of fact, the first video in original videos kind of give y'all an idea. A number of videos of people, namely women, speaking about how expensive things are and how they're doing it on their own and et cetera, and how expensive once again how expensive things are. Period. And I continue to think to myself, especially being part of the Black Manosphere, you could alleviate some of that if you were with a man, if you were in a relationship, if you were married, if you were at least in a committed relationship with someone, with a man, long-term relationship, right? That would alleviate a lot of what you're going through. Um, and clearly, the women would rather struggle single, right? Um, no struggle love, so they're just struggling single, right? Um, I'm not settling, right? So they're just struggling single. Um, white women aren't told to settle. Well, clearly, white women are struggling single, just like black women are struggling single. Even Kim Foster kind of had to admit that, concede that point. So, what you see here is a number of women and even a couple of LGBTQ men speaking about the single life and the financial struggles of the single life. Because I don't know how much of our society is built off of the individual just doing their own thing and freestyling, right? Think of that. And so what we see here is the cost of that, right? Um, I was thinking and I was looking at the young lady, and we've been seeing her for months now. Maybe has it been a year? I don't want to say it's been a year, but it's been a little while. The dark skinned sister with the braids, who I think is, especially when she had no glasses on and she was sitting in her car and she was speaking about how she went on a brunch with, I want to say she said four homegirls. One of them was white in a relationship, and her black homegirls weren't. I think her without the glasses, absolutely gorgeous, dark skinned sister with the braids. Z got a thing for braids and dreads. Um, Especially darker skin, very attractive black women, slimmer black women, slim, thick black women, darker skinned black women with braids. I think it fits them so well. Um, so the young lady is just speaking about the struggle. And she speaks about, how her and a number, and she put a poll out apparently, and how her and a number of black women that she polled, um, no pun, um, said they would much rather date down. So down in their perspective, down. We're gonna get to that in a minute. They would much rather date down than date outside of their race. But she is somewhat open to dating outside of her race, right? Did that, Trell? Did it? And Trell says, Z, hot tea with lemon. Did it? That's what I drank last night, right? And some honey. Um, so I had tea with lemon, and then I had tea with lemon and honey. So we did both. Um, right. So, but yeah, the young lady spoke um about being somewhat open to, at least she was considering being open to dating outside her race, but it gives her the ick essentially. And I could respect that. Here's the problem, young lady. If any of these black men are like Z, any consideration of being open to dating outside your race is a non-starter. You want to talk about non-starter? It's over. Huh? Uh-oh. And y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, and hopefully you guys can hear me well. But yeah, so I don't know what it is. I get where black women are coming from. They want to speak as if they have all these options. Um, and I actually want to add a clip from Only Logical where he has a sister kind of, it looks like she might be in the Northeast, New York, maybe. And, she's somewhat flirting with men who are on the train. So she's not on the train, but as the train is taking off, she'll knock on the window and blow a kiss at them, or you know, look like she kind of flirts with them through the window. And pretty much most of the white men or non-black men kind of just look at her like she's crazy or shoo her away. Um, and I'm bringing that up to say, black women have to have a serious conversation with themselves about where they stand in America when it comes to beauty. I think the best clip I saw of a black woman being at least a smidge honest, and it doesn't even look like that's what she was trying to do. Um, and I can't remember whose channel it was on. I just watched it yesterday, where a heavy set black woman who lived in South Korea was speaking about essentially how Koreans are colorist, and the only Korean men that really were trying to speak to her um, were essentially just wanted to use her body, right? And it didn't matter that she was even heavy set. They just saw her as something to do in an experiment, right? And she admitted, and Trell said he saw that clip too, right? And Trell, you remember, she kind of admitted that she was trying to force herself into a relationship with these Korean men to prove a point that someone like her um is more than just a sex object, essentially. And it was somewhat sad, right? And when I listen to a number of black women talk, they really do treat, and not even just black women, let's take that back, let's rewind. To be frank with you, a lot of people who are not white. Ooh, goddamn Z. You notice I'm somewhat saying even some black men. Ooh, Z. Yeah, if we're gonna go there, come on, people of color, black people. We gotta be honest. A number of non-white people, even some white people. Let's be honest. Y'all speak about, and y'all, especially non-black people. If we're gonna be honest, Y'all speak about being in relationships and being married to white folks as if this is a political statement, as if you force yourself into their families, into being a relative, if you have mixed children with them, somehow this is a way of showing or proving something politically, socially. Look, we're accepted, we're here, right? Um, and as that young lady was saying, the Korean men still haven't given her much play outside of just a sexual plaything. Thank you. Trail says she said pride. I say ego. Yeah. She kept on saying her pride, right? Her pride was causing her to try to essentially force herself. And remember, when the interviewer said it the first time, she kind of denied it. And then she slow walked into admitting yes, right? She slow walked into admitting yes. So I'm tying that to America by saying there are a number of women of color, namely black women, who see them ending up with white men in particular as they are really part of America. I am truly American now, right? Because I'm not with a man, I'm with the man, a white man. This also applies to a number of LGBTQ men in America. I'm not with a man, I'm with the white man, I'm with the man, right? Think of that. So to the young lady, the African young lady, I would say for Z and for any other black man that thinks like me, you even having a inkling, a consideration, right, of a non-black man is a no-go. It's a non-starter. You want to talk about non-starters? That's a non-starter. I don't care what the numbers look like. If you're not scratching and clawing to end up with a black man, then you can go over there and, more importantly for Z, stay over there for eternity. Not for a lifetime, but for eternity until the universe collapses in on itself. Right? I'm off to see your voice. Are you okay, brother? Yeah, I completely lost my voice yesterday. It's just not coming back. Well, not that's a lie. That's a lie. It's not just not coming back, but yeah, it's now I can actually like speak somewhat intelligibly. Huh? So you listen to the young lady. I hope it's not torturing you guys. If it is, then I'll end the stream. I don't want to. I hope it's like you're just getting through it at least, right? But listening to that young lady speaks to a lot. And she said her when she put the poll out. So I'll actually admit that she did say black women say they would much rather date down than date out. I need black women to be honest that they know that white dudes ain't checking and non-black men for the most part ain't checking, right? Black men often can admit that what they are to the white girl is the sexual experience. It's a middle finger to their fathers. It's a middle finger to the white male patriarchy. And black men can admit that while also having a higher interracial marriage rate than black women do, right? Trail said, "We're good. Just worried about you, Z. No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I don't have any body aches or whoa, or any type of. I don't feel sick. It's just my voice, right? So I was sick a little bit earlier this week, but now it's just a bit of a stuffy nose and my voice. So that's it. But other than that, Z is okay. Thank you. Thank you for your concern, right? But yeah, so you know, if black women can't be honest about the current landscape for them, then they should be out there. They should be left out there. If we're gonna be honest, if your pride and your ego won't let you admit that the masses of you will not be able to get that white dude, that Latino guy, that Arab guy, that Persian guy, that Asian guy, East Asian or South Asian, to walk you down the aisle, to put a ring on your finger, that at most you'll get some quote unquote situationship that you're gonna lie to yourself and say is a relationship, right? If y'all can't be honest about that, I say black men, leave y'all out there so you can be forced to be honest with yourself about that. And if you never are, then so be it. Just be out there forever, for eternity. Huh? Black women are living the single life. 62% of black women are single, as Pew Research said. And I'm gonna put the link. By the way, I realized I didn't put the link. I will put the link in the description box after the stream. My apologies for that. But as Pew Research said, 62% of black women are single or quote unquote unpartnered. Unpartnered, right? Huh. Now notice something. Latinas are more quote unquote partnered. White women are more partnered. Even not native born. Now, here's the interesting thing with not native born. Not native born Black American women and not native born Latinas are more likely to be married. So there is something to be said about the entire American project and what it does to the family and to the way women see family, the way women see their growth and their upbringing and their relationship to men, right? And it's fascinating that the women, white women, who keep on waxing poetic about this are getting married. Everybody's BSing and playing in black women's faces, but black women are perfectly okay with that as long as they can insult black men, belittle black men, and rule the black community in their gynocracy, right? And that's black women's fault. As the Roger Report continues to tell us, you have to be held accountable for what you believe in, right? And there's something to be said about that. And Faber says, honestly, I think we're the only ones who put an onus on marriage as a measuring stick. They don't care as long as they're with those men. It's a win to them. I agree with that. I agree with that. As a matter of fact, and that's why Kevin, rest in peace, Kevin Samuels, that's why Kevin used to ask about the marriage question. And you notice what the women did. And as a matter of fact, they still do on Kendra G when she will ask them if they've ever been married. They always tell you, for those of them that haven't, no, but I've been engaged twice. I've been proposed to 3 times. It's like their consolation prize. I didn't get gold, but I got silver, right? Very seldomly can a woman, a black woman, answer the question straight up. Have you ever been married? No. And leave it at that. No, period. It's almost always, well, they won't even say no. They'll say, well, no, no, I've been engaged to, I've been proposed, I've been engaged 2 times. I've been engaged, right? That coping mechanism. I didn't get on a black man's program, right? I didn't get on a black man's program, but I could have yawn, huh? And what I'm also going to put, and I also regret this, in the description box because I think it ties in well now that I'm thinking about it, is what Sarge Willie Pete posted in his as a video, um what it was yesterday or the day before, where he played once again. I want to say it was Don Calypso or one of them that was speaking to a panel of gynocrats. They call themselves matriarchs, but gynocrats, right? It is very interesting seeing so many black women single. And these women on this panel that Sarge Willie Pete posted on his channel, shout out to the replay gang, let's see what I'm speaking about. These women don't appreciate how many black women are single. And I'm here to say, dear black women, you're single because the reason, much of the reason why black women are so goddamn single. Number one, you want to be quote unquote matriarchs without holding any of the responsibility of being in that leadership role. Number two, you can't even get enough men to sign up to be beneath you, behind you. And I don't mean that sexually either. Huh? The reason why black women are so chronically single is because they have a distorted view of what a relationship should be with a man. It's not egalitarian. It's not equality. It's patriarchy by feminist specifications. And what Sarge Willie Pete played were the women, black women. And shout out to that lady who straight up said, so you trying to tell me a woman builds her castle and she does this and she does that, and a man won't assume his role? Lady, check the marriage number. Show me the men assuming their role under black women. Show me the men. Black men, nope. White men, nope. Latino men, nope. Asian men, don't make me laugh. Huh? Show me the men that are assuming their role under black women. Show me them. They don't exist. Trell says gathering engagement rings like Sonic. Hysterical. Right? So if you want to know why black women in particular are so chronically single, 62%, they have a distorted view of what a relationship should look like. And the relationship should look like the man worshiping at the altar of that gynocracy and assuming his role under and behind, no giggity, under and behind the black woman and worship at the altar of her and other black women. The problem black women have is that not enough men are signing up for that, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. Huh? Shout out to Sarge Willie Pete for playing that, for posting that clip. Black women will never find enough men to do it. Not ever. Right? Huh. It was great that he posted. As a matter of fact, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to post that after the stream. Right? Y'all gives you a second. Okay. The other I just wanted to remember this. The other clip that I posted of I want to say she was African sister um who spoke on um black women and their low marriage rate and how she ended up marrying a black man, but that's just consequence of just whatever. But she was open to non-black men, and the numbers don't work in black women's favor, etc., etc. We know how this goes. Let's be very clear. As he said before, a black woman who is open to non-black men should be kicked out of the black community, not walked out, but thrown out, Jazzy Jeff style. And the door should be locked in front of them. Huh? Number one. Number two, once again, to ADOS FBA women and to all Americanized black women, first, second, maybe even third generation child to immigrants who you ain't going back. Women like this help to keep you single. She admits that she's married. She admits that she's married to a black man, but she tells you to expand your options. Some 4.5 to 6.5% of black women are married interracially. Black women need to have a serious conversation with themselves. Is that your loyalty, or is that anti-blackness coming from non-black men? You need to answer that in a non-flattering way to yourself, dear black women. You need to answer that in a way that's not self-aggrandizing, dear black women. Huh? The issue we have is that black women want to be boss hogs, claim that they're egalitarian. They're not. Claim that I do want to live in my feminine. No, ma'am. You want ultra luxury to pretend like you're feminine. Anything short of ultra luxury, you're gonna show your ass. Huh? Black women are telling you anything short of ultra luxury warrants her talking to you any kind of way and treating you any kind of way. For you to put her in her feminine, you have to place her in ultra luxury, and that's just a no go. Absolutely not. Right? And Calvin says, Z, I hear it in your voice. You coming down with something? No, actually, I'm getting better. I'm actually getting better. Actually, it was worse yesterday. Right? Oh boy. So we have these single black women who are living through an era where being single no longer is gonna be viable for many people, black, white, Latino, Asian, or otherwise. The petrodollar looks like it's drying up. The bricks are really challenging it. Huh? Inflation is kicking people all in the ass. Huh? The government is becoming more streamlined. You see what's going on with Elon and Vivek. And by the way, they look like they won that debate because last time I checked, Trump did actually back them with that H-1B visa conversation. So there you go. At least for now. But y'all know how Trump is. And in a world where black women have even more competition coming from overseas, people that are going to be in these tech jobs and be able to afford these homes, at least if they double and triple and quadruple up on them expensive ass homes in the Bay Area. Huh? And their children and grandchildren oftentimes are going to be the ones that go work for Wall Street. Yikes. And then make your life even more difficult as they continue the financialization of the American economy. Ouch. They're not here to fight it. They're just here to find a nice, comfortable place in the hierarchy. Dear black women, what is that going to mean for you, especially unpartnered, bleh, single? Yikes. Huh? So let's say that again. The tech guys, the tech guys are going to do their thing. They're going to bring the tech guys are going to bring in foreigners, and then those foreigners' kids are going to be Nikki Haley, right? And what's her name's brother? Huh? And y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? So in a world where the competition is getting stiffer, where the petrodollar is getting weaker, where America is shedding the fat, this is a world where black women think it's perfectly okay to be single, like we're back in the 80s or the 90s or even the early aughts, where they think their ultimate middle finger to black men is to say, I could do bad all by myself. You will be doing bad all by yourself, literally, madam. Huh? Huh? More and more clips of black people, non-black folks speaking about the struggle while being single, the financial hardships and difficulties of being single. Yeah, because maybe this society is not designed for you to be single indefinitely. Huh? Lithium says Western austerity too. Lithium, you know what's funny? Americans, most Americans don't know what austerity is. They don't know that that's what they're actually living through. And low key been living through since the 80s, maybe even the late 70s. BGS would probably say maybe the 70s. BGS would probably tell us the 70s. I'ma started in 81, but BGS would probably tell us probably the 70s, right? I would start at 80, 81, maybe 77, 78, right? And so you have a number of black women who just refuse to be honest about what they're going through and why they're going through it. You want to give black men the middle finger, you can, and live the consequences of that. You want to imagine a world where non-black men are more open to black women. Hey, in a less anti-black world, yeah, maybe you get that, but you don't live there. Oops. Yeah. Red Falls Black says, I will agree with BGS. Yeah, I think it probably started in the 70s, ratchet up in the 80s, ratchet up even more in the 90s, but many of us celebrated it because we were living off of credit and Bill Clinton knew how to play the saxophone, right? And went through the early aughts, but we were too busy buying expeditions and explorers and excursions and Suburbans and Tahoes and Cadillac Escalades and Lincoln Navigators. Goddamn, so you listed all the goddamn SUVs, right? And Range Rovers and the Benz at the time M series for the Benz SUV and BMW X5s, huh? We were too busy buying those, huh? So we weren't really considering that we were living through the time of austerity. Now it got ratcheted up even more, and people are really starting to feel it even more to the point you can't pretend no more. Or how did I forget about the Jeep Cherokees and Grand Cherokees? Jesus Christ, Z, right? The Hummers, yeah, the H1 Hummers. Well, not H1, sorry. No, that was still too exclusive. The H2 Hummers, the H2 Hummers, which was essentially a Tahoe that looked way more muscular. Essentially a Chevy Tahoe that looked way more muscular, right? So now that it ratcheted up even more and people can't pretend and winter is here and y'all saw that stream that Jason Black just did, right? On the business, speaking about all the celebrities that are single as hell, right? Which is what we do often on my channel. We just start listing them, right? All the extra millennial single ass women, right? Jason Black listed Z's, millennials, and Gen X, and a couple of boomers. right? And these are celebrity. And I let me include this because I want to have this on the record. Jason Black kind of it wasn't a Freudian slip, but I think Jason Black knows enough celebrities, and he said you'll be surprised how many of them. I'm paraphrasing. He was essentially saying you'll be surprised how many of them are fretting about the money, and how many of these celebrity women that are no longer in their heyday, you could pretty much scoop for 250,000, definitely 300, right? So for all you brothers earning half a milli, $500,000 a year, all those extra celebrities you used to look up to or you wanted to pipe, you could pretty much pipe them now. For you brothers earning about $300,000 a year, you could pretty much touch all of them celebrities now, right? That single life is tough, y'all, especially for women. Notice something. You'll hear men and y'all hear Z talk about the economic landscape. It happens. I'm never gonna say men aren't talking about it, but you see how we talk about it. Far more academic. We're not just talking about our struggle, our individual struggle. The ladies, on the other hand, they don't fully appreciate you're struggling because you're single, number one. Number two, you're probably insufferable. But not all of you are unattractive. Most of y'all are just average looking black women. Some of y'all are kind of cute, and you're probably single because you're insufferable, or you're still hyper materialistic without paying attention to the landscape. You no longer live in that era. And I think that's going to be a really rude awakening for a lot of women, not even just black women. A lot of women are going to wake up and find themselves on the wrong side of this, essentially, as we were saying earlier, austerity measure that America is waging. You really could call it greedflation too, if we're going to be honest. Charles said, broken famous. Say that, right? Oh boy. And I'm Waffles. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And I'm Waffles is cough drops fund. Right. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, yeah. It's getting better now. Trust me, y'all. It was way worse yesterday. Um, I didn't feel. What is today? Today's Sunday. I didn't feel bad Friday night. I didn't even feel so bad early Saturday morning. But yeah, by about 5:45, maybe 6 o'clock ish Saturday morning, oh, it was a wrap. Z's voice was out of there, right? And Faber says, I can't find the video Jason Black did titled "She Was Never Yours." Did he take it down? Maybe not. I'll look for it for you. I'll see. If anything, I might link it in the description box here. But I'm definitely gonna link what he was speaking about the other day in the description box, right? And shout out to Sarge Willie Pete for his stream that he did a couple of days ago also. But yeah, it's real out here, everyone. It's real, right? It's real. Oh boy. Cheryl said Reaganomics. Yeah, Reaganomics is a mug. It's a mofo. It's really a mofo. Huh? So yeah, no, it, I definitely wanted to cover this because I don't think they really appreciate that, and I want to put it on the record. We've spoken about this multiple times on Z's channel, but we have to put on the record, dear Americans, dear American women, dear American black women, you're not. You may not be living in the era where money is flowing so much you can afford to be single in a luxury condo, Chrissy. you will find that fewer and fewer people can be single. Women in specific could be single in your luxury condo, pushing your baby Benz, your Tesla Model 3, and all the cars of that class. Huh? See, the catch about this kind of modern post second wave feminism is that they gave y'all enough money to be single, kind of, sort of. Huh? You were still supposed to couple up with a man, even one that may earn less than you. And we no longer live in the world. You can argue we never really lived in that world, but we no longer live in the world where you're 50 and 55 is going to cut it and you can just be single out here. Definitely not in no major city, that's for sure. Huh? Oh boy. And Dr. Dunbar says, um, good morning, Z. Good morning, Pastor Z. Hysterical. Every Christmas, I have to explain to my mother how women's choices and standards are causing all of this dysfunction. Oh boy. You know, I think that's difficult. And once again, I'm Waffles. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. I think that's difficult for a lot of women to come to terms with, right? I don't know if they really appreciate how much of their actions have, especially their actions collectively, have long-term consequences, not only on the men but on them themselves. Because I think a lot of women, they would be perfectly okay if men had to eat the consequences of their actions in a vacuum. Oh, they would love it. They don't appreciate. No, this is gonna come back and bite you in the ass too. It's gonna come back and bite you in the ass worse, actually. Right? They don't appreciate that. And so now they gotta hurt. They gotta hurt and pretend like they don't appreciate why they're hurting, or even worse, maybe actually don't appreciate why they're hurting. Huh? This is the cost. If 62, look, let's call it the good thing. If 62% of your community, the women in your community are single, why should they be? Why should they float? If 62% of the women in your community are single, what do you expect the outcome for that community to be? Huh? If the women in your community said, I'll let you lead if you can put me in the ultra most luxurious position humanly possible. Huh? If the women in your community said, I'm going to class flex by preaching to all of you to be single while I'm single, and then I'm going to turn around and get married and still preach to you to be single as a political statement. Huh? You know, the other video that Sarge put out, he was speaking about Cheska Lee and like how class is not divestment. And I hear Sarge, I hear you, Sarge, as a working class black man, as a person who grew up working class. Let me say this to all the upper middle class brothers and sisters. Hierarchy was going to come about naturally anyway. Class does exist in the black community. This is true. Flat blackness is not helping us. But let me be very clear to all of you Sarge Willie Pete ass Negroes. OZ, don't do it. Don't do the class thing. I'm going to do it. As I said, class was going to come up naturally. I am not one of those people that make fun of brothers who grew up different or sisters. As a matter of fact, I can understand. That's why I post the things I post and say the things I say. I'm not about antagonizing black folks that grew up no consequence. It's not their fault or anything they did. They just were born to a family that had resources. I'm not about antagonizing them. I'm not about being jealous about their access or how they grew up. And that comes with its own challenges. But let me be very clear. The second you flex that classness, I'm about leaving your dead ass body right there and stepping over it. If anything happens to you, you goddamn see you said it. I said it. Now the likeliness of something happening to you instead of me is like really rare. So Mr. Z ain't dumb here. We're not being delusional. Let's be very clear. Come on now. But if something happened to you, oh, and we go through your social media, oh, and you were flexing class, oh, I'm about stepping over your goddamn dead body. Will I dance on it? No, Mr. Z is not that. Will I speak on it? Probably not. Huh? I appreciate that Black people are not a monolith, that we have different experiences, and those different experiences bring us to different conclusions about upward mobility in the direction that we should be going in. I understand that we have a number of ADOS Black folks and a number and a growing amount of non-ADOS Black folks. I really think they should shut the hell up. That includes me sometimes, we're going to be honest. Non-ADOS Black folks who grew up in the burbs or grew up around a lot of non-Black folks and mainly white folks. I appreciate this. It's different. Yes, I understand. Education, um, the way they speak, the way they dress, what they find entertaining, their the things they find funny and interesting, their hobbies. I understand it's different than the masses of Black folks. I get it. And the way childhood trauma works, these people might have been made fun of by their cousins who were still in the hood. Um, and so the or when as their parents climbed out the hood, they're still traumatized in elementary school being made fun of because of the way they spoke or et cetera, et cetera. I get it. I get it. But if you are a fully grown adult and now you still harping on it, and now you feel like it's time to flex class, you lucky you ain't running across my cousin from the hood that'll sleep your ass. Number one. That's number one. Number two, if something should happen to you, which once again we already established, less likely to happen to you than to somebody like Z who's from working class. Be very clear, Mr. Z is about saying, "Ah, well, that sucks. Moving along." Because the problem that you have is that you're still Black and you have this jersey color. Ooh, goddamn, isn't it? Huh? And no matter how high in class you get, you're still Black, and that jersey still color is still kicking you all up inside the ass. You know, and I once again, I'm not trying to put words in this person's mouth. They might disavow what I said, understandably. But Amio Sif Frimpong, yes, the fucky academic spoke about a number of Black women he grew up with in the Bay Area, and they kind of grew up in these type of environments, and they woke up at 40, divorced from their pretty much white husband. Like, oh my God, what just happened? Yeah, you're Black. Whoopsie. Huh? Saying whoopsie that way doesn't sound right when I can't do the high pitched voice. Goddamn. Mr. Z, his sickly ass voice. Huh? And I think that's what happens to some Black men, but a lot of Black women. They really buy into the hype that they're in there because of class, because of education, right? Even somewhat of their outlook, because of access. Understandable. It's understandable, right? And then they wake up one day and realize that all of that was a ruse. Huh? And I think that is so heartbreaking. Once again, we gotta hold you accountable for what you believe in, though. You antagonized other Black people for a number of these Black women. You adopted white feminism and you antagonized Black men, mainly of working class backgrounds. Kim Foster, huh? You grew up upper middle class. You grew up trending to upper middle class. So you're essentially, in many ways, a chocolate dip upper middle class white woman, which is your dream. and you antagonize working class black men, which is pretty damn white feminist of you, and then you get a swift kick in the ass by the same white women you thought you were. You get a swift kick in the ass by the same white men you sought after, and you get kicked off of Mount Kilimanjaro. You get kicked off of White Mount Olympus, White Olympus, and now you have to come to terms with that jersey color never changed. It was always black. Goddamn. Huh? And we could tie that right back to the conversation about being single. There are a number of black folks, black women, who attempt to use their education as a class flex, number one. They attempt to use their education as a bleaching mechanism, right? They are the colonizing agents of the black community. And many ways that keeps them single, right? That keeps them single. They have a disconnect from the masses of black folks, black men in particular. The black men of their own class and educational background are not interested because if he wanted a white woman, he would just end up with a white woman. Goddamn. Huh? These women feel like they're better than the men in lower classes. Okay, fine. And so they're somewhat stuck. This is when they go to call themselves queer and dating white women. Ain't that right, Aisha Taylor? Goddamn Z. Huh? LAR with the LAR says the American dream is a soft life of wealth and mediocrity. Condens I know what you're trying to say, I just can't get the word out. It's part of the archetype, yeah. Being condescending is part of the archetype. I get what you're saying. Right. But yeah. Yeah, yeah. And as a matter of fact, you're dead ass right about that. Shout out to that college school scandal. Going to what LAR is saying. Bunch of mediocre ass white folks paying crazy money, and it wasn't just white folks. There was Latinos and Asians. As a matter of fact, I think black people were the only one not included in there. Last time I checked, a bunch of mediocre ass people, and some of them weren't actually mediocre, but their children were. A bunch of people, many of them mediocre, paying crazy money to get their mediocre ass children into exclusive or difficult to get into colleges and universities all across the country. What it was called again? Operation Varsity Blue? Isn't that what the FBI called it? Something like that, right? That's hysterical. Els Active said exiled from White Rock. Hysterical. Not exiled. That's funny. That's hysterical. Right? It is social bleaching. Better you call it, better you said social bleaching. That's a good way to think of it. It is. Right? I'm not about telling black people not to be into different things and interesting things and you know, if y'all go through Mr. Z's iTunes, you'd be surprised. Well, actually y'all wouldn't be. Y'all wouldn't be about the music that's on Z's iPod, right? Or iTunes, right? So the way Z dressed, the way I speak clearly, well, not with this voice right now, but right? I'm not about making black people a monolith. But there is a cost to moving about like you don't realize what you are to other non-black people. Shout out to all the coward ass black people who always speak about I grew up different and black people made fun of me and black people told me I sounded white and black people and you never talk about how white people completely ignored your ass. Huh? Uh-oh. You never speak about not being one of the cool kids in that white school you went to. You never speak about being the little sexual plaything for that white dude in high school. Ooh, goddamn, Z. Huh? You never speak about feeling invisible in those non-black environments. You never speak about people's eyes and you knew what they were thinking when they saw you walking into the room. Who let the nigger in the room? You never speak about that. Coward ass upper class black people. Black people made me feel lame ass. Somebody tells Z he lying. Even some of the brothers and sisters that grew up in that environment tell Z he's lying though. I'll wait. Because I got a number of you that grew up in that type of environment. Tell Z he's lying. Maybe y'all are not like that, but y'all got a cousin who's like that. Especially a girl cousin. Black people made fun of me. Black people said I sounded white. And black people, coward ass. And Trump Billy said, the black people always said I acted white. And then you ain't never talk about how the white people treated you like you acted white, like you were fake white. Oops. Somebody tells you he lying though. Right? Huh? And yes, I did see the clip of and it really was cringy and weird, of the white dude young white dude, and a number of black young men around him. I want to say it was like maybe three or four. And the white dude talked about how he was struggling with the white women and he started dating black women. He got two back to back. I saw that clip. And the black men were, yes, the young black men, it was cringy watching them celebrate that. Y'all, ooh, young Negroes, boys, I'm telling y'all really don't be getting it. Y'all don't. It ain't time to celebrate. Huh? Dear black women, white men be exposing y'all like a mug. Those same black women are going to turn around because most of them are not going to end up with no goddamn white man. They're going to turn around and tell you how black men ain't ish. They're going to turn around and tell you how loyal they are to black men, all in their late and mid 20s and early 30s, because they think we don't know that they got smashed out by that lame ass young white man. Huh? Oh, man. And I'm also says, OZ, on that note, I got to share this link with you already. Give me a second, y'all. Okay, we're back. And I'm also says, OZ, on that note, I gotta share this link with you. Already covered this chick before, but she made a video about this very topic. Are you talking about the Britney girl or whatever her name is, or is her name Brie also? LAR said class can make you transracial. Okay, LAR being a comedian, right? Wow. Better you said no, not Dave from accounting. Said, hey, Dave from account. Look, any one of us who have ever worked in an office, ever. Uh-oh, Z, don't say it. You know Mr. Z gonna say it. Regular to above, even below regular, if we're gonna be honest. But I ain't even gonna hurt the sisters that much by her and their feelings and being honest. Any not completely the worst in the world white man will say in an office, he could pretty much touch just about any black girl he want in that damn office, including the married ones. Somebody tells Z he's lying. If a white man is interested in black women, if he's not the worst looking or heaviest white man, if he's okay looking ish and above, God forbid he's actually a good looking white dude and he's tall, he could touch not just black women, he could touch just about any woman in that goddamn office. He could touch all the Latinas, all of the Asian women, all of the black women, and just about all of the white women in that office. Somebody tells you he's lying. I've witnessed it. Which man here now? The good-looking brothers, they can't really move the same. Definitely the average and below average looking brothers, they definitely can't. They can't do that. You got to be charismatic on level a million. This is not a thing, right? By the way, we still trying to why black women are single so much, huh? So better you, Dave from accounting. If Dave from accounting has marginal or better looks, he could pretty much pipe any goddamn woman in that office he wants, especially the black ones, right? Z, the better use is Z. If he got an iota of Negro swag, he's a straight up menace, boy. Hey, right? Now tie that to the topic, Z. Another one of the reasons why black women so goddamn single, and they would never admit this because they think we don't know. It's because they spend so much of their time occupied with white peen in their mouth. Goddamn Z. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Goddamn Z. You said that out loud. Ooh, I said it. Huh? They spend so much time hoping and wishing and praying that Latino dude or that white dude or that South Asian dude that's using them as a human trampoline will actually take them serious in a relationship and maybe even marriage. Huh? When that doesn't work out and she has to come to terms with her chronic singleness, now she's on social media complaining about black men. Uh-oh. Not the white men that work with her that know she's single as hell and are not interested and never approached her. Not the white men or the Latino men or any non-black man that she works with that has pogo sticked up and down her esophagus but never took her seriously. Right? Not none of those men. She's not complaining about them. But what she is doing is complaining about black men and blaming black men for her being single, and then having Amala Ekpunobi cover it. Ooh, goddamn Z. Huh? Mr. Donnie Max is sounding a little under the weather. Hope you're okay, Z. I'm okay, y'all. I'm okay. Yeah, I completely lost my voice yesterday. Yeah, I'm just not getting it back. Right? D-Man says security Brad can smash. Yeah, he can. He definitely can. Oh, damn. Lithium said just be a white man or woman. Ooh, goddamn. Say that. Trell said anybody could get touched, but he's framing it differently. That's funny, Trell, because it's true. Low key, a white man who's sexually fluid in an office could damn near pipe anybody who's not a straight man. And a couple of you people that's cosplaying like you are too, goddamn Z. Look, Z, stop exposing the actual racial hierarchy or racial hypergamy. Stop doing it, Z. Huh? A tall, marginally attractive white man to good-looking white man in America could damn near pipe anybody who's not a straight man, pretty much a straight black man, to be honest with you. I think he could touch a lot of these dudes that claiming that they straight, but meh, questionable. Huh? Somebody tells you he lying. Huh? Somebody tells you he's lying. If you want to know why these women are so goddamn single, as a matter of fact, on one of the clips that I posted, the young lady pretty much described hypergamy as being one of the reasons, and she put numbers to it. Hypergamy being one of the reasons why women are so damn single. Because as they go further and further up in their education and in their income, no pun, huh? As they go up, they essentially price their vagina out the game. These are things that we've been saying in the Black manosphere for forever. It's nothing new to us, but it's great when it's reiterated, right? Lithium said a little zesty. Hey, all those dudes that are a little zesty, they may have never done anything with a dude, but it's because they never had that a dude really step to them like that. All those little zesty dudes, oh man. Let a high status enough, white enough, good looking enough white man step to them for real. Oh boy. Hey, Lithium, all those little zesty dudes who's been straight, but he's only straight because he ain't have no dude really step to him like that. Oh, he going. Shout out to all of us who have ever worked at a call center. Mr. Z has never worked at a call center, but any type of office setting, law offices, especially the big ass law offices, foreclosure mill type law offices, insurance law offices. Um, man, it is a big ass high school, man. It is a big ass high school. It's just a high school where you make your own money and you may live by yourself or with a roommate and your parents don't tell you what to do, and not for all of them either, right? The power dynamics are so clear. The racial dynamics are so clear. The gender dynamics are, now that it's a bit murky. Huh? And Compassionate says, Z, say racial hypergamy works on non-black men, non-black straight men too. Hey, it does. It does. Right? Oh boy. I gotta read this one now. And Lithium says, lemon zinger tax, hysterical. Look, y'all, this is about as good as it's gonna get with Z's voice right now. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. And half the reason why I pause during this stream is because I gotta call for a second. Right? But I this is somewhat of a staple right now. And shout out to us. Y'all already know. Y'all are used to a weekend stream for Z from Z, better yet. And I'm, my apologies for yesterday. So I kind of want to keep the tradition going for as much as we can. So I definitely want to stream today. And y'all gives you a second. And that was because I was going through a dead zone. Um, but yeah, so I definitely want to stream today and kind of keep our tradition going. So, there is a number of things I want to cover. Um, I actually want to talk about like I said, the Elon and Vivek thing and the infighting already, right? Already. Um, and Vivek kind of showing his contempt for white folks while also kissing their rear end. Um, and I want to be very clear, dear white people, this is really what a lot of immigrants think about white folks. They envy your power. They understand the racial hierarchy. Let's be very clear. while also feeling like white folks are riding high on the conquest of their ancestors. And they think that many of you don't got it anymore. They know that some of you do, but they think many of you don't got it anymore, right? And what you saw with Vivek is him testing the waters. And what he's telling white folks is, hey, you can't be riding high on what your ancestors and forefathers did a century, 2 centuries, 3 centuries ago. It's a new day. And he said it. China will eat America's lunch if y'all still operating on we America #1 foam finger, right? Better you hysterical. Better you says, how do you catch a cold when it's 70 degrees outside? Hysterical. Well, actually, it's been drizzling and raining all day. Actually, what since last night, but no, really all day, um, in South Florida. So it's pretty dreary. It's Seattle outside right now in Miami, right? Right. And once again, Lithium, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. This is funny. I'm gonna hate to read Cyrus's super chat. Right. No, it really, really is drizzle outside Vincent and Trail. It really is. Right. But there's a number of reasons why the women are so goddamn single. Black women in specific. And notice who's complaining about being single. Or better yet, being single and broke. I should emphasize that. Look at who's actually complaining about it. It's the ladies and the LGBTQ folks. Not just being single. Because straight men, straight black men in specific, understand that when you don't got it financially together, you're probably going to be single. Would it help if someone, a woman, was with you to help you cover some of these bills and you can help her cover some of her bills and y'all kind of make it do what it do? Yes. But the women said no struggle of, that's what they said. Particularly black women. Right? Particularly black women said no struggle of, that's what they said. Huh? So men, black men in specific, understand that when you're struggling financially, your prospects may, depending on what type of women you're dealing with, may be limited. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't know that there are a number of black women that mess with poor ass black men, or black men that don't got it together right now, or black men that might not ever have it together. The power dynamic in the black community, right? We understand that. But on the other side of that are black women who say, yeah, about that. Nope. And that's understandable. The women, on the other hand, are using this low key as a time to sympathy beg, which is the way you should ask, let's be honest. Aggressive beg, shout out to LAR, right? And arrogantly beg, right? These are people that are struggling financially and they're recording themselves on social media speaking about the financial struggle, but really what they're doing is asking and begging some man, probably, to help them and to save them well from themselves. Huh? They just have too much ego and pride to do it overtly. Look, I need a man to help me with this financial situation, this bind. I'm in a bind, Nate. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams, right? Els active said bravado begging. Say that. Essentially. Right? Lithium says, eunuch until you get your money together. Men and women are not the same. Say that. Thank you. Lithium says, gotta perform as a man. No handouts for men. Thank you, Vince. This is what I'm saying. And Vince says, no struggle love in exchange for lonely life. Question mark. True. Hey, that's what the lady said. They ain't do the math. Right? Oh boy. Right? Dear ladies, fine. You said it, fine. No struggle of. All right, you got that. You'll struggle by yourself, particularly the black women. You'll struggle by yourself, and black men will find women who will struggle with them until we not struggling no more. Uh-oh. Ladies, you can stand at the finish line. That is something that women have been doing for ages. It's not even just a black woman thing. There are women that say, you know what? I'll risk it. I'm not risk averse. I will work with you and build with you, right? And wake up one day and maybe we'll have. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't. There were other women that said, screw that. No struggle love. I will wait at the finish line. Either I will have or I won't have, but I will wait at the finish line for the men that have everything. Here's the catch to waiting at the finish line. The men at the finish line want fit, feminine, and friendly. And now they have the resources and the physique and the personality to not just want it, but demand it and take nothing less. Huh? The men at the finish line only pick gold trophies, some silver. Right? That's how that goes. Right? That's how that goes. Uh-oh. Dear ladies. Huh? You can have that. Maybe. Huh? You know, the environment isn't the best conducive right now. We know the environment sucks. It sucks. We get it. But the women said no struggle up. That's what black women said. And black men said, I bet you can be single then. You could be single and highly academically accomplished. You could be single and not. You could be single, and we already know the majority of women, particularly I think black women, work in retail, right? You could eat that, right? You could be single, and that's your life. Oh well, right? Oh well. Remember, you said no struggle of, dear ladies. You said that, right? And KMS is, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS is NyQuil Funzy. Look, NyQuil will put me on my ass right now, so I don't know about NyQuil. Right. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. See, and Telescope said, got to the finish line with my wife at my side, 21 years. See? Right? Oh boy. Vince says, by the way, the shorty I was with was educated, single mom, and hefty. We listen and we don't judge. Hysterical. Right? And that's a, if you ever notice, BGS isn't 100% opposed to ending up with a single mom. It's just, what is she bringing to the table other than the kids? What's the bargain? What is she adding to the table for bringing the child? Hopefully, it's only one kid, but what is she bringing also? And what we're finding with these newfangles is she ain't bringing nothing but a whole lot of attitude, right? She ain't bringing nothing but a whole lot of attitude. Oh boy. What about the degree, Z? What does the degree mean exactly? Right? And y'all give Z a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Reckless streams, right? And we're back. Yes, Z had to help somebody out real quick. Reckless streams, y'all already know. Don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. You already know how this go. Um, but yeah, so no, we have a number of black women that really don't appreciate what era they're living in, and you can't be out here single, essentially. Can some women do it? Yes. Can some black women do it? Yes. Dude, we're not even talking about their mental and emotional state right now. We're just speaking about finances. We're talking numbers, right? For those of you that checked out the links in the description for the songs that I have, I did mention T.I. Can't Be Your Man, Cameo, Single Life, but also I have a remix to Larry June's Talk Numbers. And so that's not the original instrumental for his song, for the song Talk Numbers. That's somebody who put their own, but this one sounds so smooth I had to use this one, right? And I've been listening to this song for a little minute now. I really like how smooth the instrumental, the beat is for that. So that's why I use that. But once again, talk numbers. And when we talk numbers, 62% of black women are single when we talk numbers, right? It ain't looking good when we talk numbers, right? And this does have an effect on black children and black men because although 62% of black women are single, that does not equate to 62% of black women not having any children. Now we know a good 10 to 15% of black women are having children from non-black men. We know that. That's another conversation the black community does not like to have. We do know, just like the majority of black women that do have children are having children from black men out of wedlock, the majority of black women that are having mixed children are having mixed children from non-black men out of wedlock. Goddamn, Z. Somebody tells Z he's lying. So, single black women and black women being single does have an effect on the black community. It's not just a black woman thing. It's a black people thing because single black baby mothers and the community that they have created have become the face of the black community, unfortunately. Well, damn. No? Unfortunately, the single black baby mother community has become the face of the black community. And all of the problems that come from the single black baby mother community in the black community is something that we have to deal with. I'm about cutting them off, but that's a whole different conversation, right? All you see are clips, and that's why I chose the ones I did. Clips and clips of women complaining about being single or the cost of being single. Better yet, they're not even really complaining about being single. They kind of like the negative liberty. Nothing wrong with that, but there's a financial cost to it. And what we're seeing here is a number of LGBTQ men and black women and women writ large in America cannot actually pay the cost of being single. Train tracks, train tracks, right? They cannot pay the cost of being single. Yeah. So why are they single then? Goddamn. The women will lead you to believe that there are not quote unquote suitable suitors. Oh boy. There are not enough suitable suitors, and that is why they are single. But in reality, if you let enough of the women talk, particularly the black ones, enough of them are going to sound like the clip I'm going to post after the stream is over that Sarge Willie Pete posted, where black women were essentially speaking about the matriarchy and essentially men funding a matriarchy so that women can run the matriarchy, the black matriarchy. Once again, that gives you a second. And we're back. Sorry, y'all. Background was crazy. Right? This is why we're in the position that we're in now. 62. How do you expect to have a community where 62% of the women are single? And yet that community is supposed to be viable? 62%. Huh? Oh boy. And once again, thank you for the super chat, KMS. Thank you for the super chat. And Vince says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Vince says, losages tax. Oh boy. I need it. I need it. That's what I should have been doing right now, but I had to handle something else. Right? Oh man. And KMS says, and this is true, I'm not paying to be a guard at your castle, ma'am. Black men to single black women. Hmm? Why are you doing this to me, Trell? And Trell says, suitable suitors sipped sangria shoreside. Okay, I got it out. I got it out. Right. Oh boy. Huh? Vincent Z needs some orange juice. Say that. Good job, Larry. Saint Cyr says, good job, Z. Vince says, good job, Z. For those of you that don't know, that's a catchphrase from Larry June. Right. Telescope says that code got Z sounding like an Ados from Philly, less Caribbean. Oh man. Right. Someone said earlier that they had to put a link down for me to watch. Right. Oh man. But yeah, so single black women and women writ large in a nation that is in the middle of essentially economic war with China, um, trade war, better yet, um, whose dollar supremacy is waning, who needs to streamline and strip the fat from the economy, and yet your community, 62% of the women are quote unquote unpartnered, right? And those people, many of them, are on social media, on Al Gore's internet, complaining about the price of things while being single. Oh boy. Huh? That is the cost to be the boss, ladies. Ooh, right? The cost to be the boss. And if one of the reasons why you are single is because you were entertaining non-black men, shout out to all the black women who speak like they're just gonna change their mind and they're just gonna go out there and they're gonna start dating out of the black race and they're going to find them the Latino or Asian or white man who is going to marry them and whisk them away from Blackistan with black men and the struggle with black men. Do it then. Uh-oh. Do it. Right? To all the black women who speak like there's some panacea of non-black men, there's some panacea out there where non-black men can be found and they roam free and they're just waiting for a black woman in America. Do it. Mr. Z is calling your bluff. Do it. Huh? Don't just have sex with the non-black man. Don't be just in a situationship with the non-black man. Don't be in a situationship with the non-black man that you have convinced yourself is a relationship, or that he's told you is a relationship, but he still hasn't brung you around his friends and his family. No, 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 no. Do it as in marriage. Do it as in marriage for more than 10 years. Do it. Get him to propose. None of this, what's her name from Queen and Slim? Huh? None of that you propose. One night stand so you can rope him in. You propose to him. Nope, 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 nope. Do it in the same traditional way you want black men to operate. Have him propose to you. Have him buy that wedding ring. Not you buy the wedding ring. Have him propose to you. Have him buy that wedding ring. Have him walk, bring you down the aisle. All the traditional stuff. Have him pay the majority, if not all the bills. Yeah, all of that. Huh? Because, dear black women, if you are single because you think you're better than the masses of black men, and the masses of non-black men think they are better than you, then you're single because you want to be single. Goddamn you. Now you could claim to not want to be single, or you could claim to want to be single, because there are a lot of black women doing that. They're claiming that they're single because they want to be single. No, you are single because enough men writ large decided, nope, not you. You will be regulated to men of the lowest quintile. Thank you, KMS. Show don't tell, ladies. To all the ladies claiming, oh, I'm single because I want to be single. Okay, yeah, that's it. Right? You single because you want to be single, not because men collectively, not speaking to each other, mind you, have said, yeah, but not you. Anyone but you. Huh? And Saint Cyr says, my brother is in a whole different country right now for the holidays with his fiance's family. Black women ain't doing that with no one, Z, not domestically or internationally. We know that. Huh? And shout out to the brother who said it from the UK, who said, and Mr. Z has been saying this forever, women in the West, you only have men in the West for the most part, Because if you're looking to practice any type of hypergamy, women in the West don't understand or appreciate, better yet, how much more they earn than everybody else. So if you look into practice hypergamy, you only really have men in the West. Yes, you might have some entertainers from an that are not from the West. Yes, you might have some corporate guys that are not in the West, obviously. Um, but for the most part, you are limited to the West. Because the second you step out of America, France, Germany, Britain, Canada, Australia, right? The second you step out of the West, Norway, Denmark type thing, right? The incomes go from 40 and 30 some odd $1,000 a year to like 10 and $8,000 a year. Huh? And the men become stone cold, hardcore, rock rib patriarchs. Uh-oh. Huh? So not only will you probably be dealing with a man who earn less than you, he might he might think about discipline way different than you think about discipline, and you ain't gonna like how he think about discipline. Huh? Z, what are you talking about? Women are not children. We're talking about disciplining women. Hey, I'm just saying. You still thinking like a Westerner. Huh? If you doubt me, well, date outside the West. Huh? Uh-oh. Vince says they make less money and get more cooperation. That's what it would look like, sir. That's what it would look like. And Revelot says that's why they can't do the passport thing like men, and they know it. Black women are just so goddamn delusional while being arrogant that they don't want to admit that that's the thing. Now, ladies, if you're willing to pay for peen, oh yeah, you can move like the men, not really still, but kind of, huh? Kind of. If you're willing to pay, oh yeah, you could get the Cabana boy to marry you. You better hope you don't end up like Terry McMillan, but it could happen, huh? It can happen. And once again, Vince, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. If you're willing to pay. Now, if you're not willing to pay, ladies, oh boy, you tell me how this is supposed to work for you when the average income globally is like $8,000-9,000 a year. Oh boy. Yeah. Dear ladies, how's this supposed to work for you? Huh? Uh-oh. It ain't looking good. So this is why the women are single. Mean, snarky, rude, entitled, spoiled brats, petulant children, throwing temper tantrums in their late 20s, their 30s, their 40s. Single as hell, telling you what they're not gonna settle for, who they not gonna deal with. If you're black, struggle love, all talks of fat phobia and colorism and texturism and featureism, etc., right? All talks of non-black men treat black women better. I say to those women, do it, prove it. No, these are much of the reasons why women are single. They're not being honest with the landscape and what that means for their life. Let me say it one more again for the record. To millennial and Gen Z women, and even the youngest of Xer women, you're not gonna be able to move like your mama and grandmama did. That whole giving men the middle finger, and you can afford to be a single mom, especially to more than one child. Huh? That whole owning your own place, paying all the bills, huh? You just may not live in that world anymore. Now, you don't have to end up with a man for black women. You don't have to end up with a black man. You can always do your Golden Girls thing. You can always do your Niecy Nash thing. Well, damn, Z. You can play the lottery and maybe do your Aisha Taylor thing. Huh? Oh, boy. Dear black women in particular, you don't have to get on a black man's program. You could be like Chrissy, where she says, I tell average and below average looking black women that if you can't date hypergamously, then it's better you be alone. Hey, we'll see about that, Chrissy. Those numbers ain't looking good and don't look like black women will be able to afford it, but okay, fine. No? You can do the real talk with Yanny thing. What's the incentive? Damn, Mr. Z just doesn't sound right doing it right now. And I want to be a kept woman of leisure. Yeah, that really doesn't sound right either. Huh? I suspect that we're going to have some women, black women, that go down with the ship. There are going to be black women that go down with the ship. They just are. And then a number of black women are gonna get their mind right or pretend like they get their mind right, and they're gonna go find somewhere to go float. You know? Shout out to Destro who posted that video, that clip. It was the very first video he posted on that on one of his videos when a black woman was like, "Come on, I'll do 50-50. Come on, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm tired of paying these bills by myself." Yeah, and it begins. God damn, 2/3. That's only 1% away from 2/3. So I'm gonna just say 2/3. KMS say I say 65% go down with the ship. That's 2/3, KMS. God damn. KMS say 2/3 of black women are going down with the ship. Y'all pride, y'all ego, the myth of white womanhood, your concepts of matriarchy if you want to be kind, gynocracy if you want to be accurate, dictates that 2/3 of you going down with the ship. You can't help it. Ooh, goddamn, KMS. Huh? Say that. KMS in 2000. 2/3 of you are going down with the ship. Ouch. Huh? Ooh, that's looking nasty. It's looking bad, KMS. That's looking bad. Huh? And he said, I'm being nice. Saint Cyr said more like 70%. Jeez. Just about every college class, 70% is a passing grade. Some of them you got to be 80%, but 70% is a passing. God damn. St. Cyr said 70%. Lion said 90. Lion said 90% of y'all go down with the ship. So what does down with the ship look like? And as I bring y'all up, because I'm gonna try to see if I can bring y'all up, um, what does going down with the ship look like outside of like certain death, clearly? But what does going down with the ship look like to you? Right? Because Mr. Z has spoken about this before, right? Some of you agree, some of you may disagree, but what does going down with the ship look like, right? And what is the ship, right? For black women, what does going down with the ship look like? And I guess we will juxtapose that to what does it look like to not go down with the ship, right? Oh boy. And I guess I'll read this now. Goddamn, Cyrus Burke, you a cold one, Cyrus. You a cold one. And Cyrus says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, especially with Z speaking like this, with this voice. And Cyrus says, the real reason why Z's voice is gone, Ms. Z, hey, what do you want on your hot dog? Hysterical. I thought you was gonna go somewhere else. I thought you was gonna. Oh man, I thought you was gonna go somewhere else with that. And Cyrus says mustard for straight 10 minutes. Hysterical. No, Z was definitely not saying that. I ain't even gonna tell you what a couple of my coworkers said. Is why I lost my voice. It's not LGBTQ stuff, but it's still funny. It's still sexual. Oh man, it did involve Miss Z too, but yeah. Right, man. Oh man, but yeah, Z's voices. Now it was. I wanted to stream yesterday, right? It was gonna be a reckless stream because this is a reckless stream. By the way, don't put it in the comments. Don't put it in the comments. But I definitely made space, and we handled what we had to handle, and my voice was just not working with me. And I didn't want to torture you guys. Yeah, that part. His Saint Cyr hysterical. I'm just saying, but it's not that. But it's not that. But the jokes were a lot. The jokes were pretty much in that direction, essentially. Hysterical, Trail. Pretty much that the jokes were there. That's what the jokes were. That's what the jokes were. Hysterical, right? That's what the jokes are coming from all there from that direction. Indigo said, easy on the biscuits, hysterical, right? This is as funny as hell. And from Africa came says, there's no culture to help save them. Excuse me. There's no culture to help save them. They couldn't even listen to Iyanla Van Zant. 2/3 are going down. Yeah, so that puts it back at 66%, right? Oh man, yeah, it ain't looking good, ladies. It ain't looking good. The brothers are saying about 2/3 of y'all are going down. 70% of y'all are going down. Lion said 90%. Goddamn. Yeah. Wow. Lion said eating them dry ass biscuits. Hysterical. I ain't even gonna read that lithium. Hysterical. Um, and L's active says being married will give you buoyancy to survive very deep. I don't even if there's a deep or depth debt waters. Well, I mean that applies to, right. So hey, men can move in a way that women can't. That doesn't mean that there are not a number of men that are feeling this financial crunch also, but it's the women that's in no struggle love. Remember, so the women are dealing with the consequences of their own rhetoric and worldview. Indigo says biscuit play gone wrong, hysterical, right? The lady said no struggle love. Recall, dear everyone, recall as we go into this insane economic, financial, whatever situation, and some men struggle, and we watch a number of women fall flat on their face. Just remind the women that they wanted this. Just remind the women that they were calling into Kevin Samuel's show exactly Vince said, no struggle love. Just remind them that up until recently, they were calling into Kevin Samuel's show and into um, Kendra G's show and into what's her name, Ashley Dalton's show, saying six figures, saying 100,000 plus, right? Saying 100,000, but really when they are asked to describe the lifestyle, they're talking $1 million lifestyle. They're only saying 100,000 because they can't count. Remind the women that this was them. Remind the women that this was them during COVID in the middle of Armageddon, right? Exactly. Else, white women aren't told to settle. Remind black women that that was them. Remind them that a cool 250,000 plus of them went to go watch the myth of black love by Mahogany Pink. Remind them that they went to go watch that. I think it's even more than that actually, right? Remind them. As a matter of fact, let me tell y'all exactly what that number was. Actually, it's closer to 500,000, 437,000. Remind them that. Remind them that 203,000 of them watch the plight of the pygmy from Mahogany Peak. Remind them. So as they struggle financially, remind them that they were clapping it up for Real Talk with Yanni talking about decentering men, particularly black men, because we know that's what she really meant. Huh? Remind them. Exactly, KMS. I ain't cooking for no man. Remind them of that. Remind them. Huh? Remind them of what they said. Because as those 30 and $40,000 a year brothers become more and more attractive, but they're not checking for these women, they over here um, playing in the sunset with their Latina girlfriends and wives, frolicking in the sunset, huh? With their Latina girlfriends and wives, their white girlfriends and wives, maybe even a couple of Asian girlfriends and wives, huh? Remind black women that they're the ones who said no struggle love. Remind them. Remind them that they're the ones who were celebrating Lexus Exodus and Cynthia G. Remind them that they're the ones who were making videos saying, "What did Cynthia G do? Dude, that's wrong. Why did she get deplatformed?" Remind them that they were the ones saying that. Huh? Because you know they're gonna be like, "I don't even know who that is. I didn't." Well, you have to understand. The second they start pulling that, you have to understand. Huh? Remind them. Huh? Remind them that they used to say black men are nothing but Big D and swag with crystal and kerosene. Remind them that they used to say that. Huh? Remind the ladies that that was them. Indigo, what did May say again when they were on Obsidian's channel? When May and Crystal and Kerosene was there, right? Remind them. Remind them when Ebony K. Williams called black men mediocre that they clapped it up for her. Remind them. When black women don't appreciate why they're single, remind them that they celebrated I'm sorry, Ebony K. Williams saying black men, calling black men mediocre. Huh? Remind them of this. Remind them that they started making fun of and mocking what's his face again? Who said goddamn, why is his name slipping me right now? Talking about black men maybe can only pay the light bill and goddamn Z, how could you forget this dude's name? Um right? Just remind them that they've been mocking and making fun of black men, calling black men losers. Dusty. Dusty is a pejorative for the N word now. Tyler Perry, thank you, better you. I couldn't even get it out. Thank you. Remind them. How much does he forget Tyler Perry name? Of all people. With all the damn movies. Talk about colorism, colorist ass movies, light skinned dudes saving y'all from the dark skinned dude type movies. Huh? Exactly, KMS. Remind them of Tiffany Cross telling black men to get behind black women. She said get next to, behind. Let's be honest. We know what she meant. Remind them that they wanted to operate a pseudo matriarchy slash gynocracy in the black community. Once again, patriarchy by feminist specifications. Remind them. Oh, remind them that they supported Brickface Rhoda. Say that. Yeah, shout out to Shamor Moore. You already know. Shamor Moore always saving y'all from the dark skinned brother, right? Just remind the ladies. Remind them that they said that they didn't feel a certain way when they saw you walking down the street with the white girl, but if they wanted to, what did the young lady say on Daily Wrap Up Crew? She act like she was picking men off a shelf. I could go get me a Latino man. I could go get me a white man. I could go get me an Asian man. I could get. That's what she was saying, right? Remind them that that's how they were speaking. As black women feel that financial struggle, remind them not only were they speaking like that, for the ones of them that weren't speaking like that, they were clapping it up for the women that were. For the ones of them that weren't clapping it up, they sat there quietly in tacit agreement. For the ones that didn't sit there in tacit agreement, they still were too cowardly to challenge that. And if they say, well, because I said nothing, that means I agree, yes. Because you didn't challenge it. because you didn't tell those women to shut up. Y'all are still not telling Chrissy to shut up. Y'all are still not telling Lexus Exodus to shut up. Y'all still not telling Divested Zealot to shut up. Huh? Somebody tells he lying. Oh boy. And KW Dawson, Shamora Moore just had a child with a non-black woman. Oh boy. Huh? And Calvin Rogers says, remind them that a passport only costs $135. Hey, remind them that they didn't beg. Uzi, you about to say it. That they didn't humble themselves and beg for black men not to go. Remind them that they did try to cut black men. Oh yeah, they definitely did try to cut black men, but they tried to act like they weren't bothered. That really they're concerned about women from overseas and black men taking advantage of them and maybe even abusing them. Remind them that they didn't actually go about their fear the right way. They didn't beg black men to stay. They didn't tell black, hey, look, whatever issues you got with us, we'll change it. Because they don't think that there's anything wrong with them and their behavior. Huh? Remind them that when the whole passport bros thing blew up, that they were like, well, we could do it too. We've been doing it before y'all, actually. Remember Eddie Murphy, Dexter St. Jacques? My aunt's been doing that since the 70s and 80s. Remember, remind them that that's how they were speaking. Uh-oh. Huh? Oh boy. Say that. Huh? Remind the ladies. And once again, Cyrus Berg, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Lithium, once again, thank you for that super chat. Right? Oh, say that. And KMS says, remind them that their sons tell them, Mom, black girls are mean. Huh? Remind them that there are a number of black men who are married to black women, who have blackity black sons. And their sons are telling them that the black girls are mean. These are black men, not with white women, not with Latina women, not with Asian women. These are black men who are married to black women, who young sons, we're not even talking about teenage sons, your young sons, your 7, 8, 9 year olds, your 10, 11, 12 year olds are telling you that the black girls are mean. Huh? Remind them that. And remind them that they really don't have an answer for that. Oops. Huh? Just saying. If you want to know why black women are single, right? And as this becomes more and more of an issue for black women, and they continue to try to keep a stiff upper lip, or they throw a temper tantrum, but they won't exactly say what the issue is because their ego won't let them, as they throw themselves to white and non-black men. And you going, oh man, y'all think the swirler divestors are ravenous now. Man, they gonna be throwing themselves at them white dudes and Latino dudes. Huh? If you think white dudes and Latino dudes are spoiled for choice with black women now, as this economic landscape get tougher, black women are going to be throwing themselves at any and everyone. That's black men, that's white and Latino men, that's lesbian women that got a couple of dollars, black women, and quite frankly, all women, but definitely black women and some Latina women. They're going to be throwing themselves at anybody that even looks moderately stable, any modicum of stability. Oh, they'll be throwing themselves at you. Is it going to be real? Nope. Are men going to still take advantage and have fun? Oh, you better believe it. Huh? Oh man. It say that in Gilgami says, with Dexter St. Jacques on the right, Umfufu on the left, precarity and misandry all around, men have decided that to win, most of them shall not play. Say that. And that's really what it is, right? That's really what it is. And the women are going to feel that. The women are already feeling that. Huh? So as we get into why black women are single and black women start to pretend like they didn't talk like this on social media for the past 2 or so decades, it's actually a little less than 2 decades, but still 2 or so decades, as they start to feel this economic landscape, as they throw themselves at anyone who looks like they have a smidge of stability, and white and non-black men just pipe and toss, we need to remind them of how they were speaking all in the 20 teens and the early 2020s. Huh? We need to remind them of the comments that they retweeted if they didn't post themselves, the comments that they liked on social media, the videos that they shared. Huh? We need to remind them how they acted obtuse with the average at best lady from Kevin Samuels' channel. Like they didn't understand what Kevin was saying to her and that what black men by extension were expressing. They need to be reminded. Huh? And Saint Cyr says, not catch and releasing them like I do when I fish Z. What are white men doing to black women exactly? What are Latino men doing to black women exactly? What are South Asian and Arab men doing to black women exactly? I'm not even going to mention East Asian men. It's not a thing. Black women act like they don't know that we know. They're hoping that if they pretend, that we'll pretend with them. Y'all already heard with the two women that spoke on Gus T Renegade Kyle's context of white supremacy. Um, y'all recall I did a stream about this some time ago. You had a number of black women admitting that black women are having lots and lots of secret sex with white men. What's her name again? Creed. That's what she said. Huh? So what are white men doing with black women but catching and releasing? If somewhere between what 4 to 6.5% of black women are married to non-black men, and we know way more than 4 to 6.5% of black women have had sex with non-black men. More than 6.5% of black women have had sex with white men alone, let alone Latino and Asian men. What would you call that but catch and release? Huh? Black women are claiming loyalty. It's not loyalty when the white dude and the Latino dude and the Asian dude and the Arab dude just refuse to marry you. That's not loyalty. That's a lack of options. And instead of you just accepting that and playing your goddamn position and your role within the black community with black men, you would much rather be the human trampoline for some non-black man. So be it. You're taking your chances over there. Well, when those chances come up snake eyes, I'm about black men locking the door and making sure you can never come back over here. Ever. Not even as a concubine. Never. Huh? When when you subscribe to Chrissy's worldview that says if you can't date hypergamously, then it's better you be alone, and you start to go down that road and it becomes more and more difficult and more financially, right, difficult to maintain that position. It's unfeasible, and the loneliness is kicking you in the ass. I'm about telling you to stay there anyway because you were dumb enough to listen to Chrissy. Huh? And KW Dawn says Cree had a child with a white man who didn't marry her. And I think, we already know, and as BGS has informed us, ain't nobody more pro-black than a black woman that got burnt by a white man. There's number one with that. Number two, although some of that might be coming from a place of anger, we got to admit, but who better to know about what a lot of white men and black women are getting on with than a black woman who was, well, with a white man? Huh? We know, especially once again, like I was saying, for those of us who have worked any place, honestly, in America, but definitely like blue collar spaces, you already know the sisters will get down with Bob, like the typical everyday run of the mill average ass white dude, like just extra average ass white dude. We already know that. But what we're saying is the the white guys in white collar spaces. Oh man, you ain't seen nothing yet until you see the white guys in white collar spaces. As I said before, God forbid he is tall or good looking or both. He is having a feel, and he's a bachelor, even if he's not. If he's a bachelor, he is having, even if he's not, having a field day with non-black women. He is having a field day with, I said non-black, sorry, non-white women. A white guy who is tall, good looking, has any status, even if he doesn't. But if he has any status in that job, oh, he is having a field day with non-white women. Huh? He is having a field day with non-white women. That includes black women, by the way. Huh? Oh boy. I'm saying. Huh? That's the catch. For those of you that recall when Mr. Z was gonna do his whole um corn research, and one of the reasons why I didn't do it, because it actually started messing with you. You see all of this amateur stuff, amateur corn. We're not talking about the professional stuff. Amateur corn of Brad with Keisha. And some of these Keishas are not half bad looking. And like most of this ain't go nowhere. It ain't turn into marriage, right? And you're like, this black woman is back out here in the black community. And Brad then pogo sticked all up and down her esophagus and used her as a human trampoline. Huh? And to the point where they're out here with the amateur corn, right? And like, I want to be very clear. Those black women are back out here in the black community. Most of them are not going to end up with a white man or any non-black man. Now, if word gets out of this video, then black men won't touch her either. But you just gotta fall on that video and notice her face, if you can even see it, huh? And then word gets out around the hood and be like, oh yeah, isn't that such and such? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. And then it gets back to her black boyfriend and maybe, or her black situationship, and maybe he drops her, huh? But once again, we talk about the amateur stuff, and you realize, Oh, black women are out here getting down to the point where they're willing to let it be recorded. Huh? So remind black women that they let that happen to them as they complain about being single in the future. Huh? Oh boy. Dylan says, to be honest, nobody was gonna marry her anyway. Oh boy. Say that. Right? And Termo Cat, thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. Huh? Camus says, these white men be sexually breaking them chicks. Man. And it's just insanity that these people then turn around because they think you don't know as a black man. Then they claim loyalty. I look, every black man under the sound of my voice, not just us in the black manosphere. When y'all are on these goddamn um 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 the table with eight or eight at the table, better yet, I said it the wrong way. Eight at the table when y'all are on cruise season or any one of these type of joints, any one of these, the conversation, any one of these things. The second a black woman start talking about dating out or black women are too loyal, black women need to expand their options. Listen, we need this to spread wide throughout every black man in America. The second somebody put a microphone in your face and a black woman talking about black women loyalty, y'all need to shut her up with, y'all not loyal to white men, just they marrying y'all. You could say that in any different type of way than what Z just said. Y'all need to start hitting these women upside the head with, it's not loyalty. Y'all are having sex with white men and Latino men and Asian men, they just not marrying y'all. Shut them the hell up. I'm so sick of it not going challenged that black women are out here with any man or woman. It's just that that's not turning into a wedding ring. Then black women turn around and claim loyalty. It's not loyalty. If you want to, once again to the topic, if you want to talk about why black women are so loyal, because she just spent 3, 4, 5 years on the non-black man carousel. Huh? She got angry at some black man in her early 20s who didn't bow down, and she went to go 304 herself, 304 herself out to the non-black men. Now she's 32 and they done kicked her off of Mount Kilimanjaro. Huh? Now she claiming black men ain't this, black men ain't that. What she won't tell you is somewhere out there is amateur choreographer with 1 or 2 white men. Uh-oh. Or 3. Huh? Say that. Thank you, Telescope. It's not loyalty when she doesn't have any other options. True, but to me, Telescope, that leaves too much space for interpretation. And you're somewhat saying black women aren't sought after. I don't even want to go there with it. I'm not talking about black women's weight or how attractive they are or desirable they are to non-black men. I'm speaking about that gold trophy, the wedding ring, the marriage. Huh? I'm speaking about something that black women, as much as they try to deny it to themselves and to others, kicks them in the ass. Whether non-black men, you want to talk about worthy and deserving, Chrissy, whether non-black men see black women as worthy and deserving of marriage to that said non-black man. Not situationships, not relationships, not I was engaged to a white man, I was engaged to Latino man. Nope, 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 nope. Marriage. preferably for at least 10 years or more. Huh? And that's really what it really is. And KMS is failed face down ass of diplomacy. Huh? Say that. The truth of the matter is, if you believe that America has anti-black tendencies, if it's not just out and out anti-black, if you believe that America is secretly classist, if not just outright classist, that the UK and all of these nations that were former monarchies that are still aristocratic and practice hardcore classism, that America does the same thing but it has a thin veneer of this conversation and concept of upper mobility, if you believe that, but all of a sudden that means nothing when it comes to non-black men and black women ending up with non-black men, then tell black women to prove it. Tell black women to prove it with marriage to said non-black man. Huh? And I think this is a perfect time to read this. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat, black women's ego, arrogance, won't allow them to realize that the men who fumbled them actually punted. 90% of their relationships plight is none can tell them nothing. Oh yeah, no one can tell them anything. 10% is racial. Oh man. You know, Shay Sade years ago, and I think she's revisited this topic maybe once or twice since then, but some 3 or so years ago, Shay Sade covered some research that came out about the stereotypes that white men have about black women, and it's essentially what you said, KMS. It's a bunch of angry black women stereotypes, neck rolling black women stereotypes, heavyweight black women stereotypes, and that has to do with race clearly, but a lot of it is once again the way you're framing it here, which is just all the negative stereotypes about black women that white men had about them, right? And like black women do engage in the interview voice when they're around white men, and they do engage in very flirty behavior and very submissive sometimes behavior with white men. It's just white men once again aren't checking. I I would direct y'all once again to one of KMS, not KMS, sorry, Only Logical's most recent videos where he shows the black women at the train station flirting with the white dudes through the window of the train, and like most of them are just not even interested. They're not even entertaining her, and it's somewhat heartbreaking because black women would be in just in such a better position if they would just get on black men's program. Black men are the ones who made asses and butts sexy in America. They're the ones who put that in the zeitgeist. Black men are the ones who would elevate black women's image. But black women feel like either black men are moving too slow or black men aren't doing it, or celebrity black men end up with white women and Latinas and they're not doing enough for us. All right, then. Right? Once again, this is black women's own doing. They're the ones who remove themselves. They played themselves out of position. Congratulations, you played yourself. Black women played themselves out of position because they're so resentful and angry that they don't get to live the myth of white womanhood. Now it's come to bite them in the ass. And they're the most single group of people in America. 62% of black women are single. Right? KMS say that. KMS says black women use social media as if no one else has social media. I think black women just don't care. I think they see it as their way of getting back at everyone in their minds further up on the hierarchy, quote unquote, further up on the hierarchy. Once again, this is when like intersectionality comes in. And so they just been walking around here antagonizing folks on social media talking all type of crazy to everyone. This is where Taylor Swift and the Swifties come in when it came to the what's her face, the I forgot her name again. Pretty black woman, very shapely. What that means to the Swifties, not a nothing. And let's be very clear what happened. Travis Kelsey started dating Taylor Swift, right? And all the black women that ride out with what's her name again? Um Nicole, I forgot her freaking name. Anyway, all the women, black women that ride out with her started making fun of Taylor Swift, and I don't find Taylor Swift particularly attractive, but fine. Huh? And the Swifties got wind of it. Kayla Nicole, thank you, low key darkness. Kayla Nicole. And the Swifties got wind of Kayla Nicole's people making fun of Taylor Swift and her. I call them sycophants, but fine. The Swifties. And they torched Kayla Nicole and all her peoples. Huh? Oh boy. They torched her to the point where she had to put out some pseudo Maya Angelou ass poem about black girls and black women. You should have checked the black women before all of that. Huh? You should have checked black women before all of that. And I think that's a great example of black women just doing way too much because of their concepts of intersectionality. And y'all out here antagonizing white folks, not really going at white folks in the hierarchy. That's not what y'all doing. Y'all are antagonizing white folks. And there is some space for that in the liberation of black folks in this, racial pyramid scheme. But the way black women go about it, once again, huh? So this hasn't worked for black women. It's not going to work for black women. And we're going to watch as white society reels back a bunch of programs that were beneficial for black people writ large, not so much black men, but black people writ large. We're going to watch them reel a lot of that back, black women specifically. And y'all gives you a second in my background. And we're back, right? So we're going to see how much black girl magic actually exists with Ed Blum. Yeah, we're going to see how much does black girl magic actually exist with the likes of Ed Blum roaming around, with the likes of Vivek Ramaswamy roaming around, with the likes of Elon Musk roaming around. Huh? I know many of y'all can't stand y'all a gay white man with the likes of Peter Thiel roaming around. Let's see how much black girl magic actually exists. Huh? Y'all saw Jasmine Crockett. She know what's about to come up. She know what's about to happen. Y'all saw Jasmine Crockett at Congress, damn near begging the white dudes not to rip this apart and how much help black women need. And them white guys was looking at her like they didn't give a hell. Not a damn nothing. Huh? because they don't care. They're not acting like they don't care. As a matter of fact, for them, they actually, this is beautiful for them, right? Yeah, y'all gives you a second, y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. And we're back. Right, let me see. And yeah, so yeah, no, it the racial element of it all, yeah, KMS, it's the stereotypes. Look, black women, are these stereotypes anti-black women? Yes, but once again, black women, I don't think black women are going about this any kind of way. And what they're gonna have to do is they're gonna have to put their pride and their ego in the shredder. Really, their ego in the shredder. Black women are asking the wrong people, why won't you marry us? You need to ask non-black men, why won't they marry you? Number one. Number two, you need to get on black men's program. If you're not going to get on black men's program, that's perfectly okay, black women. Then you need to ask non-black men, why won't they marry you? Both of these entail you throwing your ego into the shredder. And if you refuse to engage in either or both, then, well, lifetime of single it is for you. Dear black women, you either end up with the non-black man worth a damn, or you end up with a black man worth a damn. If not, then Rose Toy and ice cream buckets and Lifetime movies, it is for you. And Girls Trip, if you can afford it, it is for you. Huh? That's your future. That's unfortunate. But this is what you believe in, dear black women. This is what you believe in. Just remember, right? So yeah, no, this is what if this is what black women are out on, this is what they're on. Right? If this is what black women are on, this is what they're on, and this is the consequence of it. Right? And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see what else we got here. Right? Oh, and KMS says, remind the black women who said nothing that they said nothing. That part. Remind the black women that said nothing that they said nothing, which is a tacit agreement. Or you're too cowardly to tell other black women that they're talking about your son and your son is not this. They're talking about your nephew and your nephew is not this. They're talking about your husband and your husband is not this, right? They're talking about your brother and your brother is not this. They're talking about your father and your father is not this. They're talking about random black men and random black men are not this. Oops. Huh? But dear black women, if we're honest, uh-oh. Dear black women, if we're honest, you tacitly agreed. That's why you said nothing. And there's a consequence to that for your daughters and your nieces and your girl cousins and maybe even you. Huh? Get it how you live with the non-black man then. Huh? I hope you, for all the black women who talk like these non-black men, like you could pick them up off of a shelf, like they don't have agency of their own, like they don't have minds of their own, like they're not autonomous. We'll see. Hopefully you're correct. Hopefully you're right. Y'all talking about these non-black men like y'all could just go pick them off of a shelf. Like because you're open to them, they'll be open to you. All right, we'll see. Right? Hopefully for your sake. That's actually a genius comment. Remind the black women that said nothing that they said nothing. Huh? Say that. Say that. And KMS says, you're either stupid or you're in on it. Either way, you're out. Right? Either way. Because that's where black women are right now. And as this environment put all type of feet and fist on black women and on women writ large, and you watch women scramble, and even black women scramble eventually, just remind them that they're the ones who put themselves in this position. Remind them. Huh? Say that. Remind them that they're the ones who put themselves in this position. Dear black men, right? That's crazy. Video after video of people complaining about the environment, but y'all wanted this. Y'all wanted to be single. Women in particular. Huh? Or maybe you didn't want to be single, but you didn't want to be in a relationship without a man that bows. Goddamn, see. So in other words, you did want to be single. You could say egalitarian all you want. You could say equal all you want. Yeah, the video once again that Sarge posted where the lady said, "I want a relationship of equals. I want a partnership." And the men said, "We ain't doing partnership because we already know partnership is in case of emergency break glass. You're a man, right? Then why aren't you paying for this and that and this and that? Why aren't you doing this and that?" And the men don't. Dear women, dear young lady, women torched that partnership thing decades ago. Men just didn't have social media to tell them, "Oh yeah, we ain't doing partner." Y'all torched partner before it even became a common word. before y'all even started using it in this way in earnest. The men said, we're not doing partnership, young lady. The masses of men, anyway. You better go look for that 20% that use that word and that kind of mean it. And even they don't really mean it. Dear all women, particularly black women, we don't believe you when you use this partnership word. You are not to be trusted. We do not believe you. Per our own experiences and the experiences of other men, women don't mean equal. Women don't mean egalitarian. Women don't mean partner. Huh? Y'all don't mean equal. Y'all don't mean egalitarian. You don't mean partner. And the men don't believe anything you're saying. The men know that partner and partnership is actually, in case of emergency, break glass leadership from the man. In case of emergency, break glass, he fixes the emergency. Huh? Once again, KMS, thank you for that super chat. Thank you for that super chat. Exactly. Remind the black women who said nothing that they said nothing because they were in tacit agreement. And you can be in tacit agreement, it just comes at a cost. Right? It just comes at a cost. And no placeholder, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And no placeholder says 1 million kids with non-black men over 5 years. All other races of women combined had 450,000 kids outside of their race. Loyal, you say. The numbers doesn't bear that out. The numbers don't bear that out. Yep. 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 Black women really are out here. They out here. And if black women practicing negative liberty means that they get to dress however they want, act however they want, speak however they want, be screwed by whoever they want, both literally and figuratively, then so be it. But what you will not have is, in case of emergency, black man. Stay over there with the non-black man who knocked you up. Huh? If black women said, my middle finger to society for not making me a upper middle class or above white woman, the myth of white womanhood, is negative liberty, me doing whatever I want, however I want, whenever I want. And white society said, all right, fine, just make sure you do it over there in the black community with black men and black children. And now black men are saying, yeah, about that. Nope. We have carved you out another space, and we call it the single black or single baby mother community. The single black baby mother community. And you could go over there with other wayward ass black people. Y'all all could go over there. Then that's what it is, black women. That is the new normal. You could take your wayward concepts and ideas and go over there. And it won't matter how educated you are, how good looking you are, how well off you are. You and other wayward ass black women, mainly black women with children, and no man could be over there. Huh? You and all your fully black children or your mixed black children could be over there. Huh? You want to enjoy your single life? You can over there. Huh? It sounds funny, right? It sounds freeing and it sounds liberatory until you realize who's not signing on. If you want to do your gyno potestal, whatever the hell, you and the handful of other black men who will sign up for that, usually that don't have any resources, y'all could do that over there. Huh? And to be frank with you, that's kind of already happening in the black community now, isn't it? One of the reasons why y'all having children with these non-black men is because not enough black men are signing up for the BS anymore. Ain't that right? Huh? And even the non-black men that y'all are having these children from aren't signing up for the BS. That's why that you can't even shotgun wedding him. You get pregnant from the white guy or Latino guy because that's mainly who it is. You get pregnant from the white guy or the Latino guy. He say, okay, so what that got to do with me? Uh-oh. Huh? A number of you black women don't want to admit that. You get pregnant from the Latino guy or the white guy, and he look at you like, what that got to do with me? And Telescope says universities, military, and office workspace or office workplace are where we in the US pretend we're not class conscious. Say that. No? And that's one of the issues. As a matter of fact, I've, if I remember correctly, a black woman brought that up in Kim Foster's comment section when she was doing a live. Black women have brought that up in Chrissy's comment section while she was doing a live. Black women have brought that up in Real Talk with Yanni's comment section while she was doing a live. That brothers over here in the black manosphere and other random black men are telling other black men, don't you goddamn be no stepdaddies. To these wayward black women who don't value you or your resources or your time and your attention and your light in that family anyway. They don't appreciate you being the anchor for her and that child that's not yours anyway. I've watched comment sections where black women are complaining about this. As a matter, and Kim Foster can't even pretend like that didn't happen in her comment section because she read it. She read it out loud, and her response was like, "Yeah, yeah." Translation: Kim Foster was like, "I kind of understand where the men are coming from," but she didn't have the ovaries to say it. Huh? I have watched live comments where you could see that Real Talk with Yanni, Chrissy, or Kim Foster. Kim Foster actually read it out loud. Are reading those comments from them single baby mothers who are livid that once again, as Vegas Dev says, the stepdaddy era is over. Huh? And let's be very clear, black men were already socialized in this way coming off the plantation. The reason why stepdaddy season is over is not only because it's unhealthy, but it's also because these men realize that the women don't value them, the children don't value them. Huh? That all they are is a placeholder. Huh? That's what the women realize. That the men are no longer signing up for stepdaddy season and they're livid. So you telling me you're not gonna sign up, excuse me, to raise the mixed kid that I had from the white guy or the Latino guy? You're not gonna sign up to raise the kid that I had from Pookie? Huh? One of Chrissy's lives that she just did, a sister was talking about she want to get back out there, but she want to lose 150 pounds first. How heavy is she, Z, for her to have to lose 150 pounds? The lady said she's 295. Chrissy, tell me I'm lying. Uh-oh. Chrissy read it out loud. Yikes. Chrissy told her, you may not even have to lose the whole 150. Maybe you might have to lose 60. So Chrissy out here telling her she could date non-black men at 230 pounds. Uh-oh. Chrissy, tell me that did just happen. Huh? I'm telling y'all, these women are putting these women in very interesting predicaments. For those of y'all that remember the clip of Melissa Harris Perry, and she was given some lecture somewhere, and the single mom stood up and said she was a baby mama of three times, and I think she might have had a high level degree, maybe a master's, I want to say, or something like that. Um, advanced degree, some type of advanced degree, and Melissa Harris Perry just looked at the lady and went and gave her a hug. And essentially, the lady was saying, her three baby daddies ain't ish, and pretty much all of them left her out here single. And you could tell Melissa Harris Perry was like, the math ain't even mathing. But instead of Melissa Harris Perry saying, listen, lady, it's you the common denominator, she went and gave her a goddamn hug. Huh? The kind of thrown off black woman from Canada that called Real Talk with Yanni up and was talking about the brother that she worked with that pretty much ignores her crazy ass, her thrown off ass. And she started to take a tone, like an anger tone, when she was talking about him. And you watched as Real Talk with Yanni minimized it and played it down and tried to blame him for ignoring her. Lady, you're clearly thrown off. That man is trying to protect his peace. Some of the most interesting conversations is watching these content creators that then gas these women up with all this black men ain't ish stuff, and then they open up a live and these women go off the deep end with the conversation, and then you got to watch her try to reel the women back and play it down and minimize it. Huh? Chrissy had to do that years ago with a woman in her own comments that said, "Oh, I'm not dating none of these men unless they're a billionaire." And Chrissy had to reel her back. She's talking like that because of you. You want to know why black women are single? These women had years of y'all weirdo rhetoric, and then they called into Kevin Samuels, and now they calling into Kendra G and Ashley Dalton. Ashley Dalton ain't checking it like that, not yet. Um, 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 Kendra G is checking it a little bit nowadays. Kevin checked it off top. Huh? Oh boy, that's where we are. If you want to know why these women are single as hell, huh? Where's that comment that I just read? Give me a second. There we go. And Els Active says the amount of enabling black women do to other black women is outstanding. Huh? Because these content creators have gassed these women up so much. and have enabled them so much, as you're saying, that when it's time to reel them back, it looks difficult because it is. Huh? And Big Mo says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Big Mo says, I posted a comment about Africa being viable for passport bros on Reddit, and even the quote unquote INCLS is responding with, ew, they ain't checking for black women, bro. Now, a number of those white men are frightened too. Let me be very clear. A handful, like a super small, super small handful of those white dudes, they'll wife up a black woman. I'm not just talking about pipe. A lot of them will pipe a black woman in secret. But a super small handful of even wife up black women. They're fronting for their friends. They are fronting for their friends. Them dudes are lonely as hell, bro. Now, most of them really mean it. I'll say that. Most of them really mean it. But a number of them, they'll go. Some of them will go with any black woman, damn near. And a number of them, if she's cute enough, he'll go. Huh? And even more of them are definitely pipe. They're full of crap. Huh? Say that. And KMS says these chicks want a dude built like Lawrence Taylor while they look like Lawrence Taylor in a wig. Yeah, in a wig. Yep. And Els Active says the white people are bugging out over the expected Africa population boom. Well, y'all gotta take that up with y'all white women, huh? I get. Look, I said it to BGS. Let's see how right or wrong I am. I said it. A number of these white women, they ain't going. They're not. It's elite white man or nothing. This weirdo capitalist propaganda materialistic consumerist machine is not has not only worked on black women and black people and people of color. These spoiled brat ass white women will spend a lifetime single and childless also. Not all of them, not most, but a sizable minority. And you could repeal all of the laws, the baby deletion laws, all you want. They're not going. Huh? They want the lifestyle also. And anything short of 6'2" chisel chin Chad that earns six figures, they're not going. That's the dream, and they're not budging. I'm not saying all, I'm not saying most. They're definitely not black women. But aside, I would say more than most people would like to admit, there's a number of white women, they not going. I'm in my 30s right now, y'all, my late 30s. I grew up with them. They still single. I know them. I worked with them. Definitely when I was white collar, I worked with them. I see them on IG now. They're still single. And we're not talking about the most hideous white women either. Huh? So yeah. So dear white men, you gotta take that up with the white women and the same capitalists that sold them on the lifestyle in the house and the picket fence and the burbs and the fact that you would pay for everything. Uh-oh. So hey, those women are going on girls trips. They getting rotted out by black men, white men, Latino men. Huh? And if they can financially afford it, just being out here single, they they try to live their best rendition of Sex in the City. Yeah, that's their life, and so be it. So, Big Mo, look, I get it. These men are not attracted to black women, and like I said, some of them white men are full of crap. A cute enough sister roll up. He going. He going. And y'all gives you a second. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. There we go. Hopefully y'all can hear me better now. Hopefully y'all can hear me better now. My apologies, y'all. Oh man. Okay, so let's go back to what Mr. Z was saying. Jesus Christ. That so I'm gonna have to say that again. Okay. In an ideal world, there would have never been any slavery. But fine. Okay, let's say slavery did happen. Slavery still happened, but in an ideal world, Lincoln would have never been assassinated, and he would have never sent black people back to Africa. Fine. In an ideal world, the liberal and progressive Republicans at the time would have pushed the laws as far as they could go. So there would be no anti-miscegenation laws. There would have been never a KKK. Um, there would have still been, and to this day, we would have had way more black senators and congressmen, and even way more black presidents than just Barack Obama. Right? There might have not even been a Barack Obama. Um, an ideal world, right? Reconstruction would have lasted way more than 12 years, right? In an ideal world, that would have existed, and black women would be with whoever they want to be with and whoever want to be with them. And white society wouldn't look at black people, namely black women, like ill, right? An ideal world. Unfortunately for black women, we don't live in that world. Unfortunately for black women, we don't live in that world. Huh? Unfortunately for black women, anti-miscegenation laws just got repealed in 67, 1967. Unfortunately for black women, even with the repeal of anti-miscegenation laws, white men ain't or are not too interested in black women, and they're out here on social media saying ew. And we're talking about white men who literally call themselves involuntarily celibate. Thank you. In an ideal where we would have been had a bunch of FBA ADOS presidents. And Trell says we still haven't had an FBA president. Huh? Oh boy. That's where we would be in an ideal world. But unfortunately for black women, we don't live there. Right? So going back to Big Mo's comment, in this world, white men who, for all intents and purposes, aren't getting any vagina are still saying ew to considering laying up with a black woman. Now, how many of them actually mean that? Less than actually say it, but still the majority of them actually mean that. Huh? Oh man. You would think that black women understand this and appreciate it, and they would move different concerning black men. But unfortunately, that's not the case now, is it? You would think black women would put their pride and ego to the side and end up with black men and inspire black men and get on black men's program. But they would much rather a handful of them be okay ish financially and be able to give black men the middle finger while the masses of them still give black men the middle finger while they struggle. Huh? Where a number of them are the human trampoline for non black men, where a number of them are letting all different type of men pogo stick up and down their esophagus. Black men, white men, Latino men, Asian men, etc., etc. No one, Neo one, better yet, Neo one, he says they've been conditioned to hate us. I would argue black women don't hate black men. The majority of black women don't hate black men. They just want you, they actually love black men. They just want you to get down on their program. I'm not saying that there aren't black women that hate black men. I'm saying the majority of them don't. They just want you to bow down. Their love comes with a right fist. Their love comes with their misandry. Huh? Now, we could get into the definition of love and whether you consider this love or not, right? Which none of us do, I understand. But I would argue most black women don't hate black men. They just want you to play your role beneath and behind them. No giggity, by the way. No pun. Huh? The majority of black women, whether they know how to articulate it or not, are saying, I don't get to be the upper middle class and above white women. So you don't get to be a man. You're a boy. You're either you can be a boy that lifts a lot of weights, um, that is appealing to the eye, that may move about like a quote unquote man, but you're really not because you're still not a rich white man and you didn't make me a rich white woman. So because I don't get to be an upper middle class white woman, you don't get to be a man. Huh? What you have are women, black women, who are throwing a Tasmanian devil ass tantrum that they don't get to be upper middle class and above white women. And so it's not that they hate you. Most black women love black men. Is that they're telling you that to be with you, you have to pay. You're going to have to pay with money, with temperament, with personality, with patience, with sex prowess, with status, etc., etc. Once again, I would argue most black women don't hate black men. They hate that you ain't make them upper middle class and rich white women and elite white women. Huh? But yeah, I would argue most black women don't hate black men. They hate that they're not white. Not so much phenotypically white. I think we get way too stuck on the sisters walking around here bleaching their skin, wearing blonde weaves and blue eye contacts. No, 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 no. Not so much phenotypically white. They're mad they're not politically, socially white. Definitely economically, whatever that means. But we already know there's class in the white community, so right. But definitely politically and socially upper middle class and above white women. Now, your average black woman is just gonna say white women. But what they're really talking about is upper middle class and above. They want that social power. They want that political position. Huh? That's why Edward Anderson, shout out to Ed, says they hate being black. Huh? And they're showing their ass so much now because this is the most highly educated group of black women. Now we already know indoctrination and in college degrees and basket weaving, et cetera, et cetera. But follow Z. This is the most educated generation of black women. So they're really angry because they really thought and felt and believed that that education would make them white women politically and socially, and it didn't, and they're livid about it. Huh? That's one of the reasons why they're showing their ass so much. They're not going to take it off on white men because they're cowards. But black men and white men were supposed to make them upper middle class and above white women. Then high status white men and black men and Latino men were supposed, and Asian men, but that's not a thing. We're supposed to marry them on top of that and elevate their status, and it didn't happen. And black women are livid. They're incensed. They can barely contain themselves. That's black women's issue. If you need to know what black women's issue is, Mr. Z just explained it to you. They were supposed to become upper middle class and above white women with their college degrees. And because they work among white folks, they weren't just supposed to be work friends with the white women. They were supposed to be real friends with white women, and they were supposed to not just be getting smashed out by their white bosses. No, they were supposed to be getting married to their white bosses. Their lead attorney, black man, wasn't supposed to have a slim Vanessa Williams looking ass wife, light skin with the green eyes. No, 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 no. He was supposed to have a midnight dark chocolate black woman, maybe heavy set, probably heavy set based off the numbers. If you want to know why black women are so goddamn angry, it's because Jay was supposed to not be, rumor has it, Jay-Z was not supposed to be with a, well, at least have a side chick at the time, rumor has it. Rihanna. No, it was supposed to be Lizzo. Huh? It was supposed to be Lizzo, not Rihanna. If you want to know why they're angry, huh? If you want to know why black women are angry, it's because Jay-Z wasn't supposed to marry Beyonce. Jay-Z was supposed to marry Lauryn Hill, not Foxy Brown, right? But Lauryn Hill, if you want to know why, they're angry. Huh? Tell them why they're mad, Z. That's why they're mad. Huh? If you want to know why black women are angry, huh? That's why they're angry. Kelly Rowland was supposed to be the star, not Beyonce. If you want to know why they're angry, huh? Kayla Nicole was supposed to end up with Travis Kelce and be thrown it all in black men's faces. That's what was supposed to happen. If you want to know why black women are angry, Kamala was supposed to win presidency. If you want to know why black women are angry, really it was supposed to be Shirley Chisholm, but anyway, if you want to know why black women are angry, huh? A woman like Khadijah should be wifed up by Channing Tatum. If you want to know why black women are angry, if you want to know, thank you, KMS. Simone Biles was supposed to end up with Zac Efron. If you want to know why black women are angry, if you want to know why black women are angry, Wolverine was supposed to be chasing after Storm. If you want to know why black women are angry, not Jean Grey, but Storm. Huh? Once again, Big Mo, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. That's why black women are angry, but they don't hate black men. For the masses of them, they hate that they're not white women. Listen to what they say. Black women aren't told, excuse me, white women aren't told to settle. Whenever you mention how black women are acting or behaving, whether they say it or not, they're comparing themselves to white women and thinking about what white women are able to get away with. And in their mind, how white men protect them and venerate them anyway. They're thinking about Kim Kardashian. Huh? They're thinking about Paris Hilton and how it's not fair. Black women's biggest issue is when other women's biggest issue is in America. The other women are just a smidge bit quieter about it. They're all angry that they're not white women. Asian women are angry that they're not white women. Latina women are angry that they're not white women. Indigenous women are angry that they're not white women. Arab women are angry that they're not whiter. Huh? South Asian women are angry that they're not white women. Black women are just the loudest about it. And yes, black women are angry that they're not white women. Huh? You let I did a stream about a year ago at this point where I covered all of the women talking about their obsession. It was a bunch of women of color all talking about white men in a laudatory way. It's not about the individual white men, excuse me. It's about what the white man represents. Huh? So I would argue, brother, for the most part. Now, I'm not saying that there are not black women that hate black men. The divester chicks, these frothing at the mouth neo-Nazi black women when it comes to black men. So I'm not gonna be, stupid here and claim this for every black woman. But I would argue the majority of black women, they don't actually hate black men. They love black men. They just want black men to get down on their program. They want black men to bow. They're gonna call it all different type of things, but it's really black men. You can't make me a white woman, so you don't get to run things or lead. Huh? That's what I would argue. Better you says so. These women are mad. They're not the main character in their mind. Yes, it's not fair, right? It's not fair that white yitch gets to do whatever she wants. That white yitch gets to be a 304 and still get married to dudes with money. That white yitch gets to do whatever she want to do, and her man still builds and protects that white yitch, right? When Kevin would talk to them, what would they say? White women aren't told to settle. Who mentioned white women? Huh? I am. And Trell says, Z, open the panel and give your voice some rest. I am. Right? Actually, talking about that, let's read this super chat from KMS. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. KMS says, stupid people can't be told nothing. Who can tell black women anything? I'll let you connect that final dot. Oh boy. Other than white men and maybe white women with some power, who can tell black women anything? White men, just about any average white man. Um, and almost just about any white woman. Outside of that, yeah, right. That's I'm willing. I'm willing to do that. And Black Women says we should debate whether wanting a grown man to bow to her actually equals to loving that man. I already see the argument. Yeah. Is it love effectively? No. Right? And KMS says, who go check me, blue black women? Say that. Thank you. And KMS says, stupid people cannot be course corrected. Right? What's the definition of insanity? Right? What's the definition of insanity? And let me read this now. And else active says, and once again, KMS, thank you for that super chat. Thank you for that super chat. Else active says, And thank you for the super chat. L's active. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. L's active says black women think having a big ass has real currency outside of the black community, which is in fact proof that black men have surrendered black women so much, serenaded black women so much that they think it applies in other communities. Oh man, i.e. Kayla Nicole, right? KMS says connect that final dot. If stupid people can't be told anything. Let's reread that comment. Give me a second. Stupid people can't be told nothing. Who can tell black women anything? I'll let I'll let you connect that final dot. Stupid people can't be told anything. Eh, are they stupid? What's the dictionary definition of stupid? I'm playing a little coy with you, KMS, but I don't know if it's stupidity. Is it? Z, look, we gotta go to the dictionary definition of stupid. Give me a second, y'all. Give me 1 second, y'all. Having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense. Goddamn, KMS. Ah. Ah. Black women ain't looking good. Black women ain't looking good. KMS got me in the chair right now. Black women, goddamn. And he's not even on the panel. Oh man, black women. Let me read the definition of stupid again. Let's read it again. Having or showing a great lack of intelligence or common sense. Ugh. Black women ain't looking good. It ain't looking good right now. It ain't looking good. Common sense would say get on black men's program. That's what it would say. Mm. Yo, Gabby said part-time stupidity, part-time malicious intent. I think I'm gonna take St. Tirson sign the paper. See, I think I'm gonna take Trell's advice now. Watch me try to um disappear from KMS's comment right there. What's his name on Futurama? The oh, what's that character's name off of Futurama that go whoop, 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 right? KMS and Z punted. Z like never punts. I even stood up to BGS. I ain't saying it turned out right, but I like never punt. Nah, this one right here, I don't know. KMS, it ain't looking good. Black women, it ain't looking good. It ain't looking good. I'm just saying. Oh, Zoidberg, yeah, Dr. Zoidberg, yes. That's what I'm doing right now. To KMS. Zoidberg, exactly. Oh no, Ben, I did watch it actually. I'm gonna put the link in the description box after the stream. Right? I did actually refer to it earlier. Right? And Ben says, Z, I'm surprised you didn't watch the first minute of Sarge Willie Pete's Captain Solo is 100% vindicated. It's so proposed. Yeah, apropos. Yeah. Yeah, no. I actually did watch it. I just forgot to put it in here. I actually referenced it earlier. Right? All right, y'all. There y'all go. Better you, Vince.
Yo,
What's going on, y'all?
yo, man, I ain't got much to say. I do want to say thank you for being the voice of reason. Even though you ain't got it right now. You know what I mean?
Wait, say it again.
Say thank you for being a voice of reason.
Right, man. Look, man. I listened to Jason Black's stream last night. Um, what else did I do? I did I watch something from BGS too? There was like a number of things that inspired this stream about black women being single or women writ large being single, or black women specifically, and all they goddamn shout out to my Jamaicans bumble clock goddamn complaining, and it's
Man,
just yawn.
one
Go
of them
ahead.
videos, one of the ones I sent you.
Yeah, no. That also and as a matter of fact, I think I linked it. Yeah, and so yeah, and I think I saw what I saw from Chrissy, and I think Game Changer covered that stream from Brit. What's her name? Life with not Life with Bree, but whatever else it was. And I just was like, yeah, it's just too much, and I just decided to cover all these single women. Yeah,
Man, I saw that too. Now that bothered me a little bit. Like the last few
the Game
conversations.
Changer coverage.
No,
Okay, okay.
the one I sent you and combined with the
Yeah,
one you
yep.
talked about the other day, where it's like,
Yeah.
yo, it's not like we focus mainly on black women because that's our central concern. That's we're chained by the ankle. Our destiny is chained by the ankle. And when you see that it's not just them, it's like it's like you ever seen the movie From Dusk to Dawn,
Yes.
and like they're in like the little stripper bar thing. Cause like at the end of the movie, it's like they look back and it's like a big ass like pyramid Aztec mountain. You're like, yo, what the fuck?
Yeah. It's just it's look. I Oh wait, did I get kicked off my own stream? No, I didn't. Okay, there I go.
Oh, you
Yeah.
here?
No, I expect black women and women writ large to complain, and not do much about it outside of getting on a man's program, which is probably the most effective thing they can do. But what I see them doing right now is throwing a temper tantrum at society and telling JD Vance and them boys, I don't want to.
Well,
That's what
that's
they
too
doing with
damn
these recordings,
bad.
bro. They really say, I don't want to get on a man's program. I don't want to be a wife. I want to be a partner. I don't want to have kids. I don't want to be Susie Homemaker. I don't want to. That's all they're doing right now. And as the economic landscape drags them, all they're doing with this recording is crying and saying, I don't want to.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Hey, bro. And
Oh,
I'm here to tell the women, you don't got to get on our program.
that's
Just
yeah.
be over there struggling and starving.
I get it. I definitely do because
Yeah.
people. I think people want. I don't know. Like I grew up with a feminist mother that was doing like she used to
Hmm.
actually work for a nonprofit situation where people make those bad. I get women wanting to have their choice things like that and everything. But I think there's something y'all know. I found this thing about nature. There's a natural pattern of things. And some of the things we do based on how life works. So you go against nature, the results they
Hmm.
come out to be what they are. So it's not
Whose
necessarily
background
bad.
is that? Because I can barely hear you right now, Vince.
My bad, dog. I'm not trying to get this
Yeah.
money.
Okay, okay. I hear
But
you. I
yeah,
hear you. But no, yeah, no. Um, no, yeah, no. I think look, they want to do. Look. We pretty much all come from mothers who are out here. Whether I don't think many black men came from soft mothers. Even if your mom was married to your father your whole life, none of
my
us come
grandma
from
went hard.
pushover black women. I don't know if black men are asking for like these soft ass, pillow ass women. I don't think that's what we're asking for either.
I think I still want my girlfriend or wife to know how to fight. So I mean, that's something.
No, see, I don't know if I'm going all the way there with it, but
I mean,
that wouldn't be a
not
negative.
not fight me.
Yeah,
But
right. But
fight. Right.
you know, but like so, and this is what I was saying with the Cheska Lee thing that I covered about a week ago or a few days ago. It's like black women it's interesting there the way they frame these conversations because they try to paint black men like black men are white men, but they really can't even do it like that because black men don't have that type of social power per se. So they paint black men as like these pseudo white patriarchs who are defective and deficient at the same time because they're not actual patriarchs, right? Because we're not actually asking or demanding the same thing that the white men are demanding,
Not at all. We want
right?
like we want like
Yeah,
love and cooperation. Like,
And
yo,
and
Mr. Z,
go ahead, go ahead.
I don't know if you saw what I said in the chat, but I don't know if you had a chance to watch, because you mentioned Sergeant Willie Pete. I don't know if you had the chance to watch the video he made about Captain Solo was 100% vindicated.
Yeah. No, yep,
The very first minute.
yeah. I saw it
You
with the
saw that?
sister. Yeah. Where she's looking for a partner. I heard her. Blip.
So
Uh,
it's like it's them if you do, it's them if you don't, right? So it's like
yep.
Yeah, for sure.
CGA's sound drop. You can't win.
Wait a minute. I'm
So
looking. I'm
basically,
looking at this. That line. Okay, I see the picture line. I see it. I see it. Yawn. Yeah, I see it. But yeah, no. So what you're saying, Ben? So men are not signing up for partnership is we don't trust women. We don't believe y'all. We don't trust y'all. It's that simple. No, we don't. We watched our uncles get ripped to shreds. Now, were women particularly saying partner? They may not have been using that word, but that was the sentiment that they were looking to build with a man, and they were perfectly okay with a man. They wanted men not to be these overbearing men like their fathers were, right? And they were willing to compromise with a man. And we watched our fathers get on our uncles get railroaded because y'all didn't mean it, ladies. And dear, for all the women my age, the Xers didn't mean it, and many of the younger boomers didn't mean it. And guess what? To the millennials and Gen Z, y'all don't mean it neither.
see, the funny thing is, when I was
Mhm.
younger, my dad used to say stuff like, women are never satisfied, right? Like the Prince song, maybe I'm like my mother, she's
Mhm.
never satisfied. I would
Yeah, yeah,
look at
yeah,
my dad.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
looking at my mom, like, what is he talking about? Because I'm looking at my mom, like, she's a nice lady, Now that I've grown
Little do
up,
you
I mean,
know.
my dad was so black pill. I'm like, some of the stuff he would say, they would go over my head as a youngin. But now that
Mhm.
I've grown up, I'm like, oh my God,
But
this man was right
it,
the
it,
whole time.
it's funny because
Yeah.
you see it different. One thing I said the other week was women love children, hate men. So you think differently because you was getting different aside of it at one point.
You know what I think? I think women don't appreciate men's epiphany. They don't appreciate like y'all think like I keep on saying it. Y'all talk like the black manosphere is recruiting your sons. No, your sons come seeking us because y'all lied to them about women and women nature, or even worse, you tried to manipulate them that they should be getting down on women's program. And your sons get ripped to shreds, get his little heart broken, and then they come seeking us, which is good for you because your son could have did some things if he didn't come seeking us and we didn't put him and direct them on the right road. Believe it or not, we're not a bunch of he-man woman haters. I know that's what y'all like to believe over there, right? So yeah, y'all sons come seeking us. It is further
So
wisdom, and it's further knowledge, and it's further numbers, and it's for them also wanting somewhere where they don't feel crazy, where we tell them, yeah, you are seeing and experiencing what you are seeing and experiencing. It's not a figment of your imagination. But here are some of the tools to work around it, to get through it, to become a better person, to become a more involved, excuse me, evolved person. And on the other side of this, women will be flocking over you more than likely. And guess what? You won't even care that much. Thank you, Trell. It's confirmation that what these young men are going through and what they're seeing and what some of these older brothers have experienced, Darren, is not a figment of their imagination. And everything in this society is trying to tell him, outside of maybe hip hop music, everything is trying to tell him it's a figment of his imagination. As a matter of fact, everything in this society is telling him that women are sugar and spice and everything nice. And
did
these men get ripped to shreds by women just being human beings in female nature. And then they come seeking us before they do something reckless and dangerous. Go ahead.
But the thing
see
is, the girl in Sarge's video,
Hmm?
how long do you think she'll be satisfied with a 50-50 dude? After
I'm
she
gonna get
done
to that. I'm gonna get
tried.
to that. I'm gonna
Okay.
get to that. But somebody who was that? Was that better you or was that lion?
that
Hey,
that was me.
Okay, go ahead. Go
Um,
ahead, better you.
did you have a chance to check out the last video I emailed you?
God damn, I don't remember. What was it about?
So it was a white lady talking about she was breaking down this book, and it
Mhm.
was basically like a
Yes.
how to train
Yep.
your man. So
Yeah.
to and this kind of goes in a little bit to Uru's question.
Mhm.
I would say, and I would argue grand scheme of things, the best way to say it,
Hmm?
Prince Seller is right, but in the wrong direction. I
Oh,
argue
wait,
that
go into that.
a lot of women are incapable of truly loving a man because they don't see men as humans. They see men as tools, as utilities. And what is
Mm.
a tool that has no purpose? We often talk about, oh, she should love me for me, but think about it. Do you love your screwdriver, even though the bit's worn out, or do you throw it away?
Hey.
And it's one of those things. Like it's a rather uncomfortable realization, but you
Hmm.
know, I really sat there and I reflected on like a lot of my past relationships. How many of these ladies say that they love me for me, or how many of them versus how many of them said it's like, yo, you do X, Y, and Z, and that's why I love
I
Yeah,
love it when you do
I,
that.
no, no, I love you for what you do for me.
you. Exactly.
But
But
that's what it is, though. I
yeah,
mean, and
yeah,
that's the reality of it, and that's the red pill reality of it. Women
mm,
love opportunistically.
yes,
Men love idealistically. So no, women are capable of loving you, just not
yeah,
the way you think you should be
yeah,
loved.
yeah, yeah. As a
Not
matter of
that
fact,
way. No, we do that. We do that towards women. It's not the same way
a
toward
line and better you. The divorce rate and why women file for divorce is that.
exactly. The
No,
divorce rate
And
is
oh,
and who's getting married? That's why I continue to come back to this. Who's getting married in America, and more importantly, who's staying married in America based off of class and income, and if you want to throw race in there, tells you everything you need to know about
yeah.
what better you just said and what about Lionel just said. It's just one of the uncomfortable truths and realities that our society doesn't want to get into because we want to make it seem like it's character flaw in men, it's men not stepping up, it's sexism, it's patriarchy, it's misogyny, etc., etc. But nobody wants to be honest that the reason
no,
why these young men are not marrying these women, and why when you look at divorce, it's very class based. It's because the women have decided, or maybe they haven't decided, it's innate in them, that they're going to love opportunistically, and there is no in love with them.
not
And
only
that's
that,
Yeah.
but
I
I'm
don't know if
fine
you
with
were.
that, honestly.
Well, let me close this up. I don't know if you
Mhm.
remember, but I sent you a study. It was probably like a year ago that said who regrets getting divorced more,
Women do.
and
Yeah,
they
yeah,
say,
no, I remember. Yep,
yeah,
yep. Mhm. Yeah,
but
go, finish that better. You. Yeah, because you broke up for
yeah,
a second.
yeah, because it's one of those things where like I really truly believe it's one of those things where because you have this, I'm not sure the word for it, but men have been depersonalized in a sense that you're seen as a tool, you're seen as a human doing, and because of
Hmm.
this, it's one of those things that when she's not happy, she don't know why she's not happy. So it must be something that you're doing. It must be because you're a man. It must be because of some type of toxic masculinity. Well, it's Jermaine's fault somewhere or another.
Yep,
She
yep,
may not
yep, yep.
can articulate it, but it's that nigga fault. And I really think what you see with that regret number is a lot of women actually coming to terms with it that, oh, you know what? Maybe I'm a B. Maybe nobody really wants to be around me because of how I am.
Diane Carroll, when she was speaking about being single after her what fifth divorce, fourth divorce, and you could see like she did kind of throw them in under the bus still. She was like, I'm not saying they're perfect or whatever, but after that fifth divorce, she was saying, I had to really sit down and be like, okay, maybe I wasn't perfect, et cetera, et cetera. I'm paraphrasing, but no, it's exactly what you're saying, better you. I think they get to keep on running from themselves until they hit not just the wall. The wall is age. The wall is you finally reach whatever number it is where you cannot blame anybody else, any institution, any your children, your ex-husbands, the society, the white man. You reach the wall where it's like, okay, I have finally can't run no more.
After
What
all,
how have I contributed? At the least you get how have I contributed, and maybe at the most you get the sister, the older sister that was like, I divorced my husband because I got a better position in my job, and et cetera, et cetera. She to me is the most extreme case for the most part. You rarely gonna get that. That's super rare.
After all
Mostly what you're gonna
guardrails
get
have
is maybe Diane Carroll, and or that the older lady that had the blonde highlights that was saying, "Oh, I didn't know," which is bullcrap. But still, yeah,
after all guardrails of deniability, we come to the inevitable point.
yeah,
I mean, honestly, I've come to it's women have always been like this. They just gotten more vocal about it. Now they're vocally
yeah,
telling you, like, no, it's about your product. It's about your productivity and nothing else. I will never
yeah.
love you for you and your personality. My response to that is, okay, fine. Be prepared for these taxes. Tax them.
Hey, hey, like I said, if look,
I don't
I am
work for
not.
free.
I am. Hey, once we came up with the invention of romantic love, it was a wrap. And I'm not against it. I prefer that, to be honest with you. Number one, but here's the
Mhm.
problem: if y'all want to use a economist version of love, a Milton Friedman esque neoliberal concept of love, I'm with Lion. Fine then, but oh boy, are y'all going to regret that? A handful of y'all will able to live the best life with that version of love. The masses of you will never be married or coupled up with that concept of love to any man, white, black, Latino, Asian, or otherwise.
Nope, you
Right?
won't.
If
You're
you
not
have
worth
a
paying for.
go ahead.
Yeah, you're not worth paying for. No,
Yeah,
if that's what it's gonna be. Then fine. We just you. That's
a
fine.
lion, not with 30, $40,000 in student loan debt, or even uglier, 100, 200, 300,000 dollars in student loan debt. Not with that. If
On
y'all
top of
want,
that, on top
if
of that,
y'all
that
want Milton
170.
Freeman love, oh man, it's about to look ugly. Go ahead, go ahead.
Oh yeah, on top of that, you weighing the average woman weighing 176 pounds, the average black woman
Yep,
weighing 186 pounds. Oh
yeah,
no, no, no,
yep.
no, no, no. We
Hey,
gonna hey, we gonna tally up this invoice. Nah, when we tally it don't look good.
hey, lion. I'll say it right now. Larry June said numbers.
Numbers,
Hey, and we
numbers
start we start rallying up them tally up them numbers, and it's looking bad when we
don't
start
look
doing
good.
cost benefit analysis, when we
Nope,
start doing return on investment, and it's
nope.
all looking bad. You got your $40,000 used bins. You have your $2,500 a month condo. You
Yep,
have your $120,000 student loan debt. You
yep.
have it's looking real bad. You have a bad consumerist spending habit. Your credit
Mm-hmm.
card is maxed out at 10 grand. Hey,
Yep.
bro, you tell me what man signed out for that.
Nah.
Oh, we didn't even add your weight at 175 pounds if you're lucky for a black
Yep.
woman. Yeah, nah, it ain't looking
Nah.
good, ladies.
Then
It
on
ain't
top
looking
of
good.
that, then we factor in the other cause, your bad attitude.
Yep.
You don't think you have to do anything. Like, nah, this no. When we add up all these tallies, we add up this invoice, man, listen, can't have it.
Hey,
But
you're
and to the point, and even for those who do quote unquote make it with the white man, hence that picture I sent you with
yep,
Eve.
yep,
That's what
yep, yep.
that's what racial hypergamy looks like.
I see of white people.
That's what it looks like.
I
And you
see
sitting
of white
all the way
people.
at the end of the damn
Yep.
table away from your husband.
Hey, bro.
That's what
I
racial hypergamy
see of
looks
white
like.
people.
So
That looks horrible.
you want to give it a rich white man? Go ahead. But this picture right here, this is what's going to cost you.
Someone said, "Where the rest of the family at?"
Damn.
I am absolutely fine with women wanting what they want. They have every right to what they want, and I hope they go get it. I just want the taxes. Tax their ass.
Hey,
Tax them.
look, they already screaming now. They can't afford it, bro. Black
Oh
women
well,
can't afford it.
no.
White women can't afford it. Latina women, none of them could afford it. White women could afford it more than everybody. Well, Asian women, and then white women can afford it more than everybody else. But black
Figure
and
it out.
Latina women, oh crap. Working class white women, nope.
No.
Like, yeah, no, they can't afford it.
Y'all
They can't afford it.
educated, figure it out.
Hey,
Y'all using OnlyFans like y'all all defaulting to OnlyFans. Figure it out. Go ahead. But
bro,
they should be a
you
tax for that too.
did,
You want to be a
didn't the
304? Fine.
wait? Didn't
Hey,
the OnlyFans numbers come out? Didn't we find out like only what 1 or 5% of them, some stupid low number
yep.
of them, is making
Very
any real
small.
money?
Very small. Like
Right.
barely like 2% of them making this
All the
money.
rest of them is making what 20 and $100 a month. Get the hell out
Average
of
is
here, bro.
barely the average is barely 200.
A month. Okay, so let's say 200 is not even. Is 200 barely a light bill a month?
$200.
That's a light
Yeah.
bill. That's one bill.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
All right. So
a couple.
all right, you got 1 bill a month off of OnlyFans, bro. Get out of here, bro.
You paying your
Get
car,
out of
that's
here,
your
bro.
car insurance.
No, that's not even your car note. Hey, bro, I'm not gonna lie to
No,
you.
your car
Depending on
insurance.
where you live, no, that's what I was saying. Depending on
Shit,
where you
car
live,
insurance just
depending
like
on where you
car
live,
note.
Yeah,
exactly.
depending, depending. But yeah, like no, y'all want to be 304s? Fine, pay for it. You pay for it
Hey,
socially. You pay for it financially. Fine,
man,
pay. You want to be this? Fine, pay for it then.
be careful what you wish for, ladies.
Yep. Careful
Be
what you
careful
ask.
what
Be
you wish
careful what
for.
you ask for. I say charge them. Charge their ass. I don't want to hear
Hey,
nothing about y'all making money and then y'all having this whole apprehension of 50-50. Like, no, no. Get out of here. Y'all get money, right? Let's find out how much.
hey. Let me answer this. So Ben, earlier you asked me a question. Ask it again, please, if you don't remember. If you don't, well, if you didn't forget, because I actually wanted to answer that question.
I mean, I wanted to say
Mhm.
the Sergeant Willie Pete, the girl in the video,
Oh
she
yeah, yeah,
said
yeah, yeah,
she,
yeah.
okay, you remember that. Yeah, she wanted
No,
to
no,
go 50-50. So I'm
yeah.
like, how long do you think after having been
The
with so
first
many?
emergency that rolled up on on her and the dude. The first serious thing that happened, she gonna default to you a man. She may not say it, she'll think it and feel it. That's why I tell these men, do not trust the women. They're full of crap. She may truly, right now, buy into that crap. The second you do not perform like what she thinks that man should perform like, Negro, all of that socialization goes out the window. That partnership crap is them hemorrhaging. That not hemorrhaging. Sorry, that's them not biting. What's the word I'm looking for? That's
Mhm.
them trying to like levy their education and their status against your manhood, right? That's what all that partnership talk is. I don't actually want to follow behind you, so I'm gonna leverage my degree and my status and modern concepts and feminist concepts of equality against your manhood. But all of that go out the window the second something pop up real.
I mean, they already told you that, but they already told you they were full of crap at the partnership the minute the 50-50 conversation comes up.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
already told you they were full of crap. I'm like, you make a decision. Do you want to be a feminist or you want to be a wife?
But that's where they try to do the whole instead of them owning that what they're actually asking for is a part of patriarchy. What they try to do as well, I'm the one who's gonna have the kids, and I'm the one who's gonna do the chores around the house, and I'm gonna be the one who do this. So I mean, you should come with more money. And it's like, yeah, that's cute. We're not dumb. That's cute, right? And that's what they're doing with that. They're trying to pretend like they're not asking for patriarchy, and maybe a couple of them don't realize that that's one of the tenets of patriarchy is a man that either completely provides or vast majority provides
No.
financially. So they're asking and demanding patriarchy, and
Only
that is
20,
exactly what FD said on T Nor's channel.
only 20% of stay-at-home wives or
Only
stay-at-home
20%.
wives.
Yep,
The
yep.
overwhelming majority of women who are married are submitting a timesheet every other week. I don't know what the
Say
fuck
that.
y'all talking about.
Hey,
Like
bro.
they're paying. You paying. Like you ante up, boss babe.
Hey, they're crying now. If y'all think y'all crying now,
I mean, but
y'all
fine.
see.
They want
Hey,
to play this game. Y'all want to play chicken? Cool.
I just want y'all to understand. Y'all just witnessed Vivek and Elon Musk go to war with the white nationalists. And what it's looking like right now is that Vivek and Elon, at least right now, it looked like they won that argument with Trump. Y'all just witnessed that. Black women, y'all sure y'all want this?
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all understand what just happened? Is that Elon and Vivek just got the H-1B visas to expand? Do
Okay.
you understand what that means for you?
Mm-hmm. Didn't surprise me though. I mean, I knew they were never serious about immigration. They were never serious.
Hey,
They were never serious. I knew that. Like you ain't doing that. That's way too much. That's way too much money saved. That's never gonna happen. I told a friend of mine that too, because they were talking about Trump. I was like, Trump ain't gonna do shit about immigration, right? I just
bro.
want you to let you know that. He's not gonna do
Hey,
anything about it. It's way too much
easy.
money out here. I'm like, this immigration and this is America's bread and butter.
Thank you.
This is America's bread and butter. Cheap labor has always been America's bread and butter. They ain't letting that go.
And to be honest with you, you want to know why they're not going to send them out? Because if you take out the immigrants, white women, black women, and Latina women, obviously, that have been here for generations, they're not having enough kids. What you
Yeah,
gonna
that
do?
too. Like that no, that's more that's more that's even cheaper.
Thank you.
That's even cheaper. Like no,
Hey.
like they're not getting rid of no immigrants. You crazy? They might get rid of crazy violent ones.
Mhm.
Those will go, but that's no. But the overwhelming majority of them, they ain't going nowhere. Nope, they're
Look,
gonna be right here. We're gonna take in this cheap labor.
just
Never gonna happen.
remember, whenever you hear Elon Musk speak concerning Trump and Trump's administration, remember that he put $250 million behind Trump. Whenever you hear him speak, just remember that he put 250 million behind Trump. Just remember that, yo.
And it's not solely the cheap labor as well with the
Mm-hmm.
H-1B program. It's about the leverage an employer has over an employee.
Mm-hmm.
It, if an immigrant that's on an H-1B actually complains or has a problem with their work conditions, it's tough titty. An
Yep.
American does.
You broke up, better you. Or is that me? No, it might be better. But going to what better you was saying, if your employer lets you go, I think you have what 3 weeks or 3 months. I think it's like 3 weeks to find another employer. If you're on an H-1B
You gonna
visa,
let that go?
yeah, they're not gonna let. It's indentured servitude, and it's just indentured servitude, yo. Everybody's calling it that. I think that is apropos. I think that is the right way to call it. It is indentured servitude. I said this forever ago. They much rather build cheap schools in India, train those kids up, find the super talented ones, bring them over here for half of what they would have paid an American child.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and here's the thing: they got it cheaper because they didn't have to train them in the
Nope.
same type of facilities as over here. So they spend saving money that way. Then they're saving money again by paying them half of what they would have paid you. Then they're saving money again because you want a whole home to yourself and your girlfriend. They're willing to
That's
be three three families deep in some house that they spent 2 million, $2.5 million for in the Bay Area over there.
Actually, it's
that's
saving even more money and just giving them supplying them with the education because they can just learn all this online. They can just go to
Yeah.
school online now.
I
And
think child
and
labor
one
is
of the
so sophisticated.
Yeah.
well, one of the ways you can kind of tell a business that abuses those H-1B visas, like if you're ever looking for jobs and you notice a job has like a crazy range, it's not like, hey, we're paying like 80 to 100. If it's going from like 70 up to 200K and it's not like a sales job that has a commission or anything like that factored into
Mhm.
it, the reason that that range is so big is because they bring in H-1B people and they pay them at the bottom of that range, but any native born
Yep.
talent, more often than not,
Yep.
they're going to get more so the midpoint of that range.
That's a fact. That's a fact. As a matter of fact, Laura Loomer, when she was going at Elon, she said that. She said you paid exactly what better you just said. You paid them 70 walking in the door for stuff, and she didn't say this part, but she did say the 70. I'm saying this part for stuff that we know they should be paying getting paid at least 175 walking in the door. You paying them 70.
Oh, hell yeah.
Hey, say that. Then you wonder why in the Bay Area them houses are so expensive. It's a bunch of 23-year-old Indian cats living 3 and 4 deep in a house that's $1.5 million, $2 million, right?
Shoot,
And they're
it's
they're
like
23 and 24 years old, and they gotta afford to live in the Bay Area for work. I'm just saying,
Barely
hey,
afford.
barely,
Not to
barely.
mention since the Golden State Warriors moved their stadium, I suppose that place is like pretty much like a homeless shelter. That area,
Hey,
like the population of homeless is gone up.
you see, a brother and I want to say African brother and was it a white dude that opened like those Japanese style little like borderline bins that you sleep in. What do they call like cubbies that you sleep in?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, bro. And they would and people be spending nights and nights and nights there so they could save on rent or so they don't have to live the van life. Pathetic. Hey, bro. Hey, notice what you see how we're speaking about the environment. How many black women and women writ large know that's going on in the Bay Area?
I mean, in 10 years, I mean, if California wasn't making so much damn money, I would like to know. I know they're making a lot of money. I want to see how much money they're also losing, because at this point, I don't know. I think maybe in 10, 20 years, California itself might be a failed state.
It depends on how many billionaires stay there and live there. It depends on how, because I think there's going to be a snapback on some of the crazy like borderline anarchy that might be going on in certain places. I think there'll be a snapback. They're not going to just let it fall to crap.
No, they're not. But they're going to. But
Mhm.
here's the problem with that: they're going to be
Mhm.
spending even more money just trying to keep it,
Reeling things back. Yeah.
trying to keep you spending more money trying to keep it together. Y'all can't even keep it clean.
Hey, I think what is California alone is what the fifth largest economy in the world, fifth, sixth, something like that.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I went
Yeah.
to California. I remember I was visiting somebody, and I was in California during the summertime, and I
Mhm.
was walking just like near the Walk of Fame, the Hollywood Walk of
Yeah. Yeah.
Fame. Bro, it's you remember that you seen Demolition Man?
Yes.
When they went underground.
Yep.
It was a little something like that.
Hysterical. There you go. And that's the real. That's the real, y'all. That's the real.
Yeah, I was in California last year, and they pretty much say that places like that is just not even worth going to because it's like it's actually mid, and I'm just surprised at how somewhere so much to be so iconic, worldwide known, be such a fucking dump, respectfully.
Yeah. I think it is and it isn't. It depends on your level of wealth. Look, and people need to have a different relationship with the idea of wealth in America. The wealthier the wealthy are, the poor will be. It's not a it's not a win-win situation. I know like people hate when leftists like Z speak about this. Like that's how does that mean that like the wealthy are going to take everything off the table? Not if the laws don't allow for it. But the way this is constructed, the higher the highs, the lower the lows.
I can understand
That's
that
how it goes.
because if you're working
Go
with a certain like amount of something and you're just redistributing around and stuff like that, you're not doing anything outside of or you're using anything outside like how can I say like a container. And the container is money of course, but like everything that's in there, if you're distributing it one way, it's still gonna have that amount, but it's like a push pull kind of thing. If not
Yep.
adding anything up in there. So I kind of get what you mean when you say that.
It. Yeah.
I
That.
kind of I disagree
Go.
slightly because I feel
Mhm.
like the laws are effectively allowing that now. It's just we haven't reached the end point. Like we got a dude in
Mm.
Elon who's on pace to be a trillionaire. He's talking about self-funding missions to Mars.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Like that is an absurd amount of money.
But let's rewind before we even get to Mars. What did I just say? Elon gave how much to the Trump campaign?
250, yeah.
200, not $1,000, not 250,000. Everyone, 250 million, and he didn't even feel that. He didn't even feel that. That was a joke. $250 million to the presidential campaign, right? Just a couple of generations, not even a couple of generations ago, just a decade or so ago, that would have been. I think Trump, I think Obama's campaign was $1 billion campaign too. Hillary's was $1 billion campaign, but just Clinton era, that was damn near half of their campaign, if not more.
And think about it. That's some states' budget for the year.
Hey, bro, 250 million. But you could do that when you worth 200 some odd $1 billion,
Like
right?
to put it in perspective,
Mhm.
this dude Bezos, they got more money than a lot of countries, man.
Yes. Oh yeah, yeah. Yes, definitely. As a matter of fact, once you get out of about the top 20% countries, you Elon and them could buy countries now because the top like 20, maybe 25% of countries are in the $1 trillion market. So that's adjusted for US dollars. They're all like 1.5, 1.2 trillion, 900 some odd billion, right? Um, you know, China and them is like, if the US is like 25-ish trillion, China's like 20, maybe 19, 17 trillion. But yeah, Germany and them, they're all in the trillions. France, Britain, all in the trillions. Once you come down a tier or two, yeah, Elon can buy countries, right? Definitely, if they all combine their money, they can buy a country. If Elon, Warren Buffett, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos wanted to buy a country all together, they're easily worth $2-3 trillion put together. They could buy a nice country too, right? As a matter of fact, they could buy Germany.
Yep.
They could buy Germany. They could buy France. And by the way, if you could buy Germany in Europe, you could buy all the other rest of them. You could buy Britain, you could buy France, you could buy Poland, you could buy Norway, you could buy Spain and Portugal. Germany, I think, has the largest economy on the European continent, right? And notice, I didn't say all the billionaires. No, you would only need maybe 10 of them, if even that, to buy Germany, right? So yeah, that's what we talking about. That's the type of money we talking about. So yeah, it ain't nothing for them. Look, bro, understand what's this guy's first name? We had like 3 or 4 PayPal mafia people back in Trump. Sachs, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. Is there another one? Back in Trump. Billionaires was back in Kamala left and right. Mark Cuban. What's the other one that be talking leftist stuff? At least 3 or 4 of them, maybe more than that, was back in Kamala overtly. That's not even the ones that was secretly giving money. I'm just saying.
And still failed miserably.
Yeah. Yep.
Failed miserably. I didn't know it was gonna be that bad. I didn't think Kamala was gonna win. I just didn't think it was gonna be an ass whipping.
Yeah. No, it would have been worse if it was Biden. Biden would have got
Oh yeah, it would have been worse.
was whopped because it was going to be like 400 electoral college votes that Trump would have won, if not more.
Yeah.
I'm still dumbfounded by that campaign. How the fuck you get $1 billion and still owe niggas 20 mil?
Because you were throwing money out for image. You were just throwing money out there.
That
right?
rally, that damn
Yeah.
Atlanta rally alone, with Beyonce just showing up, that damn rally,
Hey.
that damn rally alone looked like it cost like a good.
Hey, manufacturing consent costs a lot of
Yep.
money, man.
Yep. Hey, didn't Kai Sin expose them? Didn't Kai Sin tell you that they kept on calling and calling and calling and calling? Yeah. Yeah. He messed around and said, CIA, stop calling me. I don't think it was the CIA, but yeah, no, he told you. So there you go. Hey, like compassion sin, manufacturing consent.
Facts. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was
You're
the
right.
world's
I
most
forgot.
expensive consent manufacturing operation that still didn't manufacture enough consent. That's
Hey, by the way, don't let it get lost on you. Trump was low key doing the same thing. His was just way more effective.
oh yeah, you know,
Yeah.
he used podcasts better.
Yeah, well, he went the cheaper, smarter route.
Yep.
Listen to that.
Yep.
Not to mention
Right.
with those two attempts on his life.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you couldn't lose.
Oh yeah, no. Hey, me and Black Rule called it that first night when the bullet nicked his ear. We're like, yeah, he won. It's a done deal.
Yeah,
It's a done deal.
That's over.
I think the biggest thing that helped Trump was that
Mhm.
he was not afraid to engage and go into hostile territory, like with the NABJ and everything, versus Kamala and everybody on the left. Like with campaigning, I keep trying to explain this to like a lot of my black female friends. Like, you only got so many fuck yous to give. Racists, neo-Nazis, yeah, you can say fuck them because they a disproportionately small percentage of the electorate. But when you start moving that line to bigger and bigger demographics, you run out of fuck you real quick.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened.
You were nicer than me. I would have told them, like, you know why y'all lost? Because the people that vote against you can actually afford abortions and birth control.
Oh man. Well, here's something too that I think they don't factor in. Number one, like you said, the FU votes, but y'all don't really take into account how many people actually have contempt for the way y'all think and what
Yeah,
Exactly.
y'all been forwarding,
this answer was
right?
clearly telling you like, nah, we don't know.
Y'all really overplayed, well, overestimated y'all hand. Y'all dealing with a different type of people now. I don't know. Yeah, this election really should have woken up a lot of leftists, black women in particular that are leftists. Yeah, I think we'll see where this goes. Did it really wake them up? Probably not. Probably not.
That's
It
fine. We'll
didn't.
let them sit there then.
That's where that low
Yeah.
information voter shit. That low information voter shit basically mean, because basically the left is convinced that the only people that don't agree with them didn't go to college long enough.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Yep.
we're low information, low education
Yep.
I was
demographic.
told.
So in other words, we stupid.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
I mean, in a weird way, yes.
No, I
Like,
mean,
and that's why y'all lost.
I was talking about that last time I was on here. I was like,
Mhm.
you have Sonny Hostin talking about uneducated white woman, and the other
Yep.
white woman on it was like Spidey senses tingling, like they were getting triggered. Like, what? Wait, hold on. So it's like I was telling people, black women got it effed up into thinking, okay, because I'm educated. Oh, I'm clearly like you're talking down to middle class, rural, over what's it called? Crossover border, over
Oh,
state,
Flyover.
flyover state, flyover
flyover
country,
state, white woman in
flyover
the Rust,
country. Yeah, yeah, flyover
like in
country.
the
Yep, yep.
Rust Belt, and in some parts of the
Hmm.
Bible Belt. You think you could, because you're one of the elite coastal elites. Cough, cough. Shout out to Bowser, thinking,
Hmm.
oh, I'm better than the average rural white woman. Like, no, you got it twisted.
Nah, but they told them
They have
like,
to.
but what they
Go
told
ahead.
them, AZ, they told them that, but you're still black though.
Yeah.
Exactly. It just killed me. I remember I sent it to you, Lion, that I clip in the Discord. I was saying Chrissy was like, well then, this is interesting that Trump punches. Like, if anything, she's like, don't hold your head too low, black woman. If you she was like, you could have had the same patriarchy that white women voted for. If only black men could do it, could build Wakanda. More or less that's what she was trying to say. She's like, oh, if she's like, it's not your fault that Trump got in. If you were provided a space as woman,
Wow.
you would have had the same thing
Mhm.
as white women. It's like, okay.
You know what?
Oh
You
no,
know
you
what I
gotta
do
send
with
me
that?
that. You gotta
You know
send me
what I
that.
do with that? You take
Mhm.
that and you take that to D.L. Hughley and that punk ass summit that they had. Like, this is what they think about you. You gonna respond to that?
DL would agree. DL would
That's
say,
why.
DL would agree with the shit and say, yeah, black men are
Probably.
lacking. We haven't been, we're not supporting them enough. We're not getting behind them enough to actually,
Mhm.
black white men.
He
I
literally
mean,
DL would
just did that on Vlad TV. He
in
literally just did that.
Yeah.
in his own anecdotal experience, he's one of the kings of comedy, is he not? Right. So with that being said, it's like, okay, you paved the way for the queens of comedy. So it's like, I mean, if you want to be part of the political correctness,
Right.
it is you. But I mean, at this point, it's like, if you still got black men voting 80% for the Democratic Party for a female candidate, right? And they still, you got what's her name? I forgot. She was one of the aunties off of on the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, talking about, I hope they shoot you dead in the street, or talking about, oh, if one of your neighbors grapes your daughter and stuff like that, don't
Yeah, I
come
remember
after
that.
me.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's like, dog, it's like no good deed goes unpunished, man. Like the road to destruction is paved with good intention. Like you might as well just embrace your quote unquote internalized misogyny that they claim that you have
Yeah.
as men. I mean, you might as well claim it.
That's
Like,
cool.
I'm
Let
gonna
them
be
die
that.
with it. And you got to
I
let
doubt.
them. Black men got to let them die with it.
Yeah, like now at this point, it's like, damn, black man, you might as well just let your nuts hang, because damned if you do, damned if you don't. At this point, just look out for yourself, because they're gonna criticize you. Oh, you didn't bow long enough. You didn't. Yeah, it was 80%. Yeah, you voted the most out of every demographic, even though you were offered the least, but you didn't get it to 90%. You didn't hit that 92 mark.
I, I I really doubt the veracity of exit polling data.
Mm.
Because you have to keep in mind, you don't know everybody's vote. And this is just what people are saying. Just from conversations I've had just from the things that I've seen, just for people in Augusta and Atlanta, which are the two largest metros in Georgia, there were way more black women not feeling Kamala. And I really, that whole 92%, maybe for that precinct, maybe for that particular area, but I think fewer black women voted for her than that.
No, better that's you right, because I mean, what really tells you how you really grade that the exit polls is like the voter, the total count, and that's what they really don't talk about, like how many of the actual registered voters that voted last election voted. That once you get that number, you can kind of deduce. You realize a lot of people, black men and probably a lot of black women, didn't even vote.
Staying home.
Yeah, I think so too. I think a lot of people. I think it was a lot. I think that's actually number is a lot.
That is what happened.
Might be a record high. It might be a record high of non people voting.
No, so that is exactly what happened. So going to it, what Compassion just said. So what actually happened was there was a dearth in Democratic turnout from everyone, including obviously white men. So essentially, they didn't go vote for Trump. They just stayed the hell home.
Yeah.
Right? Because we got to be honest, many of us find Trump repugnant. We see him as the child that he is. So we ain't going to vote for him. But you didn't give us a reason to vote for Kamala either. So we stayed our ass home. And the only ones of us that went to go vote and then still didn't write in vote for Kamala, we voted third party or whatever, is that some initiative popped up in our state or in our jurisdiction for us that we wanted to vote for, and that's why we went to go vote. But we still ain't vote for Kamala or Trump.
There were also a lot of people, they would vote for Trump, but then vote rest of the down ballot blue in their cities. Just
that happened too. Yes, that did happen. Yep.
That happened a lot.
Yeah, that did happen. Hey, y'all don't want look to the Democrats. Y'all have to, and I'm hearing a lot of brothers, especially, let me be a leftist asshole now, especially a lot of Republican brothers who saying this is a repudiation of the left and their policies. You might want to be careful with that. No, it's not. The culture war part of the left, absolutely, you are 150% right. Leftist policies per se, I'm talking to you, Anton. Nah, not really.
I'm guilty as charged. I'm right along with there. Put me on the guillotine with my brethren.
Right. So, like, is it a repeal of? Is it a repeal of certain social programs? Yeah, maybe the ones that like are big on LGBTQ stuff, or that overtly have black women in neon lights. Yes, but social security stuff, nah. Go.
I think that we greatly underestimate. Go ahead. Well, I think that we greatly underestimate how deplorable some people come across and how we really don't want to be. Some people do not want to be in the tent with certain people. When you look down on certain folks, when you cast these aspersions on them, everybody's educated K through 12, but you want to call them stupid and uneducated. They may agree with you policy wise, but they don't want to be in the fucking tent with you. You're a fucking asshole.
This is real quick, Israel. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna let you go after this. So I really want to stress this earlier because you just reminded me of something. When we were speaking about Sunny Hostin, Azrael had brought her up earlier. So we have to appreciate these people can't take L's. In their minds, you could not be an informed voter and still vote in a direction that they don't think you should vote for. You had to be uninformed, and that's their way, their leftist slick way of saying stupid. They're not gonna say stupid, they're gonna say uninformed, right? So you can't be informed and disagree with them. There's no way.
But explain to me, explain to me this whole thing about education. Explain to me how damn near half of you don't even do the job that y'all majored in. So you spent all this time in college and over half of you don't even do the job you majored in. Not to mention when y'all do the job, y'all don't even make that much money compared to like blue collar or white collar, the trade thing. Y'all don't even touch that money. Most the people who are in trades or in white collar make more money than y'all.
Hey, guess what? Especially when you're dealing with women, human beings are very status conscious. Emphasis on the word status.
I know it's about status, but I'm
Yes,
like, but ain't none of y'all never on TV, and then you'll be forgotten about because when it comes to entertainment, America has OCD. We won't remember you in 2 years from now unless you're
but
Yeah, no, it's
the
more about being.
status though.
It's more about at the
Hey,
dinner party or
quick
the.
tangent. Quick
Or the
tangent.
Go
go ahead.
wait. We gotta pause. Y'all. I gotta pause. Y'all.
No,
I
let
gotta
him go.
let
Let him
Andrea
go.
go.
Let him go.
Oh, let
Let
him
him
go.
go.
Okay. Yo. Go ahead.
Let him go.
Go ahead. Bennett and Compassionate got it.
Yeah, quick tangent. Sonny Austin is married to a Zoe, by the way.
I know.
I'll let you get.
I know.
I'll let you guess what type of Zoe.
Yeah. I already seen him before. Light skinned brother. I already seen him. I seen him.
No, but it's more about like to the status piece. It's more about having at the dinner party or at the brunch being able to say, I went to this school. It's not even about making money necessarily. It's or even like the outcomes aren't really what the status is for. It's about just being able to flaunt your class or what your class inference by your education.
Oh, no, I get that. And I understand that completely. But then y'all go home and you're eating oodles and noodles after you come home from that dinner.
But nobody sees that part. My status
nobody.
kind of
Thank you. You know what people see? What people see is when I tell them what neighborhood I live in, and when they see me pull up in that baby Benz or that Tesla Model 3. That's what people see.
You mean the 2003 Benz, like 20 years old?
No, I ain't no 2003. Don't do that. Like don't do that to them. Don't do it. We in 2024, so when they pull up in that, it's still got to be new enough. So let's say 2019,
2019,
right? 2019, 2018 Benz CLA or the C class. Yeah. Or
don't forget these is
half of
leases
them.
too. Don't forget all the corporate women I'd ever dated and messed with was leasing their luxury car.
See that?
Yeah.
But look,
Like there were two chicks out there when that was a 92. She didn't even have a car.
this is the scary part about all of it. When you talk about status, the downside of it, because it's the appearance of things and it's very hollow. Another thing about it, it's very fickle. So if you're not building things from the inside out or even from the outside in and making sure it's actually fortified, then you just on bullshit, you know?
Well, that's what they are on.
That's a fact.
That is what.
But like I said, how many of them are actually achieving this quote unquote status symbol? 45% of college students don't even do the job they made it in, i.e. browser. She's a damn YouTuber.
They don't even read books.
Well, true.
Let's
say this real quick, y'all, real quick, because I want to really emphasize this. Better you in Atlanta, right?
Augusta, but I'll frequent to Atlanta a lot.
Okay, Augusta, still very, very black heavy. You down the street from Atlanta. You're not too far. All right. Z is in South Florida, right? Lion, you in what? North Carolina?
Yep.
Where in North Carolina, if you don't mind me asking?
Not about. Well, I would say like 2 hours away from Charlotte.
Okay. All right. So for the most part, we're interacting with people, black people. We're for the most part not in BFE Nowheresville, America.
Right.
We're around these women who are competing with other women, right, for status symbols and who got what. And it's driving them into goddamn bankruptcy. All of that while they give us the middle finger and tell us what they're not going to settle for. And tell us we're not doing enough, even though they work manager at Popeyes overnight. Shout out to Better You. Or they still live at home with their parents while still working at Popeyes. Shout out to Lion. Right? And these women are telling you that they ain't going to settle.
And don't want no
or they have kids and they're heavy set and they break up with you because you ain't moving fast enough. Shout out to Vince.
Hey, I wanted to say husky, not hefty.
Right. Either way,
man, they're damn big bats, and it's time to start calling them that. Start calling them big bats because that's exactly what they are.
Only logical just killed me. Only logical just said Z got bird flu, not bird flu, nigga.
That doesn't get talked about enough, though. That does not get mentioned enough. How much a lot of these chicks are living with their parents.
Yeah, bro. Duh.
A lot of them are.
I'm Haitian, so shout out to Ben. Ben already know this is what we do. Especially if you're not married, even if you are married, and you have kids. But so that's different. That's somewhat of a cultural thing. I don't know how opposed I am to that, especially with the current economic landscape. Here's when I start. Here's when you get funky to me, lady. You are not going to be talking down on men and what you're not going to settle for while you're living with your parents. Okay, I understand we're black. I know what the money look like. As a matter of fact, I know what the money look like more than they do. But when you don't get to be a nurse, especially in South Florida, be a nurse earning your $65,000 a year, still live at home with mom, driving your Benz GLC, right? GLC,
Traveling out the
GLB
country
Benz.
4 or 5 times and still live with your parents. Because
Still,
Probably
you
rented.
travel. Oh, they traveling. Oh, don't get it twisted. Those nurse Haitian sisters, Jamaican sisters, the Nigerians, they traveling like a mug at
Yeah, on
70 grand a
Spirit,
year. They always on a plane. They always on a plane.
on
But
Spirit
they don't got
Airlines.
no look, bro. They still
Here's the
paying off
catch.
their crazy student loan debt. They're in credit card debt. They barely could keep the gas in their car, but they traveling like a mug and they telling you what they're not gonna settle for. You want to know what that is? That's arrogant begging.
Yeah,
Here's the
these
catch,
chicks don't even know what oil. They don't even know what. They don't even know what oil their car takes.
Bro, don't even do it.
Here's
Come
the
on,
catch
bro.
of it. I
Wait,
know.
real quick, Ben. Let me say this last one thing because this is gonna make everybody laugh. Not only do they not know what oil, their car hasn't had an oil. Their car is 3 months over the oil change.
Bruh, yo, man, I have lost. I have lost count about chicks who had an incident with their damn windshield and don't know the first thing about going to get their windshield replaced.
Hey,
You know
bro.
the stereotype
Nowhere to
about
go.
Go ahead,
the
Ben.
you know the stereotype about the
Mhm.
IG baddie living the life, but in reality she's about to get kicked out of her apartment.
Say that.
I know way too many of them living in South Florida. It's like, wait, I know how much you make. I know where you work at. I know how you live. So how you put, fronting on Instagram, on IG, pretending yes, you're flying over here, over there. I know you dating what 2 or 3 different dudes. I'm like, I would not believe it if I have not seen it personally, because I know way too many of them. Oh my God, I can't. Once you see it, it's like that's why I hate when people say, "Oh, that's just the internet. It's not true." I'm like, really? Where do you live, and who do you know? For you not to understand that this is the reality, bro.
Hey, these
Not again,
people.
not all, because you got people
Yeah.
living well, but yeah,
Well, no, you're right
majority
about.
is.
So the thing about South Florida is, in going to what Ben is saying, is there are people that really got money in South Florida, like for real, legit, real ass money. But the majority of people are fronting. Now, here's the thing: the people that are fronting are really, really, really good at fronting. They're really good. They got the name brand. They're driving the car, right? But what you don't know is they're barely holding on, or especially if they're Latina, they're living in an efficiency behind somebody's house.
But Z, I
Go ahead.
don't fucking get it, though. Like, why
Yeah.
don't people like the thing is when I think about all this, it makes me think people priorities is fucked up. They want to have the look of actually having things going on and actually having it. So you're pitting looking like you're stable in front of actually being stable when you can actually be stable and have that shit and be
Mm.
okay. Like that's what throw me off about all this. That's why I can't get on the black
It's
woman fan. I can't
it's
get on
You
the
just
gotta
woman fan
you
because
gotta you gotta understand status is about perception, and
Yep.
Perception.
perception don't have to be true.
Yeah.
it's
Nope.
it's it's
It's always about perception. It's
it,
always been about
no,
perception.
perception is
Hey, well, let's keep going with that. And perception is what?
Reality.
everything.
Thank you.
I was gonna say
They're
it's
lying their ass off.
the
Mhm.
culture.
what about
It's the American culture of hyper consumerism.
what
That's what
about
it is.
Yes.
the ending up poor,
Well,
ending up homeless? The
I mean,
fuck?
I will let you
real quick,
realize
Vince. Let Vin let Azrael land with that, and then we got you back, Vince.
yeah, because yeah, I have one other point before I had to make, but
Mhm.
most what they say statistically, most people can't afford to go like 2 weeks without in terms of savings of
Mhm.
having a paycheck, right? Most people can't. I would say 75% of Americans can't go beyond 3 months, especially after the pandemic. I mean that showed you everything. A lot of people's
Mhm.
asses were out um
Mhm.
straight bare, pause whatnot, but I wanted to add to the point with Elon Musk, right? And I had to look up the quote where you by Niche. I think he said if you stare into
Nietzsche.
if you yeah Niche. I always butcher the name. If you stare into
Mhm.
the abyss stares back at you.
Yep. Yep.
And he does it. What I was watching you. I mean, if you guys ever have some time off, if you're not watching football today, just go look at Twitter and see like. And I'm a Republican. I'm telling you, the conservative. Just to look at how like MAGA is eating itself from within.
No, I've seen it.
And
I'm watching.
yeah, like you have to just get some popcorn, get some butter, and watch the good times roll.
Hey,
Because I'm not.
Jason Black was having a fucking field. Excuse my language, y'all. A goddamn field day with that shit last night.
Man. And the irony,
I was already watching it, but him covering it just made it so much funnier. Go ahead.
It was like I was watching the MAGA version of the Red Wedding. Like everybody was getting it. And I mean,
was getting stabbed up.
Yeah, like even the irony is Loomer is part of God's chosen people. That lady. I dig deep. I'm like, oh wow,
So
interesting.
What's causing? What do you think is causing?
I see. Now here's the thing. I'm like,
it's the money men versus the white nationalists.
Exactly. And another thing, I've told this. Somebody brought up, oh, this is why we have to. Somebody brought up randomly. I forgot how they brought it up, but it was this white dude. He was like bringing up critical race theory, and I said, this has nothing to do with critical race theory. This is white America having to confront globalization, right?
Which, by the way, Israel, they started in the first place to encircle Russia. That was their bribing way of having everybody jump on their team against the Soviet Union. And they came back, and it came back and bit them in the ass. Go ahead.
Imagine white people mad about using the same playbook, the playbook of cheap labor.
And they good for it. They good for it.
And what's funny? The responses from black people, I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, go ahead, y'all just clowning these white people. And I'm not saying, for example, like I'm more, I would say, center right. I am conservative though, but I would say I'm not naive to understand.
Yeah,
Sarge said this. He said, when it comes to black people, it's always meritocracy, no DEI. As soon as it comes, okay, now we're gonna allow, now the Asians are gonna come in and get these same jobs in Silicon Valley. No, those are jobs that's supposed to be for white people. Those jobs are supposed to be for America, but they won't say white people. They just say Americans. But when it comes to us getting those jobs, quote unquote, it's it's about meritocracy. I mean, I've told somebody this recently. I've told Sub this. I said in the last 2 to 3 years, particularly COVID was a catalyst for this. There are now statistically more Asian millionaires than there are white millionaires. It's only by maybe like a 0.2 of a percentage, right? So
I think there's more Chinese billionaires than white American billionaires. Well, though there's been that, but more than American billionaires now too.
Oh, absolutely. And I said this.
It just passed. I think this year though. Go ahead.
I texted Sub this clip. It was at least 2/3 of all PhD candidates are of Asian descent in America.
2/3.
So, I mean, even well, it's definitely up there. If not, like I
believe you.
Yeah. Long story short, too, and then in Steve Bannon, like it's another thing too. You got one side that is like, we don't want necessarily, like you got one side is like, okay, I'm all for globalization, but it just got to be, stabilized. Then you have other people like, no, absolutely not. Like Steve Bannon, is funny to hear Steve Bannon say, he was like, if anybody should get it, it should be Black and Hispanic people. So it's like, wow. People fighting over who should get the crumbs. He's like, no, I think the colored should get it, not these yellow people, right?
Wow.
And then you got other people who are saying, hey, Loomer is talking about, I'm not against it, but I just think it should be reduced, right? And then you got people going into the intricacies of, I forgot Officer Tatum is like, he doesn't even know what's going on. He's like, whoa, what's going on here? He's like, he had to do his quote unquote research, right? So I mean, that's another way of saying I gotta get my ducks and my eggs in a row.
I don't know which horse to bet on.
Exactly.
I don't know I don't want to step in it. Because he like to play down that black stuff and that race stuff. He know he's still a black man in the Republican Party and he's outspoken. So he's looking to see which horse to bet on so that he don't get his head taken off for betting on the wrong horse. That's coward stuff. Anyway, keep going.
And I would recommend everybody watch, I know you don't have a big gripe with ad-libbing people's channel, but what Sarge said in his last video, he said white supremacy is the engine that propels white mediocrity, and I
Yeah,
honestly,
Absolutely.
yeah.
I definitely agree with that, and that's why I said they are looking. Elon Musk is looking into the abyss.
Yeah.
White people in America are looking into the abyss, and they have to come to
But
the existential crisis of I can't. You forget about black people. I can't
wait,
compete with the Asian
wait a
next door.
minute, Ezreal. Wait. Elon is so full of crap. As I saw when he said, these unrepentant racists. Wait a minute,
Yeah,
Mr. Afrikaner.
You're right, Mr. South African.
You keep on playing with it. See, this is my problem with these these people, these weirdos.
Now you see,
Go ahead.
they're finally at the intersection of race and class, as
Yeah,
Kimberly Crenshaw would say it.
but here's the issue: the Elons of the world, they play around with the racists. They play with them. It's not like he's not, but
Mhm.
he can control himself enough not to overtly say. He'll imply, he'll suggest, and he'll diddle he'll jack them off a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them are like, no, I want to go full on, no condom raw, right?
yeah. Straight
And
road dog, no Vaseline.
thank you. And what ends up happening is that now they're like, I want to go all the way, and he's like, wait, we still got to do cheap labor. We still got to bring in the Indians. They're smarter than y'all, and they're more disciplined.
Yep.
And if you look at Vivek over here thinking that he's in the club. Oh my God!
White supremacy
Somebody
starting
get
to
the
contradict it.
weirdo Indian cat the hell up out of here.
Yeah, he
Indians.
is. Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Indians have been fighting for a long time to be white.
Hey, bro.
Yeah.
No, literally, they fought to be white. Wasn't there a story of them fighting to be white, considered white during Jim Crow, and I want to say even slavery. I want to say we go back that far because technically, I think the Supreme Court said you're not. What did they say? They said
My
you're
thing is,
not white. You're Caucasian, but you're not white.
Hmm.
I can't remember what it was. I
No,
can't remember.
Indians and
I'm
white.
saying this wrong. Yeah.
Indians and Asians will fight to the death on who's whiter.
Well,
yeah,
yeah.
Southeast Asians.
You mean Asian? Yeah, that I was gonna say East Asians and South Asians. Yeah.
Yeah.
They'll both fight to the death.
And if you
Gil got
ask,
me remember, Caucasian but not white. Yep,
Yeah.
that was the Indians. Yep.
if you ask the average Southeast Asian, do they consider themselves Asian? They'll say no, because they assume, okay, people, when it's like, okay, that's a group that I can never get. I can never be included into the Oriental aspect of the continent. I'm just, I mean, you can even ask them, you want to see something provocative. Just look at channels or go through your algorithm of Asian dialogue or Asian content. They'll have what's called jungle Asians. I mean, these people do not play about their racism. Has a little it's Thai pad sauce to it, got a little
That's hysterical.
That colonization is a hell of a drug, boy. That shit
Hey, bro,
is losing their mind.
You know what colonization did to people of color on the planet? It took all of our gripes and issues with each other, and it broke the knob.
It's so strange to be in this point of history, being able to watch in real time the effects of assimilation or admixture or just racial hypergamy or the racial hierarchy in the West. Watching it have its effect on the psyches of non-white people. It's something we probably can't really appreciate while we watching it, but it will be. This shit gonna go down in the annals of history.
Yeah, but it's so crazy how Vivek used this. He's like so naive. I see. I like some of his talking points, some of them, not all of them, right? But it's like he's so naive to it. Like I said,
Vivek, you say?
Yeah, like I'm
no,
not.
Wait, let me say this as real. My apologies. I ain't even gonna let you land.
Go ahead.
Vivek is not naive. He's playing the game the best he knows. It's not naivete. He knows that white folks want to hear people of color, particularly non-black people, speak the way he does. When he was speaking, when he was going back and forth with Don Lemon, that was performative. When he was on the Breakfast Club, that was performative. When you look at his face when he's speaking, that gritty smile showing all his teeth, right? That he knows he's performing for the white folks in the way they deem fit. He's not dumb. It's not naivete at all. He's actually trying to give you a master class in how to kiss ass.
That is
Right?
true, but I mean, his whole
Yeah.
thing. No, I would say, well, he did put his foot in his mouth when he was like, he brought up the fact that American culture glamorizes or upholds the jocks of the world, and
You
they
mean
don't
the
they
way
don't.
white folks talk to black people? He just talked to them like that.
Yeah, and it's like, to me, it's like, how can you like say? I'm not saying like how could you say that to white people, but it's like you can't use those same talking points to them because they're gonna be like, get out. They're
Yeah,
gonna be like,
and it's beautiful that he did, number one. But let me read this because I think
yeah.
this brother said the realest thing. I don't know how to pronounce your name, Zbong or yeah, Zbong, I guess. And he says, yo say Frimpong, I know what you're trying to say. Did a great video on this. He basically saw this back and forth between Elon and MAGA base as a debate over what it means to be American. So I did watch that also, and it's and the debate is, what does it mean to be great to be American? Does America produce great people, or if you're great, you are American? And if the question is if you are great, you are American, that means there are different people around the planet who are great who don't necessarily live here and weren't born here, but because they are great, they're American. In other words, to be great means that you get an A in life, and that means that A stands for American. This is Z talking now. So I got what Army was trying to say,
Mhm.
and and if you frame it like that, the problem is white people instantly lose their position overnight, right? Particularly, obviously, white Americans. So
By
what
the
you
way,
see, and I'm glad real quick, he mentioned this in his conversation, which is the essentially white flight, but concerning Asians, not black people, which is when Asians start to outcompete white kids, those white kids' parents take their ass and move somewhere else in a mainly white suburbs,
Mm-hmm.
and that's their white flight when it comes to Asians, right? So now,
I've heard that
and I
happening.
know it's too late, but now we could revisit white flight concerning black people to say it may not have
But
didn't have anything to do with violence and to do with black people's culture. It's
what
white
we're
people
really
always
seeing,
leveraging. Go ahead.
what we're really seeing is,
Mhm.
thanks for having me, Z,
What's going on, Black Arena?
is
Always, always.
what happens when easily accessible technology prevails over everything else. You know, in the
Mm.
past, white
Mhm.
men could dominate by logistics of the access to resources,
Facts, yeah.
dominating the resources, killing people, taking things, etc., and just logistically dominating over everything by virtue of such. But now you have, and so even though they were fewer in number, you know, in terms of the population on the earth, even though they were fewer in numbers, the 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 weaponry, the and the general disposition to kill and take from others that really no other group of humans possess. I don't think they even possess it to today. Even today, I don't think the Chinese, as advanced as they are as venal and mercenary as the
Mm.
most venal and
Mm, mm, mm,
mercenary
mm.
European. Uh, so
Mm.
they could dominate logistically by virtue of resources, and which allowed them to steal the best of everything, including the best of people. You could steal Germans, for example, to build your space program and your advanced weaponry program,
Yep.
and
Shout
then
out to
later, you know,
Einstein.
Japanese.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly.
Operation Paperclip.
Later, Japanese, Korean. You could steal the best of people, and now what we're reaching is this nexus point in which there's a balancing of the locuses of power because the logistics that technology affords you in terms of training, in terms of development, have moved outside of the US and have moved outside of most of the West. And you know, there's really no turning back from it from a standpoint of the development of mankind. Now, had we not had a race caste system in America, if we truly had a meritocracy in this country, where if someone had, for example, 170 IQ, and I'm just using this to, I'm not making an argument for the existence of an IQ, but I'm using it to emphasize a point. If somebody has 170, 180 IQ, but he happened to be a black kid who happened to be in the Robert Taylor Gardens projects in Chicago, if we truly had a system to make sure that kid got everything that the kid in Winnetka or Wilmette got in terms of education and opportunity, we probably could have staved off the Chinese and the Indians and et cetera, and the overall advancement of the world. We probably could have staved that off for several generations, if not a century or more. But because of the race caste and white male race caste system, mostly that it has existed in this country for most of its history, it made very temporary the advantages that this country has wielded, and that's coming to an end.
Absolutely.
It's a lot of white American. Well, I don't say white Americans in general, but just white people cutting their nose to spite their face, more or less.
Yeah. And it's
I mean, you had extremely and talented black people, especially extremely talented black men that reached almost. Most of them weren't even given opportunity to compete, much less to benefit from what their talents and their skills were. Very often, it was by sheer luck that a few black men were able to enjoy any real substantive benefit of of their blessings and the talents that God had given to them. And again, that works when you have control over everything, when you have the naval power over everything, when you dominate all of the mind, when you have control over everything, you can scare everybody, you can bully everybody. That works, but that's a short-term kind of thing in a technological world where things can move much more quickly across the planet at near light speed. You can't maintain that logistical advantage over the long term.
That's why Trump is trying to get back the Panama Canal, or allegedly.
Yeah, but let me say this. So to what Black Rule just said. So I watch infographics, and they come up with interesting topics and whatnot and scenarios. And one of them was, what about if the U.S. went to war with the entire world? And go into exactly what Black Rule said. I want people to guess. I'm not going to say it yet. What do you think they said would be America's number one objective? If they went to war with the rest of the world, what would be America's number one objective? What would they do?
Total domination, I guess. I don't know. What?
No, I would say,
I'm not going to say nothing. Y'all go ahead and guess. I'll tell you.
I would say try to retain all the scientists of all the emerging world powers. Something to that effect.
Do we have any other guess?
I would take Africa. I'm definitely taking Africa.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Do we have any more guess? Any more guess?
Well, what was the question? I ended up cutting out a little bit.
If the U.S. went to war with the rest of the world, what would the U.S. do? What would be their objective?
Their primary objective.
Secure supply lines.
Or eliminate all
oil fields.
Eliminate all opposing countries' warheads and what have you. Maybe the nuclear warheads.
Nah, you wouldn't need to. You just need to secure the oil, because that.
Wait. Better you say it again. What? Say that again.
Secure the oil, because nobody else has the.
That was the number one thing they said they would do. Go either blow up or hold the oil hostage in the Middle East and watch everybody else starve.
That'd actually be a good idea.
That way, so going right to what Black Rule said, and quite frankly, the U.S. is the only nation still
I'm
right now with the,
because there's probably more oil in Africa than there is in the Middle East. Probably
true.
Yeah,
so
true indeed. But you still got to dig that up.
And all the other mineral resources. I'm definitely taking Africa.
Yeah, you're right though, Uru. You still got to dig it up though. You got to
You still
mechanize
and here's the thing: the
area.
And you
U.S.
have
has
to
enough
refine
I
it.
mean,
aircraft
there's
carriers.
oil. There's oil in Nigeria. There's plenty of
True,
oil in
true.
Nigeria and
Yeah, that's true.
surrounding areas. So I'm definitely taking it. All the plutonium, all your nuclear based resources are in
Yeah, you could
Africa.
do all
So
of
I'm
it on the
definitely,
continent. Yeah,
and so I mean, I can definitely get a leg up in terms of not just weaponry, but fueling, alternative fueling sources. All the minerals for alternative fueling sources are in Africa in abundance.
true. But here's the thing, Black Rule. So the thing that I found interesting with them is the U.S. Well, at least for at that point, I think that video is like maybe a couple years old. So the whole thing was we have enough strategically reserved oil wells here and whatnot. I don't know how true that is, but okay, fine. For them, it was like we could sustain ourselves. We just want to starve y'all out. So we go to war with y'all. It's not really about doing a bombing campaign and knocking off y'all leaders. No, 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 no. We're just gonna starve you. If oil is the life's blood, we're just gonna starve you. That was their whole thing. Right. We did. And so I guess because I'll reference it, I'll find it and link it in the description box. So shout out to the replay gig. But so when I saw that, I was like, oh, and when you were just speaking Black, well, I was like, that is exactly what they said. That is exactly. We're the
But
big
if
guy,
I'm
and this is what we'll
China
do.
and I got Africa, how can I starve out China?
Huh. Well, here's the thing.
You would disrupt their
Chi-
supply lines.
yeah, yeah, and remember, China's supply line go right by India. You're coming across Africa towards the Middle East, under India, and then across. Yeah, they can knock
China,
them. They can knock all them bolts out.
China military in terms of his military. I don't think we've seen the capacity of China militarism.
Mm.
I don't think we've seen that. But
I don't know if they got a blue water navy though. I don't know if they have the boats to do it.
Probably
Sit
not
down
the
at
ships.
first.
Probably not the ships, but they could definitely march through Asia into the Middle East. They could definitely make
Yeah, they
that
could.
move.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. With India, if they ever aligned,
Yeah.
we'll see. Yeah,
Well, yeah.
with
I
India,
mean,
yeah, that'll be a
and
problem.
India,
That'll be a problem.
India will. Look, if there's some fear about, well, first of all, if it goes nuclear, we're all dead. So, I mean,
Yeah,
even the whole
yeah,
point
that's
of
true.
nuclear bombs at this point is mute because we're all dead. So that's
Mhm.
almost really off the table. There's no win once that starts. And I think China could march through Asia right into the Middle East and even over into Africa. And America, as it currently constituted militaristically, I don't think they could stop them.
Yeah, no with that. Mm, yeah, that would be something we would have to see, and I don't want to see it. But yeah, no. When I watched that, I was like, okay, so this is how y'all think, and it gives you an idea of you because you don't know who's advising the whole stuff of
Now,
of
if they take obviously if they take Europe is fucked also.
oh yeah, no, they gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
the
Europe
whole
is
well,
just shit.
one thing that we all appreciate about Europe now is that Europe been surviving off of the U.S. titty for the past 70 some odd years since the end of World War II.
Can I
And Africa.
elaborate
And
on that?
Africa.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to say this.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
I'm glad you brought that up. One of the biggest reasons why Trump and NATO don't get along is because we basically subsidize 50% of the military budget of all of NATO, right? And so what happened was initially, for example, we all know the NATO was there to galvanize all the European powers against the threat of Russian invasion, right? So as time went on, okay, they said, okay, we're going to increase the military budget. And it was proposed by Bill Clinton to expand the military budget, right? What happened was America put in more than everybody else individually, right? We pretty much take off half of it, if not almost 2/3, right? So what happened is That's why you'll have a situation where they'll get free healthcare, free schooling. You'll get quality schooling.
Azrael, you got to add something. You have to add the part where the part of NATO's rules is you have to put somewhat 2 to 3% of your GDP to your military, and like
Exactly.
so many of them were not upholding that.
Exactly. When
Yeah.
Obama put in the proposed that, they had to meet
Hmm.
that deadline, and they
Hmm.
didn't. And then Trump tried to do it, and then Angela Merkel was leading the way, and she was like, "Oh yeah, sure, we're gonna do it," and she double crossed him. It's funny because I found out about that double cross from Merkel about a week ago, because long story short, people don't know, Germany, as you know, their government is actually destabilizing.
Yep.
The I believe the prime minister is trying to dissolve the parliament. Right. On top of that, I love France. I love Paris. It's there like 2 weeks ago. France is in a debt crisis. The irony is, what happened is, right, you have basically.
Azrael, let me say it, please, bro.
Oh, go
Let me
ahead.
just say it.
Go ahead.
The chickens are coming home to roost for
Mm-hmm.
2008. The
Yep.
chicken, everything that they floated, everything that they did in '08 to patch everything up, all the band-aids on the goddamn dam are coming off.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead.
It's a whole different country. What the fuck is going on with South Korea with them having so many presidents back to back to back?
It's because
Well,
what
because
happened is,
the martial law that the former president tried to claim.
what happened is, they believe that the Sun Yun, who was the initial, they just what's it called? They just what's the word? Well, when impeached him, they just impeached him, and I
Yeah,
think
yeah, yeah,
before.
yeah.
But long story short, he thought there was going to be a coup, so he admitted martial law. But the reason why he thought it was a coup, because allegedly there was rumors that some of the politicians in the South Korean government were talking to politicians in the North
In
Korean
North
government.
Korea. Yep.
Yeah.
I don't believe it, by the way, but go ahead.
So yeah, and that was a big commotion. He was like, okay, we're gonna set a curfew. He's gonna basically hold the government hostage. And if I'm not
Martial
mistaken,
law.
exactly. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe I know they impeached him, and they got someone else, but they're about to impeach him as well. So like in the last 2 years, in the last less than 2 months, they've
Let, let
already.
me let me say it, Israel. I love watching North Korea and South Korea. This is my theory. North Korea is what happens when communism to its logical conclusion, and
Mm-hmm.
South Korea's capitalism to its logical conclusion.
Yep.
They're both dystopian as hell in different directions.
Yep.
Night
They're
and
both
day.
ain't shit in different. Do you want ain't shit with shiny buildings, or do you want ain't shit in jury and army fatigue hats?
And
Either way,
let me tell you,
go ahead.
it's like literally a tale of two cities. Charles Dickens, between the two countries, right? In North Korea, majority of the people there are malnourished. I mean, they grow out shorter than the average person, than even the average Asian, right?
That's a fact.
Yeah. Now juxtapose that to South Korea. South Korea, they're the highest consumers when it comes to Louis Vuitton. If you go, and I've been
And they
there.
have the most surgeries. If you want to know about, you think black
Wow.
women are getting BBLs? They have the most plastic surgery on the planet.
Let me tell you,
Mainly rhinoplasty. Yeah, that's
South,
a fact. South Korea.
yes,
Fact.
no. Not even, not only that. I'm about to alley hoop it back to you again.
Oh yeah, the double eyelid surgery too. I forgot that. Go
And
ahead.
they get those surgeries, before they finish high school, so they could put them on their
Damn.
CV.
That's a fact.
That's
That's a
how
fact.
bad it is. And this is why it kills me when you got these femcel black women going, oh, I'm gonna go to Asia, South Korea. I've seen South Korean men call a thick Asian woman pigs. I kid you not. They are the most ruthless, outside of maybe Chinese guys, because Chinese guys, they have to pay the dowry, so they're expecting to get a quality. Like, she has to be thin and nothing. The only thing they want her to be that she's in contact with or touched is soap and dishes. That's the only thing, right? When it comes to some of the South Korean dudes, they are ruthless when it comes to beauty.
Would you describe South Korea South Korea as a liberal society?
It's like the hyper extended version of Beverly Hills, California. So yes.
So they
But
got
it's still
neoliberalism.
authoritarian, though. It's still authoritarian.
Yeah, but here's another thing too. Their government is basically controlled by like the dynasty of the Samsung company. The Samsung company is controlled by a group of
All
families.
the chaebols pretty much run them.
Yeah. Samsung, you see how people don't remember, Samsung is a Korean manufacturer.
Well, if they got totalitarian rule, essentially they can't really be liberal. That liberal. I guess they just
no, but they're the most out of all the Asian countries. They're the most Americanized.
Mm-hmm.
They're more Americanized than Japanese. Trust and believe me.
Wow, more Americanized than Japanese. Shit.
Even the way that they dress and they people think when you ask who consumes the most Louis Vuitton, it's not even France, which is it's a French product. It's actually South Koreans. They buy the most Louis Vuitton.
That microchip money got their ass balling.
And another thing,
no, that's Taiwan. But I get what you're saying.
And this is another thing. Black women should be thankful. And I'm going on a little tirade, but they should be thankful that they can be a big back and still get a nice little office job. Because in South Korea, they don't even care about your credentials as a woman. They look at your face and say, "Would you be fit for the company?"
Yeah, they ain't had no civil rights movement in South Korea.
I'm not sure if it's in Japan or in South Korea. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's in Japan or South Korea, but a company could be fined if some of their workers are overweight.
By the way, let me say this real quick. Azrael, my bad. Trell, I already watched it. I was referring to that earlier. That's the Death Row clip I was referring to, where the big back sister was talking about her experience in South Korea, and all they want to do is pipe. All they want to do with her is pipe, and they don't even care that she's heavy. They just want to pretty much enter a black body and have her on a notch list.
Yeah, I saw that last night.
Yeah. Number one. Number two, to what Azrael is saying. What I said earlier, where the logical conclusion for capitalism is South Korea. When you look at the 4B movement, when you look at the 0.7% birth rate, when you look at the plastic surgery, when you look at bro, it's crazy, the hyper consumerism. When you look at like everything,
so it's basically it's basically a mouse utopia.
Also, I want to add on to this too.
And the majority of the population, like 50+%, live in or around Seoul, which is their capital.
Yeah. I was great minds think alike, Z, because I was just about to bring that up. It is so densely populated in Seoul that they tried to create another city, like an artificial city, straight off the ground. I forgot it's called Zedong or something like that. And the goal was that they were gonna have people move there so that the Seoul will be less densely populated. But instead of moving there, people just doubled down on moving to Seoul because all the good jobs. And if it's like saying, okay, what would you rather move to, Ohio or New York? But if I'm a college student or if I have a child and we have only one child, I'm gonna want him to go to not Harvard, but NYU or Columbia.
Yep.
Instead of going to Ohio State. Ohio State is a solid school. It's a good school, but it's not NYU.
Which one of them is in Jersey? Princeton?
Yes, Jersey.
Yeah, Princeton. Yeah.
So that's the same concept. So the government tried to create another city, but it's not working out because people don't want to go there because they know that in order to get the quality jobs, you have to show that you went to the finest school.
Let's keep on with that. There's another example of hypercapitalism without guardrails. So exactly what Azrael was saying. So one of the things that keeps on happening to the politicians in South Korea is they keep on getting caught being bribed by one of the chaebols. So when you think the chaebols, think of like essentially they're Fortune 500 companies, right? But it's a smaller knit than Fortune 500. So think of it like the Fortune 30 or the Fortune 50 companies. And they keep on, like every other day, a politician in South Korea is getting caught being overtly bribed by one of the chaebols, and it'd be a big thing. And like the chaebol people can't do no wrong, their family can't do no wrong. They'll be on planes cursing out the damn stewardess and everything in South Korea. So like the chaebol people and their children and their cousins and siblings and whatever the hell continue to get off with crazy crimes, like really like socially things that nobody else could get away with in South Korea. So like it's essentially it's a corporate monarchy
Yeah,
going on, or aristocracy, better yet, going on in South Korea, and like the average South Korean person is dying under it,
and it's
right?
crazy, bro. Because
Yeah.
like studying like social dominance theory, it
Mhm.
lays out this exactly, like even at states, at like country scales, that once your hierarchy calcifies, once like the
Mhm.
power and the money or the mobility of your hierarchy, the
Yep.
free flowing from the bottom
Mhm.
to the top stops, and
The
usually
dimorphism. Yep.
yes, it calcifies and then collapse is imminent. I mean,
Yep.
like this is it can't. There's no
Yep.
other way
Yep.
around.
Yep. Yep.
Collapse, and America
Mhm.
is going through the same shit or America's trying to stave off our hierarchy completely calcifying, which I mean it's just not
Hey,
good for development.
compassionate. You've been with me for a little while yet now. What did I say about that wealth at the top?
Yeah,
Hey, I'm just saying.
yeah,
Yeah. So
Hey,
hey,
can I say this?
But it
go ahead.
had bread within its doom by way of the race caste
Yes,
system.
sir.
So it was inevitable. You
yeah,
were never going to have the most talented people
yeah,
to ascend to the very top. It was always going to be, it was,
yeah.
you know, I
It was
mean,
doomed
you
from
know,
the
we've
beginning.
had what, 46 presidents, and what, 45 of them have been white males.
Yeah,
So, you know, inevitable. The slide was inevitable. Also, what has killed this country, I think abortion in particular has lessened the talent pool or the human potential of
yeah,
the
Yep.
country,
yeah, yeah,
particularly amongst Black people, has lessened the human potential of the country. The variety of talents has been greatly lessened by abortion, and you could make a broader argument about by birth control in general. I mean, if you go from
yeah,
a female reproduction rate of 4, 5, or 6 to less than 2,
yeah.
you
You got a human
inevitably you're
resource problem.
reducing the talent pool,
Yeah,
and
you
then
got a
you
human.
add
Yeah,
to that a color white male caste system, and
yeah.
inevitably decadence and obsolescence prevail.
And mediocre to that point, Uru, to the point of this, like essentially, they built a artificial selection mechanism socially in this country, which once you do that, you doom the system to failure in itself by your very point that
Right.
you
Well,
don't
look,
the
you're
best doesn't rise to the top.
Americans. I mean, think of it. Just think of it from a numbers standpoint.
Hmm.
Americans are 4% population. You know, white males are, you know, what, 20% of that, 25% of that,
28,
maybe.
I think it's 28.
Uh,
Yeah,
okay, so you're talking about 1% of the world's population, and then even that is circumscribed by socioeconomic standards. So you're
hmm,
really only giving a fair shot to half of a percent, or
yeah,
maybe even a third of a percent of the world's population.
of your
So
the
it's
world's
like
human
that
resources. Yeah,
third of the population versus the rest of the 99.6% or 5% of the world's population. Invariably, inevitably, you're gonna fail. Just on human potential, you're gonna fail. And again, technology accelerates that failure because of the accessibility to the means of competing has gone
yep,
away. You know,
yep,
you can have some Indian kid, and you know, at, you know, 10 years old or 11 years old, if he's or she's particularly brilliant, and master, you know, Python or C plus or plus plus or whatever,
yeah,
you know, that's what you're competing against. You know,
yeah.
uh, and you cannot win in a race class white male caste system against that over the long term. You can't.
Yeah, I want to say this too. Speaking of,
But here's real quick as we go. This is the only thing. India has its own caste system that's crippling it too,
By the
in a
same.
weird way. So
Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah. So go ahead.
here's the difference. Here's the
Mhm.
difference. How many Indians are there?
A billion.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, a billion, 1.3. No, actually, they
How
surpassed
many
China. So
Chinese
1.4 some
are there?
change.
Yeah,
How
they
many
got
1.4 and
Chinese
some
are there?
change. Yeah.
So even though they have those caste systems and those class systems and whatever family you belong to, the
Yeah, by
sheer
sheer.
number
Right. Yeah.
is just so much greater.
Wait a
So
minute,
much.
Black Uru. Did you just tell me that Asians just white people? Asians just black people, white people? Is that what you just told me?
Black people,
Because that's
white
what it sounds like. It sounds like Asians just black people, white people. That's what it just sounds like to me.
people.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I wanted to give an anecdotal
Mhm.
experience, right? So I do a lot of SQL. I'm trying to do become a data analyst or what have you. I have sometimes what I go to is damn, it's the site is lost on me.
Udemy.
No, now you do. It's like you do up, not Upward, but it's you act. Oh, Fiverr, right? So I go to Fiverr,
Oh
and
yeah.
if I want someone to download my SQL database, right? So over maybe like the past almost 2 years, I've had like if I ever get a new computer, like I ask specific guy, specific guy. He's Pakistani, and I asked him, "Oh, can you download the database for me?" And it like takes 2 hours. But check
And
this
then
out.
after this, if you don't mind reading this for me, compassionate, if you don't mind.
I only pay him like no more than $15, right? I mean, that's his price that he's going for, right? And to the point is, I might pay him extra, maybe like another extra 30. I'm like, hey, can you create a virtual machine for me? And that's like for all of that for like less than $50, right? It would
Yeah.
out if a white guy would do. If I ask a white guy to do, I'm not gonna lie, it would probably cost me $100 of his time. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Absolutely.
The thing is, I have the Pakistani guy's number on, like I have his number and whatnot on WhatsApp. So anytime, like if I have a new computer and I need to install the database into my computer or the virtual machine, I just call him up. He actually lives. And if people know about Ireland, Ireland is like the Silicon Valley of the EU, and he lives in Pakistan. I mean, he lives in Ireland. He's Pakistani, and it's like I'm basically outsourcing a lot of
Yeah.
the work. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? But it's like more money in my pocket. So that's what a lot of white guys have to deal with.
Yeah.
Is more or less what I'm
Yeah,
trying to tell
and see, 50 years ago, you don't have that availability. So you
Exactly.
got to go to the white guy. So
So
again, that's where the fundamental problem is. And again, we might have been able to stave off some of that had we had a real meritocracy in this country. Like if we were really concerned with the very best and the very brightest having the greatest opportunity to ascend,
Goddamn
we
Spartans.
might have been able to build a intellectual cushion. And because here's the other thing too, a lot of those other people and the very best of those people are getting there. So instead of educating Jamal, we chose to educate Abdul at Harvard, right?
mm,
So
Facts.
we enable the spread or the acceleration of the spread of their
Mhm.
capability via our very best and brightest institutions, our very best and brightest professors and techniques. So this country enabled or accelerated its own intellectual demise.
So when you were
And
speaking,
again,
Black
that
Guru,
was furthered
oh,
by the caste system that we have here when we chose to do that instead of
mhm.
educating black kids, particularly black boys. We chose to do that. This country picked that course.
We should have been like, what are they called? The Vulturites? What are they called on that
We
damn
should have had
yeah.
essentially a Russian style
Mhm.
school system where at 4 years old this kid is smarter than everybody else. So we gonna take him from his parents and we gonna put him or her over here into this system.
Well, Black
That's what
Guru,
we should have done.
seeing that you're speaking, KMS really wants me to have you read this super chat. So if you don't mind,
Oh, okay.
Black Guru, yeah.
All right.
Mhm.
Thanks, KMS, for your $20 super chat to Black Uru's keen insight. Isn't it apropos that white men and black women are being forced to experience an existential crisis via technology,
Mhm.
bringing the esoteric to light? quote, "You are so big and bad. Well, I now know what you know. Prove it." End quote. Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yes.
I mean, the black women are definitely being compelled to prove it, and white people, especially white men, are being compelled to prove it. And one of the reasons why I voted for Trump was because a white friend of mine once said to me, we were working on some project and it involved some fraud, you know. Frankly. And we were doing some research and it involved a lot of money, 8 figures, whatever. And we were talking and joking about it. And we're talking about, he was talking about speculating on the extent to which he would participate in any sort of fraudulent activity. And he said to me something I'll never forget. He said, my view of it is this: you either cut it out or you cut me in.
Period.
Right. Well, isn't that what Roger Report says? That's
so
Roger
my
Report's
view
whole
of
thing.
this whole system is, if you're not gonna cut me in, then cut all this shit out. Cut out DEI. Cut out affirmative action. Cut out all this stuff. If I don't get my cut, if I can't participate in it, then crash the whole damn thing. Cut out all the favoritism to the white boys and the caste system and the legacy appointments and admission criteria. Let's get rid of all of it. Let's get rid of all of it and have a real, or something closer to a real, meritocracy.
But isn't that what Roger Report says when he says either we treat everybody like black men or we treat black men like everyone else?
Exactly. That's
like
exactly.
that's really yeah.
And black men got to get comfortable with that stance. That okay, cool. I mean, it's it's one for all or nothing for nobody.
Yeah.
Fuck all of the righteous moral bullshit that we be on. No, fuck that.
Well, the environment is changing under these people's feet. They don't know what to do with themselves. I agree with Black Uru that they screwed themselves. Congratulations, you played yourself by screwing over black people, black men in particular, getting in the way. And so we're about to see. Landon wanted me to explain what I meant by Asians just black people, white people. So when Black Uru was speaking, he was speaking about essentially how Asians can afford to have their caste system because there's so many of them than white people, white Americans in particular. That's the same thing with black people in America, where whatever our F-ups are exaggerated because we're only some 12 to 13% of the population, where white people can afford their LGBT community and they can afford their wayward nephew who don't mature until he's 45 and then his uncle cut him in. They can afford that. They can afford
you could afford that 20, 30, 40 years ago. You cannot readily afford that now.
But that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. So that's where I'm going. So they can afford that in relationship to black people. They can afford it. But in relationship to a country like India with 1.4 billion who can afford to send 10, 15 million of their people to America and not feel it, and like a country like China who can afford to do the same thing and not feel it, that puts white people who are numbering it at 200 million, 200 and some odd million and decreasing, that puts them on their back foot. Especially when India is cut. Wait, real quick. When India is sitting some of their best and brightest over here, not even all, not most, right? Some of. So to Landon, that's what I'm saying. So when I say Asians, black people, white people, what I'm saying is they can afford to have their caste system and it screw them, but they have so much more of them that it doesn't hurt them in relationship to white people. Just like in relationship to black people in America, white people could be F-ups and be mediocre and yet still be better than black people only because of sheer numbers.
I think this statement, let me say this real quick before we move on. But I think what you just said and what Uru brought to light was, like you said, setting this system up as the artificial selection of the system dooms you in the long term. And I think it what comes to mind, it makes the statement Baldwin said when he said, when you don't let people, not letting people participate in the system, they will destroy it by their mere presence.
Yeah.
And by rigging the system in the way they have, white men have essentially doomed their own sons to mediocrity.
Yeah, been saying that.
Because they could not.
Let's think of how. Let's take the prison industrial complex. I mean, not only, even if you don't care anything about black males, which obviously they did, to create a system that is predicated on the enslavement of human beings, where you don't have to really develop and progress logistically, technologically, because I could just slave out these people. Yeah, you'll make money, but are you really developing a competitive system?
No.
And if the rest of the world has to develop a competitive system for survival and progression, inevitably you fail. Even if you don't care anything about black men, you ultimately inevitably fail.
Uru.
Well, wait, real quick, compassion. And you were hiding behind the financialization of everything. That's why you were making the money in the first place. It wasn't skill; it was financialization of everything. Go ahead, compassion. Go ahead.
But Uru, you know, Uru knows about Mount Carmel, the Catholic school.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, the white boys, we used to hoop. Me and my friends used to hoop at the local like Lifetime or LA Fitness, and the white boys from Mount Carmel, the basketball team, they would, and they had some black players, but I remember white boys used to come all the way to our gym to play with us, and eventually I used to ask them after a couple of sessions, like, why y'all coming all the way here to play with us? And they was like, well, y'all better. So playing with y'all makes us better when we go back and play with the white boys in the Catholic League. And I'm like, well, yeah, that makes sense then. But essentially this system it was rigged in such a way because, like you said, Uru, they haven't allowed white boys to openly compete with black boys to even get better. Of course they would lose. The affirmative action of white supremacy, that's essentially the social affirmative action program they've given all white men or white people, has doomed them long term because they haven't gotten better. At this point, the Ivy League school scandal proved that y'all are even at the fucking the intelligent institutions on the planet are rigging that game and not even competing for that fairly. So what do you expect long term?
Don't even mention the legacy admissions as well that a lot of Asians seem to have a cognitive dissonance about.
But I could even give you legacy admissions. At least that's pedigree. You coming from a rich family, cool. They bought a wing of the school, so they're gonna give you a free admissions essentially into the school. I can almost deal with that, but with the testing, exactly. But them rigging the admissions.
Legacy, though, it is actually the existence of the decadence. It's the existence of the aristocrats being awarded and passed on certain unearned gratuity. That's how, and then that legacy guys, he get a legacy admission to Harvard. He get a legacy admission to Stanford, right? And then he get a legacy admission to Harvard Business School or Law School. And then he gets essentially a legacy appointment at Goldman Sachs or whatever. And then those motherfuckers are the ones who run the whole country. And at some point, one of those motherfuckers become the Secretary of the United States Treasury.
Yeah.
Basically,
or the President of the United States, Trump in Penn State.
Or the President of the United States. Exactly, the President of the United States. And that's where the rot is.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, one of the worst things about this country is the legacy appointments. When you fly it all the way up the flagpole, a source of the rot, because those guys are going to run your It begins with a C and it ends with an A outfit. They're going to be running those outfits. They're going to be running, it begins with an F, ends with an I outfit. Rot, they spread that rot everywhere. They spread it throughout government. They at the federal level, the state level, all these glad hands. We had a system of it here in Chicago. You'll know this. You'll know this, Compassionate. Mayor Daley had over 80 of his relatives on the payroll in Chicago. Before he became mayor of Chicago, 20 or some of his relatives worked for the city of Chicago. About 10 or 15 years into his mayoralship, which lasts over 20 years, over 80% of his over 80 of his family members were city of Chicago employees. Their average salaries went from $30,000 a year to close to $100,000 a year when he left office. That's the rot.
I have an example of this
That's the
too.
corruption.
Yeah, the example I have of this is actually in tech companies. There was this guy works for, did contracting work. His name was Mr. Hassan, like literally this Indian guy. And the way I got in was literally because I helped take care of his son, because I was in medical healthcare before, and I helped people with disease and stuff like that. And he was able to literally, just by having a Google cert, like the cert that everybody can do online right now, he put me on for level 1 and level 2 contracts, and just from that, he was able to give me like direct interviews. He did that for his son, his wife, his daughter, friends, and it's just like they're able to get jobs with like the most basic things, running really basic tests. And it's just like it's like
Nepotism is
automation
motherfucker.
testing. And just sitting there was like automation tools. They're not coding, really do much of anything. And it's like 10, like you said, 10, 15, 20 people just, spread out, getting these remote jobs and very nice homes here, in the Midwest where I am. And it's like, wow, like
Yeah.
it's very basic. And
And
it's
that
just
shit,
through him.
and the
It's just
nepotism is
what I'm
old
at.
as apple pie. And like Guru was
Yep.
saying, it just got to a point where it's rotted out every institution. And even at the corporate, that's where you almost feel like the corporate sector or the financial institutions can't do math in this country the way they need to be bailed
You
out.
can look, if you're a sports fan, you see a
Compassion.
lot of
Chance, read this after
lucky
Black Guru.
sperm
Go ahead, Black
club.
Guru.
You see a lot of lucky sperm club members owning these sports teams. The father or great grandfather or whatever founded the NFL. The guy who owns the Jets, the guy who owns the Giants, the guy who owns the Steelers.
The
They're
Bears.
2, 3, 4 generation lucky sperm club members. And you look at like the Jets, for example, has been a shit organization for generations. That's in large part because of that Johnson family.
Yeah.
Well, hey, the Johnson family, they go way back.
It's total incompetence at this point. But let me read this super chat for you, Z. Cyrus Burke for the $5. Appreciate it, big dog. I would pay to see all the heavy hitters in this space do a stream on the opportunity cost of America's racism. Black Uru set it up perfectly. Yeah, I mean, if
we low-key doing it right now. We low-key doing it right now.
Everywhere you go.
We do need
everywhere you go.
We need to do like a full scale.
A dedicated, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, because I think who else is going to really do
I
it?
have a theory that if we had a meritocracy, simply a sports meritocracy in this country, a real meritocracy in this country, Black American men would dominate the NBA, the NFL, the MLB, the NHL, fucking Olympics, tennis, everything. Think about all of the great athletes you knew who never got anywhere near a D1 program because of this bullshit or that bullshit or this baby mama or this crazy ass mama or whatever. If there was just on a talent basis, Florida alone could be Florida alone.
Facts, bro.
Man, if you took the
Yo, I have
brothers
no
from
idea.
Florida
Mhm.
and Georgia alone,
Yep,
those are all your
yep,
professional
yep,
sports. Those are all
yep.
your Olympics. All of that shit
And
totally
that's just
dominated.
and that's just one
Alabama,
industry, Uru.
Mississippi,
Mhm.
Louisiana would thrash the world athletic. The world
Hey,
athletic.
let me say this. Number one, thank you for the Florida shout out. It's true. Um, number one. Number two, I would also add this to that. Lewis Hamilton got near a steering wheel in Britain, and he'd been dominating Formula One for what, a decade plus?
With ease.
With ease. He broke every goddamn record.
He looks bored when you see him. It's
He
like,
really,
damn.
and as a black, white, mixed British man, and he's killing Formula One.
That's
The
what
only person
happened
that got close
when
was
you.
Verstappen. Go ahead.
I mean, that's what happened when you allow anything close to a meritorious system,
Even
a
playing field.
truly
Yeah.
meritorious system, where you truly give the very best, most talented people an opportunity to compete, and you don't steal from them while you're doing it.
Say
Because
that.
that's what we have in America. Even if you get a chance, they're gonna steal from you. They're gonna give you pennies on the dollar,
Mhm.
you know, while you get something, and then they're gonna hype up what you got and make it seem like a big deal. You know, Michael
Yep.
Jordan should be worth $100 billion. He
Ooh.
should be.
Mhm.
I
Easily.
mean, when you think about the economic effect of Michael Jordan, he should easily be worth $100 billion. Easily worth
Let me
$100
say
billion.
this too. So, number one. Number two, I'm going to be honest with y'all. If you open it up to black women, they'll crush everything too.
They would.
They will crush
Well,
every.
that's
There'll be a million
the
Serenas walking
problem.
around here, and there'll be a million
They
Naomi
would.
Campbell's walking around here. Let's be honest. When
We're,
Naomi was on the
we're,
runway, ain't nobody touching
getting
her,
a
bro.
taste of it. We're getting a taste
Mhm.
of it in gymnastics. We're getting
Yeah,
a taste
yeah,
of it.
yep,
Because I
yep.
always thought that if they ever
Shout out to Gabby
allow
and
any decent
Simone.
number of black girls in gymnastics, that shit's gonna be
Over
over
with.
with.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it
Yep.
was.
And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Be honest. Over the past 3, 4
No,
Olympics, it's
here's
been
my
nothing but
favorite.
black women.
Here's my
It's
favorite
Gabby and
one.
Simone.
Here's my
Yep.
favorite one. Let's put some brothers in speed skate.
Oh man.
Lord
All
have
the
mercy.
records are gone. All of them.
Hey, you imagine
All of them are
Usain Bolt, American and Jamaican Usain Bolts ice skating.
All of
What
them
can
are
you do with
gone.
that? You
All
can't
of
do
them are
nothing with
gone.
that.
Hockey's
Yeah.
gone. It's
No, it's
gone.
been gone. Yep. All we need is another tall, lanky freak, and we'll take all of what's his name Phelps records too. We'll take that too.
All of them.
Who?
You need one more.
Phelps, all of
You just need one. Yeah, we'll take all of Phelps
And
records.
he's great.
Yeah,
He's
and he
great.
really is.
I'm not taking
He's cool as
anything
hell
from
too.
him. But a black
Yeah,
version of Michael Phelps is going to destroy all that stuff.
yeah,
With his
yeah.
with his exact same training and preparation and access, no, he's going to destroy all of that.
And I mean, what y'all essentially illustrate, making the case for, is essentially, helping me understand why white folks would invent white supremacy in the first place. Because if that's true, they would need an affirmative action program to ensure that they had any shot in competing against us.
But it screws them in the long run because
But
once again,
I get it though, because at the same time, if you basically telling me I'm gonna have to be a bench, if I just be a bench player and support the team, you know, as for moral support, we can win championships until infinity, but you'll never see the fucking floor, white boy. They wouldn't. They're not willing. I don't know if most human beings are willing to take that deal. They'll say, "Fuck it, I'll rather us lose some championships and I see the floor." By artificially rigging who starts.
Yep.
So,
well, now you got to deal with hungry ass East and South Asians,
hungry ass Africans.
And Africans, right? And and you gotta watch this disintegrate in your face.
Yeah,
and
I guess
here's the kicker.
Yeah.
Let me tell you how this is gonna ultimately turn out. And the same black people in America that you were stepping on are gonna team up with Africans, and that's your ass.
Yep, and that's what they've been. They know that. They know that.
Yeah, and J. Edgar Hoover's biggest fear will have come to fruition.
But see, that's what scares me. If I know we up here, we beating our chest a little bit. What scares me is putting myself in the shoes of this cracker, American cracker.
You know what we're doing?
I will blow this bitch up. Then
that's what I was gonna say. God damn, you beat me to it.
Yeah.
What we're doing now, whether we're saying it or not, is calling his bluff. You gonna blow this up, or you gonna fall, or you gonna take a step back. Either you're gonna blow this up, or you're gonna take a step back. I don't know.
And like you said, my forefathers been around these white boys a long time, and I don't know if they would push that button or if they wouldn't. These niggas, they created this whole system. They basically are scared.
I think their forefathers would press the button. I don't know if they will.
I would recommend that you embrace your fate, whatever it is, and call their bluff. The only way to go into the future is just say fuck it. I'd rather go into the future than just to stay in their bullshit.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
you ain't lying.
You're right. Your fate and call it bluff.
Blow this bitch up, then go ahead. Fuck it.
No, I agree.
Because we're not gonna keep running this. We're not gonna keep running this same play for another 500 years. No,
but they can't. They can't run it another 500 years. They can't. That's what they're trying to do. They can't.
That's what I'm saying. I'm suspicious of how suicidal they really are.
Look, if we're gonna go to it, the whole Russia-Ukraine play was them trying to run it another 500 years. It was to knock Russia out, bleed them dry, and then go at China, just China. The problem is they got outmaneuvered, at least what it's looking like now. And now what the whole reason that Nixon met up with Mao in the 70s just came around and bit them in the ass. The whole reason they met with Mao was to get China away from the Soviet Union. And guess what just happened? You just tightened that bond and threw Iran and North Korea in the mix. Oh boy.
Lord have mercy.
North Korea, that's 53. Iran, that's when was the overthrow of Mossadegh? In the 50s again, right? Was that 53 too? I think the overthrow of Mossadegh. What else? You got the Soviet Union, which fell in with 92 or something like that, 89, 92, something like that, right? And China, which you thought you bought off since the 70s. Oh boy. It ain't looking good. It ain't looking good, y'all. And to be honest with you, it is all of the people you subjected in a weird way, right? So you got some of them on your side. You have go ahead.
Does India have a nuclear program?
Yeah, no, they got nukes. What you talking about? Yeah. Yeah,
they got plenty.
Let me list off the countries for you. Pakistan, India, China, North Korea, Israel, Russia, France, Britain. Yeah, and yeah. So, is that it? I think that's. Am I missing somebody? I said Pakistan.
Canada gotta have a nuclear program.
No. And Canada's relying on the U.S. And NATO countries might have them strategically because of the U.S. So yeah, they might be placed in NATO because of the U.S. So something like that.
Like to Uru's question, I don't know how suicidal these North American crackers really are. I mean I think if all the chips were down, because essentially we see what they were willing to do just to maldistribute resources and like mate guard. Essentially, they were willing to do a lot to mate guard and maldistribute all the resources. So if all the chips were down and they were saying, "Hey, look, man, dethrone completely and not have the leverage they've had for these several hundred years," I'm not sure how they could cope with that. They are the only ones that ever actually dropped the motherfucking nuke too. That's what I say. They have incinerated like 300 million or 300,000.
Yeah, but when they did that, they were the only ones.
They were the only ones with it. Yeah, they were the only ones with it.
Which is that my point essentially is that they're willing to use it.
If they thought for an instant that Japan could have dropped on Washington, that would not have happened.
Yeah, that's true.
That would not have happened.
You want to know how we know that? the whole Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, yeah. Because I guess mutually assured. I guess they ain't
Hey,
mutually assured
mad.
destruction.
Hey,
Yeah.
that's why they call it mad. That's why it's mad. Hey, it's mutually assured destruction, and you got to be mad to press the red button because it's all gone.
All of what the Soviet Union did, and we didn't have not a single hot war with them with conventional weapons, much less nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
So y'all don't think what the Rothschilds and the Bilderbergs having to watch their daughters marry niggas, all these successful tech billionaire niggas?
I think the Rothschilds. I think the Rothschilds have already done their calculus on that kind of thing, and probably have some
Man,
contingency
they had their
about
bunkers.
how they'll live through that shit.
Yeah. If you can be honest, let me tell you something. The women will not even. Let me take that back. The men will marry Asian women. That ain't nothing. That's cake. That ain't shit.
Yeah.
Number one. Number two. The rest of them already got their bunkers. Right? Yeah. That ain't nothing. All the super wealthy people already got exit plan 1, 2, and 3. No. If you go that far up, yeah, the people that have been making money for centuries, yeah, they already got exit plans. They already got contingencies.
That's why they playing fast and loose with the economies and not technocrating right, or they're not even managing the fraud they're doing right, because they at the end of the day they got a bunker or island they can retreat to on a private jet if it all just collapsed.
You heard Mark Zuckerberg been building his for I don't know how long, right? But better if you still there, if you don't mind reading the super chat for me, please.
I have an idea for a novel. I have an idea for a novel. It involves a list and a coordinated one-day event.
Sounds Tom Clancy-ish.
You guys read between the lines. You guys read between the lines.
Sounds kind of Crystal Knockish.
Where it all happens is it would have to all happen pretty much the same day.
Hey, I'm just saying.
You want me to read the super chat?
You want to kick? No, better you got it.
Oh,
go ahead.
Thank you for the £5. L's active. What's you guys take on Elon calling Republicans unrepentant racists and taking away their blue ticks? Is this a move from caste to technocracy?
I think we might be already in the technocracy. Unrepentant racist. I think, because it's like, I think we talked about it earlier. It's that clash between like the neocon and the MAGA serfs, and there. I think that's not him actually he's not actually anti-racist with that statement. I think that's just his answer to them not understanding the Republican globalist strategy going forward.
That was the mask.
I would first. I would want to clarify who is he specifically talking to, because saying
the Laura Loomers of the world,
because you didn't quote Republicans, you quoted unrepentant racists.
Mm-hmm.
So are we talking about all Republicans? Are we talking about MAGA Republicans? Are we talking about a specific?
No, he was talking about the MAGA Republicans.
Yeah.
He was talking about the Laura Loomer and them.
All MAGA Republicans, or was he directing it to a particular group or faction therein?
I don't think it was all. It could be. He could weasel out of that. He could weasel out of that.
What was the context of this statement? Essentially,
I saw the text. I saw the message. He was directing that towards Laura Loomer and those types.
Okay. So it all depends on how that is received. Because if it's clear to the observer that he's referring to a particular group of people, then I don't know if that means much at all. Yeah. But obviously, if the perception was he was talking about all Republicans, which I would think him being far too clever to do that. But if he were talking to Republicans in general, then he is creating a major problem for
What
Trump.
what is a repentant racist? What's an example of a repentant racist?
You said it earlier, so I would replace what you said about globalist with, look, in the grand scheme of things, we still going to be running it as white folks. We're bringing in cheap Indian labor who's not going to have the political power and the economic power, which is not 100% true, but fine.
Right.
But
So we gotta
the way I'm seeing Elon is saying is like, look, we still white though.
Right.
Y'all are so unrepentant that you're not seeing the law. You're not seeing the forest through the trees. You're not playing the long game.
He's saying
he's saying
expand the empire, so y'all got to be a little less flagrantly racist and xenophobic just for us to get.
What's wrong with having one or two tech CEOs that are Indian?
Right.
Right. In the grand scheme of things, what's wrong with bringing? They're still running the white empire. What's wrong with one or two governors that are Indian? What is wrong with a few financiers or people in Wall Street that's working with the stock market that are East or South Asian? I get it. The grand scheme of things, they're still thwarting the white empire. And what Laura Loomer and them are saying is, no, even the faces need to be white. Right? That's how I read it. But go ahead.
In terms of repentant racists, I would argue that those are the white liberals that Malcolm X talked about. But in regards to these comments, I feel it was the whole mask off thing. He don't give a fuck about none of that MAGA shit or any of that. He's trying to line his pockets. He's trying to get it while the getting is good. And when he's got everything, he getting the fuck out of Dodge.
He's not a true believer. He's a salesman.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
To me, it's just that simple.
Yeah, because he's a capitalist. He's clear. I mean, and that's what this essentially. That's what I remember. Gigi did some work some years back where he outlined, like he was doing something with a Sand Dog, where they were like going through the early history of the United States, and they went over like the Bacon's Rebellion, where white serfs and enslaved blacks joined together and rebelled against the landowners in some township or some shit. And long story short, Gigi basically concluded the whole story and how they quelled the rebellion. And then he essentially kind of alluded to, this is kind of where the ruling class invented the concept of whiteness as a way, and for the white serfs, which are the MAGA people in this context, they cut a deal with the elites to have status based on their whiteness. And that, but it's always essentially been a class warfare. It's been the elites versus the what do they call it? Not the plutocrats, but the proletariat. And it's been covered up in America, the classism, because it all been boiling down to money in America, honestly. Like, I don't even think, like, at Elon's level, it's not about you. White supremacy is even going out of style because it's about getting as much money as you possibly can. It's about the class orientation. And that's just being revealed more.
Can we say this is something like can we say this is something like proto-intersectionality?
I mean, okay, this is the thing. Let me kind of frame it. This is how I think about it. Class and race are inextricably linked in America. Your skin color is a designation of your class.
Yes.
White folks have worked really hard to make sure of it. Now, within race, there's also class, right?
Mm-hmm.
What Elon to me represents, like I said, he's a salesman, right? In many ways, he's a snake oil salesman, but he has legitimate businesses. Okay, cool. And he's running into the true believers of the white over everything.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
If y'all remember Nick Fuentes, Remember, Nick Fuentes said he ain't a hardcore capitalist because, and I'm gonna rephrase what he's saying by saying I'm not a hardcore capitalist because it's gonna get in the way of my white nationalism.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
Elon said to hell with all of that. I might be a white nationalist. I mean, he literally was born and raised in South Africa as a rich ass kid, by the way. Pictures of him and his brother standing next to his dad's Rolls Royce. I'm not joking. Um, so I am about this white nationalist thing, but this money and power, though, what tools do we use to keep our position? Is what Elon's on. The
Yeah.
other people said to hell with all that. We'll figure that as we go. And both of them are wrong, and both of them are right.
Mm.
It's that simple. Both of them are wrong,
I,
and both of them are right because there's
I,
pitfalls to both. Go ahead, go ahead.
but look, the way
I really
you maintain white um, status in America without any laws that
Mhm.
in enforce such and regulations is you create criteria within you create intangible criteria, right? And then you create systems that differentiate who can have access to the ability to achieve that criteria, right? You create situations in which this person is more likely to qualify for this position because he or she is more likely to have an upbringing that qualifies for this particular situation.
Mm-hmm.
And the people who established those standards was my daddy and my granddaddy
Mhm.
and my great
Mhm.
granddaddy, who have in mind their sons, their grandsons, their great grandsons when they're creating that criteria. So that's how you maintain a white racist uh, hierarchy without having it formally designated in
Yes.
law. You'll
It looks
see, for
benign, but it's not.
example, in many
Mhm.
in
Mhm. Mhm.
many police and firefighter systems where these legacy programs. This guy was 3, 4 generation firefighter. This guy was three or
Yep.
four generation
Yep.
police
Yep.
officer or city sheriff or whatever. And so this guy was learning how to use an axe when he was, 10 years old or whatever the regulation, axe because his grandfather, or his great grandfather founded the fire department kind of thing.
Yep.
Then of course they hook up their friends who just happen to coincidentally be white guys, right?
Yep.
Or my granddaddy founded this NFL team, right? So, and he hired his friends and his friends' sons, and this one became a GM, and then went and founded went from the Browns to founding the Paul Brown, went from the Browns to founding the Bengals.
Yeah.
That's an example of that. So that's how you maintain a effectively maintain a white male aristocratic order in America without anything technically being on paper.
Mhm.
That's how you do that.
Yes.
And
And that's how
here's the
you got
thing:
here.
if you become governor, you can impute that shit in state law. You know, if you become attorney general of whatever state, you can impute that in the hiring practices and the regulatory practices there. You can put that stuff in, and then you can create standards in which certain criteria are necessary for contracting and consulting criteria and eligibility standards. So then, my friend who I went to Harvard with, I'm the attorney general, and I need some
Mhm.
outside legal services. And it just so happens the only one who really qualifies for these outside legal services is the guy who I went to Harvard with 20 years ago.
Man.
That's how
Hey,
you do that.
can I name a fictional example?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Any of y'all ever saw the Netflix miniseries Fear Street? R.L. Stein.
No, I didn't see it.
Oh, it's good.
That's the guy that created Goosebumps.
Yeah. They had another movie. What you call it? Of like, it was like a paranormal serial killer kind of situation, but they had like three movies, and it was like back and forth through time, stuff like that. And like they had a
Vince,
city.
when you're done, read this for me, please. Go ahead.
Okay. So they had basically a tale of two cities, a city that didn't have any money and a city that did have money, and their wealth went back generations and things like that. And that's just an example that came to mind where they like their family kept putting themselves and other people on at the expense of other people. So
I was watching something that said the same Italian family been running things in Italy for like 600 years type joint.
I
Keep
believe
going.
it. Okay. So thank you, Telescope 3 with the $5 super
G,
chat.
share my screen real quick. My bad.
Okay. And Telescope says Elon's statement's no big deal. He just doesn't like Republican racism against the darkies he has useful, especially the Indians.
I agree with Telescope, actually. I agree with him.
I don't think.
Look, I'm actually rooting for MAGA on the issue, because I want MAGA to blow up this whole system of, we're going to pick and choose the darkies that are favorable for us and we consider favorable for us.
We're gonna pick the upper class non-whites.
Yeah, I want them to blow up the H-1 visa. I want them to blow that up again. As I said earlier, cut the shit out or cut me in. As a black man, if I'm not benefiting, I don't really give a fuck. If that means that crash what they got going on at Facebook or whatever, fuck them. I want the whole thing to come to a head.
Hey, if you can't defend yourself from TikTok, that doesn't mean that we have to write special laws to get TikTok out of here.
Exactly.
The way I see it, those white folks are not necessarily wrong in how they're feeling, because the Indians are very classist, and if enough of them get into a particular space, they will lock everybody else out.
Yep, black and white, everybody included. Yep.
They
I agree.
I'm gonna say it. They are a fucking infestation. That's what I've seen. They are an infestation. Once there's a critical mass of them in there, from what I've seen, they create a kind of environment that necessitates them dominating that particular environment. That's what I've seen.
Real quick. I read an article written by Indian who said to the tech industry, hey, if you let these Indians come in with this caste crap in Silicon Valley, they will take over. And it was an Indian that said that. They'll bring their caste stuff from India to the tech industry and dominate the entire tech industry. Exactly what Black Guru just said. They will push everybody out.
And I've
There will
seen them
only be
come in
Indians by
situations
caste.
where they change things. And again, I'm not a tech guy, but I've seen situations where they've created ways in which your dependence on them increases the further along you go into the project. So at a certain point, you can't get rid of them without scrapping the whole damn thing that you put together. I have seen that at a professional level.
And the thing of it is, with these white folks are recognizing that what they're acting on is essentially, if they get in and they get that foothold, essentially they're gonna niggerize everybody else. And that's what they're really fighting against. They don't want to be niggas.
Yeah, they're gonna
But this is white people's problem. The problem white people have is y'all let everybody get in on affirmative action, number one. Number two, you let everybody be the buffer between you and black people. You didn't even want black people to be number two. You let East Asians, South Asians, Latinos, I see it here in South Florida. They let the Cubans, and this is Nixon, they let the Cubans come here and run it to the point where even regular white folks can't really live in Miami proper anymore. Right?
Mm-hmm.
White folks barely live in Dade County. They in Broward, they in West Palm Beach, they in South Miami. They're kind of out west, right? But in Miami, the actual city, if you don't got
Oh no.
buku bucks,
When I've
right?
gone to Miami, I thought I was in Havana.
Yep, yep.
Honestly.
And that's their own fault. White people continue to do the same thing. Instead of letting the Negroes have it, they destroy it for the Negro. Okay, fine, and then somebody else take it over, and now you can't even enjoy it. As a white person, that's what you get every single time. They do it every single time, and that's why once again, DJ Khaled said, "Congratulations, you played yourself," and there you go. That's what he said. I'm just saying. But yeah, so this is white people's own making. Y'all don't want to educate. Y'all don't even want to educate working class white people. Okay, fine. Y'all don't want to educate the black folks. Y'all bring in um um people from overseas for everything. Everything from hands-on blue collar work for the cheap, and capitalism and white supremacy is eating y'all alive. Y'all bringing in at the bottom the Latinos to pick the food, and at the top end y'all bring in the tech guys from India, and it's crushing y'all all across the board. It's crushing
Yeah.
y'all.
Trying
So
to
what's gonna happen is a handful of white folks will be uber wealthy, right? Trying to hold on to the wealth, while the masses of them will have nothing. That's where they are now, practically.
this is the cost of staving off a black messiah at all costs.
Hey,
Yeah,
y'all should have left
it is.
Fred Hampton alive. This is y'all fault for Fred Hampton.
They find themselves in the Schrodinger's cat snake eating his own tail type situation.
Hey, what is that again? Wait. I'm listening. I'm listening to my ancestors. Fred Hampton just shrugged.
Yep.
There you
Yep.
go.
This is the cost of that.
Hey,
So hell bent anti-blackness at all cost, anti-black
hey.
maleness at all cost is costing them everything. Like you said,
Instead,
this is the
observer
biggest
said,
thing
"Looking
you're gonna
stupid."
do. Yeah.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
you're
you
looking
played
stupid.
yourself. I
Say
mean,
that.
you really
Finish
did.
what you were gonna say. Compassionate. You were gonna say something. Go
No,
ahead.
yeah, I mean, like they really are. They're funding their own demise. They've been funding their own
Mhm.
demise by like what I said, essentially just being prioritizing black male misandry and disenfranchisement. I mean, I hope it
Okay.
was worth it.
Hey.
Oh, and gaslighting, by the way.
Oh, definitely. Oh, all the time. Twice on Sundays. And KMS is, and thank you for the super chat. KMS is, white men, white America situation is like Rocky 3. Mikey society was setting up fights for Rocky white men. Clubber Lang Global is pulling their card, and now they need to seek out Apollo black men to save
Yeah,
their ass. Apollo should shrug.
yeah.
I don't know.
Or
Let's see how bad it gets. I
no,
think eventually that's gonna happen, but they haven't done it yet.
no, we shouldn't
They haven't
shrug.
done it yet.
When they come, we need a bag. We
Yeah,
just
no,
need
that's what
an
I'm gonna say.
extremely large bag.
We should name our price.
We
We should
need
name our price.
no, fuck that. We need equity in the company.
Yeah,
Like fuck that.
yeah.
You need
That's part of the
Apollo. We need
price.
equity.
Wait. A good size portion.
You want us to go over there and take Africa and secure that? We need a slice of the bag. I
Yeah.
mean, we just gonna have to cut the shit.
Oh, and hey, let's tap in with black women. Hey, we need a position too. I don't just want the money. I don't just want equity. No, you gonna have to give me a position, player.
Yeah.
And smile.
Yeah. A high one too.
For some Negroes, just having one white woman will be enough.
No.
See,
We got some for them Negroes. We wrapping them up and we put them in the closet
Remember,
before we go negotiating. We
you
wrapping them
remember,
Negroes up and putting them in the closet. No,
you
nope.
remember the episode of Boondocks? Asian bitches, East Indian bitches,
Right.
big booty white bitches.
hey, what if
Being a Lansing bitch.
would y'all take the caveat? What if when we get to the table with the white boys when they begging us to save them, and they say, "Bet we need equity. We need a large slice to save you." And if
If
they
not the
say
majority, but go ahead.
right. If they say cool, y'all just gotta also y'all gotta promise not to fuck with white women. You gotta
I'll
make
take
it.
that bet.
Yeah, I'll take that. But y'all take that bet.
Easy.
I would take that. I would take that bet, and I would add to that bet that if you fuck with that white woman, homie, you know, you're outcast. You're out there with them.
Yeah.
You know, I would definitely take that bet. And I think most black men would take that bet.
Easily.
I think most black men would take that bet.
Hey, here's the question though. What do you do with black women?
I would say out of spite, I wouldn't take it just for the fact that they running roughshod over for the Asian dudes. They running roughshod over their woman. Just off of that.
No. I would take it, but here's the
I
thing.
definitely take that. I'll take that.
I'll definitely take it. What do you do with black women though?
Let me answer that. Let me get one answer. Let them choose. Let them choose.
I mean, at that point we lit.
So again, my answer is let them choose.
I mean, I would keep all the women.
Yeah, that's what I say.
But now they own some what do you call it? Program. They own a different program.
Payment
program? I
program?
would keep all the women. You know, what do you call it? They own a what's that series?
No, I would say re-education program. They're on a re-education program brought to you by black men.
That series about the breeding women.
You ain't talking about Handmaid's Tale.
No, Handmaid's Tale. Yes, Handmaid's Tale.
They own a Handmaid's program. That's what they own.
Yep.
I still haven't watched that.
Hey, and white women are terrified, and some black women, but white women are terrified that white men are going to have them on some Handmaid's Tale. And let's be very clear: if white men can manage to pull this together, going on with Compassionate was saying earlier, that's what they would do.
Get out of our way, and the brothers get on code. Where's the problem? Where's the problem?
There is none. The only thing we would have to do is make sure that our grandsons and great grandsons, I don't know how we would do this now. I would like direct that to Black Guru and BGS and Dr. T and whatnot. Make sure our great grandsons don't become white folks. Literally don't recreate this in a few generations.
Right.
And just let the power atrophy, get lazy, get sloppy, and in 4, 5, 6 generations, we the ones with our hands out like, oh God, now we need the white dudes to come around and save us.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking like idiots.
Squandering shit.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would. I think it would work out. I think it could be worked out. I think a lot of what we see is environmental, and you change the environment, and you change the output. But a lot of it will be how what we are willing to do. And, you know, some of what we would have to be willing to do would be something that for some of us may be a little discomforting. You know, it would be a little discomforting. And some of it would be, you know, are you going to let your sister get her full punishment, for example?
Mm-hmm.
That kind of
thing. Hey, she has
or are you going to simp out? And then now I got to do something to you because I'm supposed to be doing something to your sister.
Mm-hmm. Well,
to be honest with you, Black Guru, after about the 3rd or 4th person you stomp out, the message will be clear.
I was going to say
it only got to happen about 3 or 4 times.
Human nature would take over. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Niggas only got to see a couple niggas being made of example of before they
and
change.
It's not like it's not for the betterment of her anyway and the larger group. But people not gonna get it until we got it's not just brothers and sisters. We gonna have to stomp out some dads, right? We gonna have to stomp out some uncles. We have to stomp out some you the one who raised this little spoiled brat. And we didn't even want to do it to you. It's that you tried to jump in her quote unquote defense. when when it was time to discipline, and you just gonna have to eat that. There's
No,
a
see,
whole
like
lot of people. Yeah, go ahead.
the sister would be easy, I think. But see, niggas' mamas is niggas.
Yeah, yeah,
Niggas gonna be able to stand by and watch their mama get her punishment.
yeah.
That's
Hey, and then we gonna have to make you feel it because there's a reason why your mom is a single mom.
Mm.
There's a reason why you and your other three siblings got different daddies, right?
yep.
So if you don't recognize what it is, we just gonna have to knock a couple of them 17-year-old teeth out your mouth. That's all,
Yeah, that's why they don't want
right?
you niggas having no power. You see how you niggas start talking?
Hey, but hey, guess what? What happened when Mao was in power? What did they have to do to all those people that were stuck on opium? What did they have to do to them?
Yeah, they had to make it
Got
a
to send the
super
herd a
example.
little
The
bit.
Hey,
purging.
I'm saying if you on the weak ass opium of the gynocracy, then what do we have to do to you?
Man you up.
Hey, I'm saying we gave you a way out. You could have stepped to the side, right? You could have now looked, but you decided to try to fight this. Oh well.
I'm gonna say it again in my Benny Siegel voice. Either you get down or you lay down.
Not the Mac.
Yeah.
Not the Mac. Oh man.
See, that's gonna be the
The
real
brunch
test.
bully. Oh man.
Like Uru always talks about, the biggest hurdle of us toppling the gynocracy are going through the gynocratic men. And that's gonna be
That's a fact.
the biggest hurdle. Like you said, who's willing to go further? Are the black masculinists willing to go further than the gynocratic men? That's the question. Because they driven by emotion. Like they
Yeah.
defending mama. A
And
nigga
money.
defending mama is dangerous.
Look, man, after I saw DL Hughley on Vlad, I was like, oh nigga. So
Mhm.
it really is bad. It's and we gotta be honest. The and this is something I'm really annoyed with certain Xers and boomers about. And because when you hear DL speak, when you hear Shaq speak, when you hear some of these people, Steve Harvey speak, what annoys me is they help to perpetuate the crap, but they have the money to get divorced. They might, yes, their wife might take half, but taking half of 15 million, you still left with 7.5 million. We don't have that. So your wayward ass way of thinking and viewing things, you can afford it. The average black man can't afford it. So when you pushing this weirdo gynocracy crap, you can afford for it to bite you in the ass. How many times, Steve Harvey? What is he on the third marriage, fourth marriage? Right? He can afford that crap. The rest of us cannot afford to be married 3 times, Steve, and be married to a former dope boys lady. We can afford to adopt Lori Harvey's as daughters and have her out here. The rest of us can afford that. Steve can afford it, right?
Most of us
You know
can't
what?
afford
One
one
of the
bad.
things I have, I have been having this dilemma about the iconoclastic activity that has been occurring involving celebrities. This black celebrities this past year kind of kicked off by the rather
Cat?
epic interview between
Yep. Yep. I already knew where you were going. I already knew where you were going. Right?
Then, you know, Diddy gets taken down by Cassie. That was some bullshit, but whatever. And then, you know, all this activity, you know, Jay-Z, Travis Hunter. I'm almost thinking it's a good thing that there is a destruction of the black male celebrity to some degree. Thinking back, you know, and again, I although it hurts me seeing the black male image being essentially tainted in a way, and the potential impact of that.
the election told me that it's time for the influence of the celebrity to go away for Black people.
The end of the decadent veil, like
Yes.
Stone Talk speak about that all the time.
Yep.
That needs to totally go away. I mean, maybe we enjoy, whatever kind of sport or whatever they're engaged in, but that's it.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear your interview. I don't want to hear your political views. I don't want to believe in anything you're doing. I don't give a damn about your not-for-profits or whatever school you're starting. That's over with.
I agree.
I'm in agreement because they've been weaponized against us, like Malcolm said.
That should be
I agree
over with. Yeah, it's time for that to be. And we as Black men need to make a point of making it be over with. And it's going to be painful because some of these people we really like and are impressed by. But I think the totality of it now is that it does more harm than good. Now,
let me say
it may have been much more valuable with Muhammad Ali and Bill Russell than it is today.
Yeah.
I would just add this one thing on. In addition to that, we got to get rid of a lot of those CBC members. Damn near all of them got to go.
I agree.
Political representation. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
I gotta ask the most pressing question. This is gonna hurt a whole lot of brothers' feelings. Oh boy, y'all hold on to your hats. Y'all hold on to your hats. Dear younger boomers in just about all excerpts, can y'all finally let go of Jay-Z? Let him go. Y'all gonna let Jay-Z go, or y'all gonna hold on to him as the capitalist black dream?
I mean, right? I never had Jay-Z. I always thought Jay-Z was a fraud.
It'll be the Xers.
Yeah.
It'll be the Xers.
Yeah. You're right, Black Rule, but certain brothers, it's between Barack and Jay-Z, they don't know what to do with themselves. It's Barack and Jay-Z. They are the dream team of which you can achieve in America, right? They just love them some Jay-Z. They love them some Barack because of what they represent. And I get it, but could we let them go? Could we let them go?
Let's ask a very basic question about both Jay-Z and Barack Obama. What have they really done for Black men? Or what have
be
they
a symbol.
really done for What have they really done for Black people?
Be a symbol of what we would probably consider success.
Yeah, that's the largest.
But I'm saying, look, here's like, okay, let's compare Jay-Z to, let's say, to Tupac. I mean, Tupac was a great artist.
Yep.
And he did great music, and he did prophetic music, and he kind of represented something artistically, both as in terms of his art, but even how he lived. He represented something, and you can debate there's some complexities, positives, good and bad, but at least I don't see what Jay-Z is. I never saw the value of Jay-Z. I never saw
Black
and I was never a fan enough of any music at all he did that would make me look past anything other than I just, this was just some dude. Like, I don't know why he's any more significant than a dozen other brothers who came out of New York.
I'll tell you
or New Jersey.
Vince, you go and then I'll go. Go ahead. I'll go after.
It's just one thing. Status. That's it.
Well, no, yes, but I want to emphasize this, but I want to go somewhere with this. Black Rude, not too long ago, you told us you had went out with one of your daughters, or one of them, they bought you shoes or something like that. Like they're the ones who buying you your clothes now and everything.
Yeah.
What you have to appreciate about Jay-Z is and I'm a millennial that grew up listening to Jay. What Jay represented was the height of Black male consumption, bravado, swaggerlicious, like.
Yeah,
he represented the pinnacle of that, right?
Decadence.
And he said, remember what he said? Ain't a V12 Benz I didn't touch. He's with Beyonce at the height of Beyonce, right?
Yeah.
So between them closing down a wing when Blue Ivy was born, closing down a wing of a hospital, right? Making a song for her birth where you can hear her crying in the background. You see what I'm saying? When he performed that New York song, what was that for MTV? Have a motorcade drive up to the award ceremony. That's what Jay-Z represents. So what he represents is
Okay.
go ahead.
I'm just, but what's sustainable about that? I mean,
It's not. You're
what are
right.
you going to be?
Not substantial.
Yeah, what?
That
Yeah, that's the part that confuses me. I don't see what I'm going to appreciate about that 20 or 30 years from now.
that's part of what I was saying earlier when I was
Not,
talking about status being a whole
not 20
thing.
or 30 years from now. Not 20 or 30 years from now. But early 2000s, 20 teens. Oh yeah, him being at the inauguration for Barack Obama with Beyonce. You're talking about a dude that used to be in the streets. We already know what Jay-Z was doing, right? He was in big time, but still, you talking about that guy being at the president's inauguration, practically front row.
He represents market-based self-determination
Say that.
from a black male perspective. Being the crack, because he's synonymous for being a crack dealer and and on Forbes with Warren Buffett.
You know what? He's like, not to cut you off. It's like having the Joe Kennedy in blackface. I hate to use that connotation, but it's the same concept. That's
I get it. Yeah. I could go with that. I could go with that to a certain extent. I could go with that. I would say Diddy too up until this situation.
Hey,
To a certain extent, yeah, Diddy
But
did
no,
too.
but
who's Joe
the
Kennedy?
difference is with Jay-Z is like it's almost like he was a part of the 90s version of the Prohibition era, of someone that was taking chances, made the gamble, and
Yep.
it's a part of the American.
Oh,
He's our Joe Kennedy.
He
So to
helps
speak.
illustrate the
okay, got it.
American
Rags to
neoliberal.
riches story.
Yeah, rag to riches. The story we love to tell ourselves as Americans, especially black
Yeah,
men.
yep.
But
you
Joe Kennedy was never a beloved figure, even
Yeah.
amongst white people.
I agree.
Oh,
A
now
lot of people,
they loved his sons,
Mhm.
but he was a very controversial figure. At his height, he was a controversial figure. He
Loki was Nazi too,
presumably,
but
or
anyway.
at some point, was consorting with the Nazis, and
Yep.
he
Yep.
he kind of So I'm
Wasn't he
trying to
Irish?
visualize the analogy
Yes.
that you guys are presenting. I'm not contradicting it, but I'm confused by how he of all of who came to you know what? Look, if he were LL Cool J, I would understand. I would definitely understand that. If LL Cool J was worth billions of dollars and was married to Beyonce and whatever, I guess I would understand. I don't get the Jay-Z thing.
No,
I
Uru,
don't see
you
what he
just said
did.
it. You just said it. It's the money. If Jay-Z didn't have billions, he wouldn't be Jay-Z. Because Jay-Z isn't Tupac. Jay-Z isn't Kendrick Lamar. Jay-Z
Right.
hasn't ever really contributed. It's been his whole thing, Rockefeller deal, the Def Jam president. His whole thing has been through his access, his outsized or in some ways miraculous, quote unquote, access to the engines of the music industry
Well,
has afforded
what
him.
happened was those people with the small hats picked him
Yeah,
for whatever reason,
yeah, yep.
and they advanced him along.
And that's afforded him a wealth that in this society is the status, is the main hierarchical enhancing attribute one could achieve. So that's why he's Jay-Z.
He's the reason why Lyor Cohen picked him is because he was controllable, right? Everyone else, you couldn't tangle with Dame Dash. Dame Dash is about owning the stuff, and you better not screw me over, or else I'm gonna scream at the top of my lungs, and I'm gonna give you hell to pay, right? And he was always, I don't believe most of the people in the music industry, they're always cutthroat, but
Jay-Z
at
was
least for
very
him,
valuable.
he actually gave some cash. Yeah, he gave some cachet to the artist, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and another thing, like I said, a lot of a lot of the perceptions that we have of Jay-Z owning a lot of stuff, he doesn't own as much as we would
No,
like to think he
that's a fact.
does,
That's a
right?
fact.
So he was like somebody said he was malleable. Yes, that's absolute. He was a, I hate to say it as a little disrespectful, but almost when they say a useful idiot, he especially with Def Jam, because what he did is he kind of sabotaged the other artists just so that he can get
Mm,
that higher up
mm-hmm.
status of being the president. Because a lot of people at that time, Method Man, Redman, they couldn't put their albums out. DMX,
DMX.
they all attribute that to Jay blocking a lot of stuff. Cameron even said that he would
Yep.
write a verse, and then he would find out that one of the producers took him off of a verse because he was like, Jay was like, no, you don't want him on that verse. A whole
Yep.
lot of stuff, right?
Low key,
So
50 Cent. 50 Cent is who everybody Jay Z
Biggest
is.
enemy. Yep. Yep. Yep.
I agree.
Yep.
Jay Z is the real.
Yeah.
I mean, 50 Cent is who people think Jay Z is.
And
No,
as
true.
somebody that's
I tend to agree with that. I tend to
I
agree.
would say as somebody that's born in Queens but from Brooklyn, like I moved to Brooklyn when I was 2. I would actually say that 50 is more talented than Jay-Z, and I would say that 50 is more marketable than Jay-Z. I mean,
He definitely can speak better than Jay.
No, I was saying that, speaking to what you were just talking about, as far as because you were saying like Jay Z kind of has been maneuvering as like a face of things, not
if you look,
necessarily the
if you
owner.
look,
And
yeah,
50 owned like vitamin. He had equity in vitamin water. That's how he got his.
Yeah.
Like he's been more better of a businessman, arguably.
No, 50 is a better businessman, but he has not been chosen
Exactly.
in the way that
Exactly.
Jay-Z has been chosen. Yeah.
because Jay-Z is more controllable. And I'll also say this too. When it comes to damn, I lost my train of thought. But long story short, I would definitely say 50 is someone that I think would have more talent than a Jay-Z. And I like both rappers. I like both rappers, but
Let me say this too. Jay-Z to me wanted it more than everybody else. Where he is right now, he wanted it way more than everybody else. If
He
you listen to
wanted to
Jay-Z's music,
he wanted to be a kingpin and was
yep,
willing to do what was necessary for him to be a
yeah.
kingpin. The others,
If
some of
you
them
listen to his music, it sits
wanted to enjoy the life more, or they wanted to be artists more, or
yes,
they were more about black people,
Yeah.
all that
yep,
kind of stuff.
yep.
He's like, I'm going to be
Hey,
kingpin.
sidebar.
Yeah.
Ain't it weird
Yeah.
that both of those gentlemen's mothers were low key lesbians?
That's
That's odd, ain't it?
that's very. If you think about it, though,
Yeah.
it's really probably explains a lot about
Yep.
the last 50 some odd years. If you really think about it, it explains a lot.
Yeah.
That was an explorator. Was that the 70s, 60s,
Yep.
70s?
Yep. Free
There was
love.
a lot of
Yeah.
provocative thinking and doing going on back then, and people, especially in your on your coast, your East Coast, your West Coast, a lot of wild stuff going on.
I say, yeah. I
Yeah.
think the DL black woman is one of the skeletons in the black community's closet.
Yep. Yep.
Nobody
Yep.
likes to talk
Yep.
about.
Yep. Let's
Well,
do this.
it's always been there.
Mhm.
I think women to some degree have always had a especially clingy or thing about each other that could easily become or become kind of reformulate into a romantic thing. I just think that's always been there. And I don't necessarily think that's a problem until you politicize it,
Until it's a
and
problem.
socialize it, and prop it up over more substantial things that a society needs. You cannot put that stuff at an equal level or equal footing to your heteronormal relationships, because it's not going to create the best outcome for future generations of people. It creates a kind of an artificial view of humanity. Like I say, if you got a small percentage of people living that way, that's fine. But if you got a whole lot of people living that way, then people aren't doing things that are necessary to create productive future generations of people
Mm-hmm.
because they're not really working together. They're not figuring out, men or women are not figuring out stuff together. How are we going to stay together? How are we going to pay off this mortgage and pay these real estate taxes, which pay for these schools, which pay for these roads? You know, you don't have those substantive structural your term you would enjoy, Z. You don't have those structural investments being made.
Yeah.
That
Interesting.
that's because people are thinking like children and they think somebody else is supposed to do it, and it's just gonna happen. So
Hey,
Yeah.
y'all know an interesting tidbit in Universe 54, the Mouse Utopia experiment. At one phase of the experiment, the rats or mice, they turn to homosexual behavior but it's more interesting in what preceded that phase. Asexuality preceded the phase of rampant homosexuality, which then that's what sped up the decline of the reproduction. Because after people got fed up, or the mice got fed up with the homosexual activity, they got disgusted with sex altogether and turned into asexual, which then plummeted the replacement rate.
Now I'm glad
they turned into
I'm glad you
Maya.
said that.
Mm.
I'm glad you said that because um, that's a fear of mine. When I hear about 55% of whatever black men have no children, nobody's getting married. One of the reasons why I'm very pro. That's why when we have these discussions on Roger's channel, and they're very critical of black American women, I'm always saying, y'all go get y'all some hoes, man. Go, go, go to
Yeah,
Venezuela, go to Brazil.
yeah,
I mean, the way you get past a lot of this nonsense with the women on those videos that Z featured in his description is you go get some other hoes, man.
yeah.
You get with that little, Italian chick or that Korean chick or whatever that's smiling in your face. You holler at that chick who like she was flirting, and checkout chick that was white checkout chick at Target or whatever. You stay in the mix, man.
But
You
see,
you don't
ooh,
you don't not fuck on something because these black women are crazy, man.
no,
You
Hey,
don't
100%.
do that.
But Uru,
I,
the catch, my bad, bro. Let me get this out real quick. The
go
catch
ahead.
22 to it though is it's not exactly, it's never been a possibility for human males to relocate on demand like it is now, where we can hop on a plane
Right.
and go to a whole nother market.
I agree.
So like
I agree.
Z quoted before, like I think Gen Z, I think 30% of Gen Z are virgins. The 30% of Gen Z males are like never
Yeah,
had sexual contact.
No.
and 60%
Yeah,
of
yeah.
men like from the age of like 21 to like 40 something, not even approaching women.
So my
So
point
Yeah.
is, I
Yeah.
think you're right. You're right, Uru. Low key, if you think as a people thinking past our nose, don't get restricted by the market that you're in. Go to a new market. But that's actually biologically, I think the Mouse Utopia tells us that essentially once you cross a certain threshold, you stop wanting sex. You don't take the option of changing markets and finding a new group of women that's more appealing. You just
Man,
you turn to what Z are doing. They playing a video game, not even going out, don't even want to have sex, just jerking off all day, and they saying fuck it. That's what's actually at the macro level, what's more likely than guys really taking, exercising options, which is that's the scary thing.
and a bigger reason too, because like traveling is not as expensive as people might think it is, but it does add up, and you always have to have a cachet of money.
that's a
And
fact.
and people that travel, you know how it is.
And
Like,
you also have cultural and language issues. So no,
Yeah.
I'm very empathetic to the situation. I'm just saying that
but
No, I get you.
you know
Yeah.
be open to be open to things that you might not have been as mindful of. I mean, you like
I,
might not have been as mindful to, you know, dating some Asian chick or some Latina or whatever. You just might not have really thought about it because there is such a concentration on Keisha and the issues with Keisha, and God
If you
forbid Keisha's doing is such a fixation on it. And look, I have two. You know, I've spent the holidays with my daughters. I know I'm very familiar with this generation of women you deal with. Now, one of them is married. You know, thank God. Hey, I'm telling you, there's nobody I like seeing more than my son-in-law. Tell you.
Hmm.
I'll tell you, I probably hug him tighter than I do my daughter when I see her, you know.
Hell yeah.
So I know what you guys are dealing with. I see it reflected even amongst my own and amongst their peers. So I get it. I'm not empathetic.
I,
I'm not unsympathetic to it at all. I'm just all I'm saying is be open to all of them. Be
I
open
want
to
Uru,
all of them.
I'm
I want to go ahead.
goddamn Uru, I'm glad you're here, man. You're an older man who's a parent, who's around women, who's around a whole bunch of young dudes, wondering what the hell is going on. And you coming from another point of view, saying, "I know exactly what's going on," and you're giving us game. And
Hmm.
I like the
Yeah,
fact, basically, what you're telling us to do is go get chose. I like that.
go
Yeah.
get it.
Or better
Go
yet,
get
do
it
the
wherever
choosing.
it's at.
Or do the choosing.
Go get it wherever it's at, and
Yeah.
whoever it is.
I want to say this to your point. A lot of black men are still in Plato's
Hey,
cave,
real quick, real quick.
figuratively speaking.
After this, real quick. After this, if you don't mind, compassionate, telling us why you put this picture up and reading the super chat for me, please, and thank
I
you.
got you. All right, I'll read it now. KMS, $5, appreciate it. The type of black men that are going to call on to save the country are going to want way more than a cave B, and some more. I want pie. Yeah, we said that. Yeah, no, we need a big ass slice of the pie. Yeah, no, 100%.
Well,
But
look,
go ahead.
the
Go ahead.
only value of a white woman, in my view, is the extent to which she could advance me somehow socially, economically. If she cannot do that, and she's got it, and that's got to be considerable given the risk of me associating with her. So if she cannot
Mm.
socially, economically advance me, why am I even dealing with her? I mean, the risk is not worth. You know, she don't offer the greater, in my view, she don't offer the greater genetic and evolutionary potential of a black woman. I'm just gonna put it out there. Fuck it, you know. So she don't offer that. So if she's not advancing me social, economically, I mean, I'd be just better off with a Latina or an Asian, you know, some other branch of female.
Yeah.
She's not
But
worth. She's not. She doesn't have any special quality, and the cost and the risk of dealing with her are considerably greater.
yeah,
And after this, let's
the vi-
have Azriel,
Yeah,
and then
I
we'll
wanted
get
to
to you, compassionate, with the picture. Go ahead,
I
Azriel.
wanted to say, yeah, like I said, but a lot of black men are still in Plato's cave. I mean, like I just came back. It take all right. Put it. It takes a lot of work, but unlike the struggle, the tediousness, and the cumbersome energy that's used to date Western women, black women, particularly in America, it doubles. You get a good ROI. Like I came back just from like France, right?
Mhm.
Just me going into the store, as soon as somebody hears me speak, like everybody turned their head and like half the girls are smiling, right? When you learning the language is even half the battle. Once you get that, you good to go. Now, am I saying, for example, in Europe, like they still have their ways of westernization or what have you? But I'm telling you, like a lot of brothers need to check out outside of even just Brazil. Like if you can get your money solidly well, like it's put it this way, Paris is 30% cheaper than New York. So if you can live in a place like New York in terms
You
of
can afford
finance,
Paris, right?
you can afford Paris,
But
right?
that's real, bro. You got to remember, and that's what I think I'm starting to realize. Like guys like you, passport bros type guys. I think it's always going to be in the minority, because I'm thinking about like when you study like evolutionary biology, they realize like the people throughout human history who have reached like went past their own borders and explored other territories and explored Pangea and so on and so forth, had a special gene that they found.
Yeah, I'm
that
Genghis
essentially
Khan in blackface.
right. It's basically like most human beings do not have social dexterity. Like in America, like 90% of Americans 90% of every person on the planet never leaves their country.
Oh, absolutely. You know what I found out, not to cut you off, but George W. Jr. Bush, I've found out a couple months ago, he never left Europe until he became, he never left America to go to Europe until he became president.
Yeah.
So it's not,
we got to remember that it's actually, like what you're saying, like going to France, learning the language, that's, it's the hard part, but not that hard. That's actually quite hard, naturally hard for most people. Most people won't exercise their options or take the risk or even have the, had a psychology necessary. You know what? I'm finna go to fucking Brazil and go get me a bitch.
Curiosity.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they won't have. Most people are just not engineered socially. Like, we haven't had the ability to hop on a plane for more than 200 years. So people didn't have that wired in.
Let me tell you, I always tell people this: if I lived in Paris, because I actually knew a chick that was African. I dated her for a while. She's Cape Verdean. But if I lived in either France or Germany right now, like, I'll probably be married by this time next year. It's that easy. Let me just tell you that. And it's not just, black, white. It could be anything, especially in Germany. Like the fact that you're black and you're an American, it's a whole different ballgame. People will walk up to you. In Japan, when I was in Tokyo, like, people will come up to you, like I took my uncle with me, and people will come up to us and ask us, can we take a picture? Right? Can they take a picture with us? Or we'll be in the middle of taking pictures with each other, and they'll just come into the group photo. Right? They don't know who we are. Like, and even when I went to like Czech Republic, like, people there, I was like when I was there, only saw maybe like 7 black people, and I was there for like a week. Right? A lot of people thought I was a rapper, or not a rapper, but they thought like I was somebody that was rich, that was American, like, and
Bro,
like,
we all had, like, any black person that travels long enough, you get that experience. I had to recognize that, bro. Black men it's only like 20 million black men on the planet. So like we're actually a super rare occurrence to bump into in Prague. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it really is.
I'll say this though. Yeah, go ahead. No, go finish what you're saying.
No. I was going to just talk about this picture because he keep asking about it.
Yeah, I would say with Brazil, half your battle, just make sure that you're in shape and that you can speak Portuguese. You don't even have to make a lot of money. Like, you'll be straight.
True.
Go ahead. I'm compassionate with this.
Yeah, no, this is Eve Christmas dinner going viral. I saw this morning, and everybody's making comments and noticing
White as hell
details. Yeah, there's a lot of little weird details in it that's just hilarious. That people was pointing. They said she was sitting on a beanbag. They gave her a beanbag to sit on.
Hey, whatever, she signed up for it.
God damn, Z, your voice is.
Does anyone explain why she's sitting on the beanbag? Does she have some kind of therapeutic issue or something?
It's a lot of questions, Uru. Yeah, why she don't have a toasting glass? That's what immediately struck me. Everybody's toasting. All the adults are toasting, and she.
The only thing I could think of is if she's pregnant. Maybe the bag or maybe her not toasting or whatever has something to do with that. That's the first thought that came to my mind when I was trying to analyze it. I was like, well, why is she situated that way? And I was thinking maybe she was pregnant. Look, it's a heavy cost to live, to be a black person living a life with white people, where you submitted to that life here. If I were a friend of hers or whatever, you'd hope that she's been happy, but it's pretty apparent that she has accepted her her unique position, very unique position within his life.
Black Guru,
And
you
to
are.
be fair, he's the man. She's doing what she's supposed to do. He's the man. He's the what billionaire or whatever. She's supposed to submit to his life, and she has willingly embraced that.
And
You
she
know,
proves they
so
But
got
at
the
a cost.
capacity.
I don't
Yeah.
even really have a criticism of her. I think it's rather ironic given her origins, but
Yep, that's what I was gonna
it
say.
it it does signal, you know, whether or what many other black women would agree to were they given the
Hmm.
opportunity. You know,
Hey,
it does make you wonder in that regard. You know,
You are a hood chick from Philly who is married to a wealthy billionaire, borderline billionaire British dude. So yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, they found out research. He's not a billionaire. Just to let you know.
So yeah. There you go. Yeah.
But
yeah,
But
you
I mean,
see,
the
it's interesting. It's an interesting thing. It kind of, you know, maybe that's sort of the apotheosis of black women to ascend to this level of being this,
yeah,
you
most
know,
of them can't do it.
the,
Is,
They
the
can't do it.
chosen
is
black
it
amongst
just
white people, I guess. Yeah.
is it just me, or did they basically sit her at the kids section of the table?
Mm.
Am I
What to
bugging,
do,
or
Well,
everybody?
let me ask this question though: the child
Mm.
that's next to her, is that her child? Because that child looked like it could be
yeah,
mixed,
that's a
right?
no.
Or
That's both of them two kids is hers, right?
Yeah.
Sitting next to
okay,
her.
okay.
Yeah,
So though they're okay, that
you can see
explains
the
that.
you could tell
Yeah,
the hair difference. Yeah.
they got that wild
Right.
Negro jungle hair,
Hmm.
with them white people.
I see she got a 4-piece fried crispy in front of her though.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
woke up at 2 o'clock. I woke up at 2 o'clock. I stayed up to damn 8 a.m. because my baby wouldn't go to sleep, and so I said I'm gonna get it in if anything. But I was in the Discord last night, and Abbott preaches, and all the girls are single, and they had a girl that she makes 40K in DC in the DMV, living in Wilmington, 10 with student loan debt, and so she found somebody to live with, and it's some she lives with an HR lady, so she's basically if she had the place by herself, it'd be 3,000, but she's just renting
Golden
a room.
girls,
So
like I
the
say, golden
lady,
girls.
yeah, she charges the girl 1,100 a month to rent a room in Wilmington, VA, like 30 minutes outside of DC. And this is like across the board where most of these people are living with their parents, or they're just trying to figure it out with friends, so they don't have to enter into a relationship. It's entertaining. I was laughing, and they oh, let me tell you, they brought up benevolent patriarchy,
Oh,
and I was like, oh, slavery. And then a UK guy, he's like, yeah, benevolent patriarchy. It has misogyny and misandry in it, and he's like, basically, it's slavery. Y'all want guys to shut up while making money. And they have people in there listening. I'm just gonna say it like that. Most guys, most guys should know what benevolent patriarchy is. You know what I'm saying? And I was laughing about it, and they're same standards where the girls are complaining about the cost of living and everything else. And I was just sitting there chilling, listening, laughing.
what were they describing benevolent patriarchy as?
The same thing how we describe it, because
Patriarchy
they
with
brought up
feminist
bell
expectations.
Hmm.
yeah, they brought up bell hooks, and I guess her name is Coochie, and she says she's not an intersectional feminist. She's like, I'm a womanist or whatever. I said, okay, but most of y'all been assimilated anyway. I was like, you can't really tell the difference.
Yeah.
And somehow it got down to that, and she was talking about, yeah. I was like, y'all failed that experiment. I was like, it's already done. I was like, yo, y'all not getting funded for all the stuff y'all used to do, and it's done.
and they were bringing up benevolent patriarchy, how they want to see it, and I'm just like, yo, the power dynamic that y'all have, where this guy does all this, and once it doesn't go his way, you want an option to leave. Is nah, we good.
Yeah, fuck that.
Y'all killing me in the
Well, I
comments.
don't.
Y'all are
I
killing me in
mean,
the comments. It's
I'm
funny.
still not following what the benevolent patriarchy
It's
thing
patriarchy by
here.
feminist specifications, basically. That
Protect, provide, and shut up.
yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it still holds some form of traditional values. It still has misogyny built into it, but the women are aware of the misogyny. But the outcome is that it benefits them.
Yeah,
And
they
if
get
they
it.
Okay.
frame like,
Okay, let
It's
me
chivalry.
make a let me make a recommendation to you young men. Unlearn the word misogyny,
oh
because
yeah,
most in 80%, 90% of the time the word is being used. I think what maybe we mean chauvinism. Chauvinism is giving certain preferences to men because they're men, whatever. Misogyny is hatred of women.
Right.
And so almost every time that word is used, it's wrong. Almost every time. Almost every time the women use that term, it's wrong. They really mean chauvinism in the vast majority of cases. They do not mean misogyny. And these women, if you're going to have conversations with, they need to really be corrected on their diction here. Because if I hate you, then I'm probably going to do something, harm you, etc., whatever. And that's just not what most men have. Men believe there are differences between men and women, and they should be treated differently. And you can argue that, if you think negatively of that, you might say it's chauvinism. That's fine. But that misogyny term is grossly,
yeah.
there's almost nothing about America that is anything close to misogyny. Almost nothing. When you think all the preferences and differences and whatever, none of that is tantamount or is equal to hatred of women. Almost none
Wait,
of it.
wait, wait. Uru, you mean words mean things?
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
that's
but
what I
here
mean.
part of the problem is we allow them to misuse words. And the point I'm making here is that I wish, when we had these conversations and we have these debates, we would at the very least correct their erroneous diction, because there's just almost nothing about American society that connotes any hatred of women. There may be things that it gives certain deferences or preferences to males, and you can argue whether it's chauvinism, but
Yeah.
none of this is hatred of women. None of it is hatred of women. Nothing about this society says it hates women.
Yeah, no. Let me say this real quick. Somebody say, hear ye, from henceforth it is chauvinism.
It's
Hear you,
chauvinism.
hear ye. Yeah, it's definitely chauvinism. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
The east side of the black delegation concurs.
yeah, I mean, to Black Uru's point, I wish that every American feminist who have not left the United States, if I had the means, I would get them a week stay, room and board in Kabul, Afghanistan.
Mm-hmm.
Just a week stay there. Then they can come back and then they can tell me what misogyny is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you might see some misogyny in Kabul.
But no, I think
Yeah, yeah,
it's 100%.
just a little.
You might.
It's important, like Uru, what
Right.
you said. Like, essentially, this been a war, a rhetorical war. It's been a war of
Yeah.
rhetoric. A lot of what we do in the Black Manosphere is essentially combat that. This is counter propaganda in some sense. And yes, how they speak for a long time in a lot of cases is speak very loosely, use a lot of terminology rather loosely that we let slide. But letting it slide is losing that rhetorical war. You know what I'm
It
saying?
is.
And a lot of
It
times
puts
it's
them in it puts them at an advantage in every conversation you have, because you're trying to defend or readjust to things they're saying, and these things are just flatly wrong and
Yeah.
untrue. Just by definition, they're wrong and untrue, and you
Yeah.
should not do that.
I
I
agree.
think they're
I've
stupid.
heard that. I've heard that. But yeah.
But who gonna take
So,
me, boo?
oh.
Yeah, I think they're stupid. I just think they're stupid.
No, they're not stupid.
Well,
They
and
actually
it's okay for
quite.
them to be stupid, but then
We
if you
can be.
having a conversation in your language, they're making you
They're
stupid too.
Not yeah,
I
and it's
no
not.
no
they're
no
not
no
they're not stupid. They're not stupid.
hold
They
on
actively
no.
Wait. Hey, y'all, let KMS go and we'll circle around. Go ahead, KMS.
No. I agree. I just refuse to have conversations with stupid people no more. I'm really at that point. I'm at the edge. I seriously am.
You're
I
not
don't.
serious, apparently.
No, because I think because my whole thing is that stupid people can't be course corrected, right? Stupid people can't be course corrected because they're stupid. Now, a certain demographic of the United States loves to use the term "who gonna chuck me, boo," and then we've had conversations as of recently of who can correct this certain demographic. Black men can't, black women
Nope.
can't, white
Nope.
men can't, white women can't, their
Nope.
their moms can't, their grandmothers
Nope.
can't. So if we go by that certain logic chain, they're stupid.
Well, maybe white men. Maybe white men. Maybe white men. That might be the only group. White men.
No, but here's the whole thing. They can't even course correct to their own. They can't even course correct to their own benefit.
Mm.
You see Eve
Yeah.
sitting right here course correcting like a motherfucker.
Hey, this ain't the same. This ain't the same Eve from '99, bro. From '98, from '97.
But let her go, Z. Let her go.
Hey, bro.
She
Hey,
I never
gone,
liked
bro.
women
Mrs. Z,
like
you
that.
need
She gone.
Mrs. Z, you need to save your voice, bro. You need to save your
Well, listen,
voice.
I'm not
Yeah, I
even.
know.
I mean,
She
I'm
gone,
not
Z.
even. Look, I'm not even gonna lie. Eve look like his damn pet in that photo. Why don't she got a plate?
See that?
No,
Hey, Black
I
Guru,
think
I never looked at Eve like that. Eve
has
was about shit.
accepted. She has accepted her status. You could see by her disposition, she has accepted her status within that environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I got to give her credit for that, for doing that. I got to give her credit for that.
She could at least ask for a plate.
She can at least
Even the dog has a bowl. I mean, goddamn.
Hey, bro. But KMS, she signed up for it though. I'm just
All right,
saying.
cool.
Hey,
No,
she living the
she
life
wanted
though.
it.
She living the life.
Yeah, she wanted it. She wanted that elevation. She really is the example of that. What you call it? The white. What do you
Racial
just call it?
racial
You
hypergamy.
know. Yeah, I mean,
What
the
a myth of
white
white woman.
fantasy or the
white
the
woman.
elevation to she has achieved the myth of white woman.
I
Yeah.
would agree.
Let me say this real quick, KMS. Let me say this real quick. Remember, Eve did say he was wild enough to tame me. She literally said that about her white husband.
There you go.
Oh, okay.
There you
Well,
go.
I mean, I would agree that she obtained the fantasy of white womanhood if the bitch had a chair, a plate, and a glass.
I concur.
Look,
Hey,
there is
They
a
sent her ass by the
price
fucking
to
kids.
a black woman. There's a price to a black woman becoming a white woman, and she's paying that
Yeah.
price.
I mean, you can't get everything.
Stay,
Come on, man. You can't ask for
Yeah.
everything.
stay,
You don't get a plate. You
wait a minute,
stay.
wait a minute.
Good girl.
Hey, y'all hear KMS? KMS, say that again.
Stay. Good girl.
Y'all know she need a bean. Y'all know she need a bean bag for all that ass. You know what I'm saying? Give her a break.
Eve ain't have ass like that. Stop it. Eve ain't never had ass like that. Stop. I'm from the South. We judge ass differently.
I would love to know what she really meant by he was wild enough to tame me. Like what y'all on?
Exactly what she said.
Wild enough to say nigga to her face.
Racial role play.
I think you should infer every bit of what you think that means.
Yep.
compassion.
Call it
You
a-
should you go to all your ghetto whatever G stuff. Go into all that very
go into the
likely happened.
archives.
Yeah.
I was gonna say
Yeah,
call it
all that
antebellum
very likely
BDSM.
happened. Yes,
Call it
yes. Go into all that.
antebellum
Yeah.
BDSM.
The picture tells you everything you need to know about what that man did to her.
Mm-hmm.
Get her
And
in
see,
line.
here's the thing:
He
when a
tamed
white
her. He
man
tamed
does,
her.
when a white man
Nah,
does
she
it
ain't
to
paying.
him, that means it's all legitimate. That means it's all
Facts.
legitimate. So
Facts.
all that stuff he did to tame her, it means it's all legitimate because she
Yeah.
came on the other side of it, and now she is a authentic, supplemented white woman now. So it was
Chocolate.
all
And a
worth.
black Brit on top of that. A black Brit on top of
Yeah,
that. Oh boy. She
yeah.
winning.
So this is perfect. This is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
It
She
was
well,
perfect.
acquiesced.
well,
I wouldn't use the word tame. When I look at her and I look at these pictures, I see somebody that is irreparably broken. That's what
I
I
mean,
see.
I mean,
I just find it
how does
weird.
that differ from taming? How does that differ from taming?
Look at dude face.
Uh,
Look at dude. Dude is you could tell he a different type of white man.
tame in the context of people, I would argue, I think more, oh, somebody helped refine me a bit. Broken is you have fully acquiesced, bit the knee. You have become Reek from Game of Thrones.
But wait. Nobody say anything. Better you. What's the difference to her and most black women? Concerning the white man, what's the difference?
Good point.
Exactly. Hey, better you. You ain't never tongue tied, bro.
When
You
you
wait, Black
let's
Lou,
move outside the
Black, wait. Black
let's
Lou, wait.
move outside the human. Let's move
Okay, go
outside
ahead.
the human.
Okay,
Wouldn't
go ahead.
you have to break a lion or a tiger in order to tame it?
Yeah. To a
Not
certain degree.
necessarily. Because tame
No,
just
you
means
would
I got
definitely have to break a fucking lion or a tiger in order to tame it.
Wait. I got it. What do they have to do to the orcas at SeaWorld?
Yeah.
And they still don't got them fully tamed. But what do they have to do to them?
Isolate them.
Hey. And what is
Yeah.
Eve right now? But isolated.
Look at that dinner table. That's a movie. There's a movie in there. There's
Guess who's
something
coming
there.
to dinner in this movie?
There's something you can read a lot into that particular scene there. That's for sure.
Oh, you can read.
Hey,
You right about that, Uru.
what's the name of the producer again? That was on Love and Hip Hop. What's his name again? Y'all know what I'm talking about.
But the gay one?
No, the brother that used to be with the Latina, and then he was
Stevie
with
J.
Stevie J. She went from being, remember the sex tape with Stevie J. She went from that. That was Eve with Stevie J, by the way, for if y'all don't know. She went from that to this. You think she don't think she winning? She winning. Y'all leave her.
And you know he had the cleanser of that. He had to break her from.
Hey, there's only one way to break you from that.
Yeah, he has to purge that evil Negro demon from her for that. You know, white guys, I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know, man. They operating on a whole other level, man. They operating on a whole level. Look, let me tell you, everything that she did prior to him getting with her, that was a part of the taming process. All that, all her activities, all the Negroes she dealt with, all the music she made, all that. He tamed her from all that. He delivered her from all that. I'm telling you. I know how white men operate. He delivered her from all that. And there was a lot of pain involved for him to do that.
Yeah. He put her through boot camp. He stripped her down to the essence.
Yeah.
Hey, she told you he was wild enough to tame her. Now, this is how, look here. When there was little skits that Eve was doing with Cameron, when they had like this show going on, it was her, Brandy, and Cameron, and she was acting like the same. She was acting like she was the same old Eve. But when you see her on talk shows or TVs or interviews, that's a whole other Eve than the one we see with Cameron and Brandy in them. I'm just saying, her code switch is impeccable. That's hey.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
But the
look,
question is, but my question is, how long could she be able to keep up with the code switching? You see what I'm saying?
Mm,
But I guess it goes back to what Black Rouge said. You know, all hanging out with the brothers and everything. She got that man broke her out of that. That man pulled
yeah.
her out of that situation, and she's isolated all to himself. And to
Mm,
notice where she's living at. She's living in Britain. She's
yeah.
not living in the U.S. anymore. She's over there full
Not that I
time.
know of. I think
So
I think she's over there. Yeah, I think she's over there full time. You're right. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So my thing is that, and what I was gonna say is that I think somebody alluded to the fact that nobody who can check me, boo. Well, the problem about that all happened at that started when they were children. No parent came in and checked them. No parent, no mama, no daddy didn't do nothing about it if there was a father around, right? Okay. And they were allowed to talk like that. How many brothers how many brothers we know that are in the ground because a brother went to go check a woman talking to him, was talking to him real reckless, and he wind up losing his life.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what happened is that higher authority of what this man has, he broke that. Like, hey, hold on, honey. I got 10 more million or more of you standing in line to get this
But
place.
here's something to think about, electrician. Okay. Not only did mom not check the kids or the daughter in particular, but then the daughter got to see mom with her interview voice when white people would call, namely white men.
Yep.
What did that do
Yes,
to the
sir.
daughter psychologically?
Oh, I
Nobody
just
want
do
to
what
talk
mama
about that.
did.
You see what I'm saying?
I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna act just like how mama act when you know how I was when if y'all ever been around, as being an electrician and I'm going out doing folks' home and you hear a bunch of women talking about, oh, it's that white man. It's like it's a whole different plateau of a male or a man. They look at him as a whole different level. And that's just on
Yes.
our level. They look at us as trash, but just your common white man. He's looked at as we talked about this a lot of times. They're looked at as they are the superior ones, and women, and even though it's our women, they're going to acquiesce based off their own nature.
What did real quick? Y'all remember that? Was it Kevin's own channel, or was he on an interview and he was talking to a black woman, and she was like, "I don't know how to treat y'all," or something? She said, and he said, "Treat us like the white man. Treat us like your white boss.
Yep.
Talk to us like your white boss."
Yeah,
Yep.
Yep.
yeah, I
Yep.
remember them saying.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying. Everybody know what
So
it
I got
is.
a
Go ahead.
question. So that
Wait, Leon. There was somebody
you
trying
have
to
to
speak before you, and
separate.
then we got you. Real quick, Leon. Let that person go, and then who's that trying to talk? Was that
Oh,
you,
that
K-Mac?
no, that was me. No,
Go
to
ahead, and
the
then Leon.
electrician,
Go ahead.
no, to the electrician's point, I was going to use the who's going to check me through within the confines of this conversation. No, my point being is that like Eve's situation is an outlier as far as black women interacting with white men, but also Eve's husband's situation is an outlier as far as white men dealing with black women.
Agree.
That's a
That
fact.
Agree.
situation that's the fact that even mentioning Eve's situation is an outlier in of itself.
Agree.
As far as them being to get some act right to deal with a white man outside of a situation of employment, that is few and far between.
Agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, if I recall
So
And
correctly,
after this, Leon, go ahead.
he had been previously married and had children, right?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So she's kind of a bonus situation. She's not. She's not.
She's Ebony K. Williams that the
Once
kids did run
once
away.
you get into that second and third wife thing, it's kind of different. You're kind of operating on a different kind of standard and different kind of expectation, and you can kind of take it or leave it because the love of my life, that thing fell through, right? So I can kind of take or leave whoever comes after that, which is why
And
the divorce rate of the second and third marriage is
Or
so
even
much
higher.
higher than the first marriage, because you
and
can just kind of
and,
take it or leave it. So which gives him power and leverage in that second marriage, combined with his resources and being white. Because in the end, if you don't do what I need you to do, bitch, be gone. I've already gone through a divorce.
Yeah.
Andy already
So
paid his racial. Andy already paid his racial debt. He already got two
Yep.
kids with
Yep.
two white
Yep.
kids.
yeah,
Yep.
So this
Exactly.
one, so
Exactly.
yes, yes, this is all just, hey man, this is just a victory lap for him.
Yeah.
yeah. So again, I said it for years. White guys got to give their parents their first two white babies, then they can
Mm-hmm.
go and get they light skinned black woman. I mean, it's
Boom,
great. I,
there
I'm
it is.
a I'm I'm gonna keep on saying it until
Mm.
everybody starts saying it.
Hey, if
I
we
got
gonna be
friends.
honest, Leon, we gotta say it all the way. You gotta give the family the two white kids at least. Then you could go
Hmm.
find you your younger black woman. You want to talk about age gap
Yes.
dating? Ain't nobody age gap dating like these white dudes. Boy, they be digging in the crates, right?
Yes.
So I'm not saying the gap between Eve and her man is that large. I think it's significant, but it's not too significant. But still, yeah, you give the white parents they 2, 3 grandkids. Then you go out there and go find you some early mid 20-year-old, maybe late 20-year-old black woman, and you in your mid 40s, late 40s, maybe even
Hmm.
early 50s. Oops, go ahead.
Yeah. So I can look at a lot of reasons he would pick a woman like Eve. She's an
Hmm.
actor. She's been
Yeah.
trained around celebrities. She's
Hmm.
been to different events. She knows how to code switch around people. She's
Hmm.
operated in many avenues. So he could train her. And it's not a matter of like she said, taming. Taming, yeah, you have to put the person by themselves. Then the person that's being tamed is like upper management where you can't operate as 90% of yourself. Because that upper management won't accept 100% of who you really are. So you only bring 10% of yourself and the rest is acting. It just is what it is. And you introduce them to an environment like that where even if your opinion, if you didn't agree with his
Leon, I
opinion,
gotta cut you off. I gotta cut
what's
you
that?
off because this is what she says. Eve shares. Wait, goddamn, the title went away. Eve shares how her husband tamed her crazy ways. That's how the article
Yeah,
started.
I mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Leon,
yeah.
I
So can I
disagree.
finish? Can I
I don't.
finish? Can I finish?
Wait, wait,
Can I
wait, wait,
finish?
wait, wait. Remember, we do elder privilege, Leon. So if Black will jump in, you gotta
No,
let him
no.
go.
Let him
Okay,
finish his point. Let him finish his point.
okay, okay, okay.
So
Go
we
ahead.
know we lose. We all know we lose a certain percent of ourselves
Mm-hmm.
at work if we're in management, and as we go up, we know we only give people a certain percentage of ourselves when they're around their friends and family. We cut down a certain percent of us. So when you're out of your environment totally, and you want to be in that environment, she's acting. And like I said, if she woke up wanting to be disagreeable, hoping that those ladies would agree with her, it's more likely that they won't. They're more likely look at their child or their or the husband of Eve and be like, "Yo, put this bitch back in her place." They won't side with Eve like when she's in the black community.
Mm,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Uh, here is where I will disagree with you
mm,
to some degree, because I agree with you about the whole. She's probably a talented actor and can comport herself a certain way in public, but in a marriage, where you're dealing with somebody on a day by day basis, and this person has not been reared, has not been trained, has not been acculturated from a child on up to be a wife, to be a hostess, to be a ordinate contributor to a marriage, that person is going to have to be broken and trained. She's going to have to be trained. Yeah, she may be very talented as an actress and a performer, but on the living with her on a day by day basis, if she has not been, and on top of that, she's been the gangster bitch rapper and been telling niggas what to do and doing sex tapes and that kind of shit. No, that's a woman that's got to be broken and trained because she's been through
Yeah,
some wild, and she's got to be mentally and emotionally and psychologically broken in some way to then be accessible to the proper guide. So while I
Yeah.
agree with you to the extent to which she is, you know, because she's a talented woman, because she's a talented performer, she would be able to properly comport herself in a certain kind of environment here or there or whatever. For her to be a wife and a mother of children and for years do things the proper way, yeah, no, that bitch definitely got to get broken and trained for sure.
No, I believe, but this is
Leon,
my thing.
wait,
I think people over exaggerate.
Leon, wait. When you finish with your comment, read this super chat if you don't mind. Go ahead.
I can't read. What is it? It's a coffee cup, a lemon, something else,
Honey,
man.
a
Somebody
wizard.
read that. Somebody read that.
It looks like green tea, lemon, honey, uh, black wizard, magic,
Conjure.
pray,
Yep.
hands, black doctor, hospital.
Yeah.
I think he's saying like you need
Go
to do
drink some
something about that.
goddamn lemon tea with honey. I hear
I
you.
think he's making recommendations to
Yeah.
see
I know. Shout out to
get
Indigo.
well.
Thank you for the super chat.
Yeah. So,
Oh
I
man.
mean, I'm in full agreement with Black Uber, but I never thought that she was that ghetto of a chick to begin with. I just thought she was trying to operate like that. And yeah, you're doing things to make it in the entertainment business, and you're operating around artists that have a lot of fame, DMX, Stevie J, all those inner circles of people. And she maneuvered pretty well to the point that she got in movies. She started doing modeling and everything else when she exited out of rap. So she was still being productive. The majority of the world didn't know her. Like we didn't see her on Facebook and IG and random media streams talking about wow. That's one thing we have to admit. Like, yeah, she talked somewhat aggressive when she's getting interviewed, but otherwise you don't see those posts on social media even before she was married. So I look at it like it's a character. It's a character
So
that she
so
made
what do you
money.
think she
So
was? Do you think she was lying when she said he had to, you know, break her and train her of his wild ways? You think that that was just her just saying something?
no, what I believe it is, like you said, she's in Britain. Those kids were born in Britain. She can't take them to America. So what you gonna socially isolate yourself in Britain, and when you want to go visit family, you can't take the kids with you? She don't have the same power dynamic within Britain that she can utilize in America. So if she want to go back to America, she's even if she got a divorce, she still has to ask that man permission. Because half our laws are the same as their laws. They got child support, all those laws and everything. So like I just I'm seeing the change, and I'm seeing someone that's been in multiple positions, practice different styles of how to eat certain foods, do this, be around these people, and she trains herself again because she wants to be in. If she didn't want to be there after him taming her, she would have just reverted back. But she wants to be there, so she's still going to operate within that space, just like any upper management person. You know what I'm saying? If you want to be there, you cannot utilize 90% of who you really are. You got to let that shit go.
So the question is this the real Eve, or was that the real Eve, or did Eve quote unquote evolve?
Hmm.
I think she evolved.
We can't really. It's harder for us to answer that truly because, like I said, that she don't have that. Even when Twitter, Instagram was popping way before she was married, she wasn't loud on it. So we don't really know who she is unless like she's in a room with rappers and she's talking like her street self. Then when you see her on the damn Whoopi Goldberg show, even before she was married, she's still operating different than when you see she acts different depending upon the people she around. So I don't know who she truly is. Then like she don't have the Twitter posts, she doesn't have the crazy IG live streams talking wild like Mega Stallion and all them. We don't have that
Well,
footprint of her.
I think my whole I think the question I have to push back against you is that how long was the vetting process for Eve in relations to this man? I mean, you keep
We
saying they
don't
don't have none of that
we
stuff
don't
out there,
know.
but Oh, no, but we have to make an assumption that it had to be some sort of courtship to some certain length. You keep saying because a lot of stuff you're saying she's not on. A lot of stuff is relatively recent to where we had the bandwidth to really do it. I mean, she's not going to be on a Instagram live or TikTok or anything like that, considering the situation she's in. But I'm just making the assumption that if this guy is who he is, he may not be a billionaire, but he's 100 millionaire. He's from high
Yeah.
society. I don't think it's going to be a situation of where he met her next weekend they married. No,
No,
and
no.
I think he has networks and connections. That's from like, okay, you like this chick, fine, I can't stop you from that, but they're gonna have to be a heavy ass courtship, and she's gonna have to show she need to know how to act right way before you talk about making her a long term relationship to say nothing of a marriage. I mean, and I'm saying this from an aspect of just look at what Russell Wilson put Sierra through. I don't even like Russell Wilson, and I don't like that relationship for a whole litany of reasons. But even Russell Wilson put Sierra through a courtship process
Yeah,
where
yeah.
she had to act right to a certain extent. So I mean,
And
so,
that's the
so, so,
difference that
so
I'm trying to say. We've seen stuff on social media from Sierra when it comes to Instagram and Facebook before she even met Russell Wilson. When I'm talking about Eve, we don't have that footprint of her, so we don't
but,
know when they got together. I'm in agreement that yeah, he had to train her to be in a different environment, and you have to
We
follow these
we
rules.
we,
You
we
ain't
know
gonna
when they
be
got
tamed.
together. No,
That's all I'm
we know when
saying.
they got together. Look, Leon,
I don't.
we know when they got together. They got together. My voice in and out. I'm gonna end out in a
Hmm.
minute because yeah, Terrell is right. My voice is out of there. They got together in 2010. They got married in 20. They got engaged in 2013. Married in 2014. I just looked it up, by the way. Um, so yeah,
What?
so yeah, yep.
yeah,
They met in
Wait. So
2010.
when did we all find out she was married? I thought like she was married in like 2020 or something.
no, man. She been married for a while, and I'm glad you mentioned up them dates because
Damn.
didn't the
Yeah,
iPhone come around what 2008, 2009, and
Yeah,
became really
2000.
available to the
Yeah.
public? Yeah, about so that is to my point. You
Wait.
have you have about hold on, you have about 15 years
mhm.
of technology
Yeah.
and advancing again, and she's not on it, and she ain't on it because she's trying to get with a dude worth almost $1 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, this is
And
okay. So can I ask a question? When did we think that she was actually with this dude? Because
It's been a
it
little
don't
minute.
matter. It don't matter when we think she was with him. She was
no, I'm
probably
just
with him
asking,
before. Wait,
like
wait, 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 hold on. She
for
was
most of
probably
Wait,
us.
with
wait,
him
wait, Leon.
before we
Wait.
know. She was
Mhm.
probably with him before we know. Like we'll
Yeah.
use Jay Z and Beyonce for example. Okay, we found out when they was an item, but we're the public. We don't know shit. They
Mhm.
probably been
Mhm.
off talking way before that. You can
Yeah.
transfer
Yeah.
that situation to this situation as well. It's pretty simple.
No, I agree.
Gee.
So
Hey,
yeah,
I didn't. Like I said, I honestly didn't know she was with the dude since 2010. I heard about this relationship like 2021, and then you started seeing pictures. But before that, I didn't see shit.
Nah.
Exactly.
Hmm.
That is my only point.
Mm,
It's sort of like this. If you're trying to catch a big fish, whether it be actual fishing or a client, you're not gonna go up to that
Hmm.
person and say, "Hey, motherfucker, get on my boat." No, no.
oh,
A
so
lot.
this
You're gonna be
is
doing a lot of stuff. You're gonna be doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Or there's going to be a vetting process you're going to be part of
hmm
behind the scenes way before the initial interaction and
Hmm.
way before it's made public.
okay.
By the
I'm in
way,
full agreement. I'm in full
to
agreement.
real quick, Black Guru, we were talking about how many kids KMS and Black Guru. So he has 4 kids before her. It looked
He
like he
did his
had 4 kids
part.
bit her.
He
Yeah.
It
he
looked like it's 4. Yeah.
he did it. He did his part. Hey,
Hmm.
if you want that reckless jungle bunny that likes to rhyme to ghetto music, hey,
Hmm.
that's fine. Clean her up, clean her
Yeah.
up so we can take her places.
Yep.
That makes I'm in full agreement with you there because that's what I was saying. My confusion was that we're not seeing that footprint like other female artists on social
Yeah,
media. So
but
when you
that's because
said
she pretty
2010,
much
I'm
got
like,
together
wow.
with him. Exactly, she got together with him pretty much as social media really took off with the cell
Mm,
phone.
So
Oh,
give
so
her
the
time to
nick.
be reckless. Yeah.
So homie took the cell phone and said, "Bitch, you not posting nothing." And she
Of
said, "Yes,
course.
sir."
Of
Good Lord,
course.
oh my God,
Of course. I mean, no, but
good Lord.
and I'll say this, but I gotta jump off. Listen. I'm not in them circles, but I can see them circles from my house
Yes.
in a situation. If you thought that bitch was just gonna show up and I'm me, and then he was gonna fix her after they got married, you were sorely mistaken.
Mm,
Like the art of war states, most battles are won before the sword even drawn.
yeah,
He
we need
broke
to
he
we need to
broke her
clone 100.
he broke her before she saw the house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we need
Let
to
me say
clone
this
a
before you
hundred
leave,
of
Candace.
him.
Real
We
quick,
need to
real quick.
throw 100 of him and throw him in the hood and just let
Let
him
me
just
say
start
this
taming everything.
to KMS and to Black Uru and to all the brothers who are doing really well in life. Y'all fuck with me. Thank you very much. Number one, Trail and all of y'all. Number one. Number two, it is really dope to have brothers, as KMS said, where like they may not be in the circle, but they like down the street. They can still see the shit. And they might tell us one or two things
Right.
that might be going down a block or two away with the rich niggas, right? With the really rich niggas, better yet. Yeah, so that's it's humbling to have y'all, listening to me. Well, obviously not right now with this fucked up voice, but yeah, that part. And so on that note, y'all, I'll pause right here. My voice is gone again, of course. And that's what I get for 7.5 hours of bullshit. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, and let Mr. Z go find a way because this is kind of like a cruise right now.
I apologize,
Go ahead.
Mr. Z,
No,
I
go ahead.
apologize. Can I do the benediction if you don't mind?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Oh yeah. Go ahead.
I'm gonna say to the gen. I necessarily don't believe in New Year's resolutions, but I do want to say this to every black man who's in the chat or listen to this on the replay. Let next year be about you. Let next year it is on you
Mhm.
to be selfish. It is on you to put yourself first. And I'm not saying that in a situation of just being selfish for selfish sake. I'm saying that for everyone who's going to be relying on you. You are the umbrella. Everyone's going to come under you under the storm. But
Mm,
but if you're not well, nothing's going to be well. So that whole happy wife, happy life bullshit, that is bullshit. Or, your situation as far as, oh, my girlfriend gotta be happy, or I'm not happy, that's bullshit. You are the rock. You are the umbrella. Because when stuff goes bad, she's gonna come up under you. But if you're not straight, ain't never gonna be straight. So the best way you can help
mhm.
the best way you can help anyone that you love and care about is by helping yourself. Invest in yourself first. Do not put yourself in any situation. If you can't answer the question within 3 seconds, what's in it for me? Get out of that situation, particularly if it's one that's of romantic or social underlings. And that's all I'm going to say.
And with that, first we just found out Jimmy Carter's dead. So Bill Clinton beat Jimmy Carter. I always was trying to figure out who was gonna die first. If Jimmy Carter would have outlived Bill Clinton, I was like, God damn, this nigga ain't never gonna die. But okay, we found out Jimmy Carter is dead apparently. Shout out to KW Don. For real, now he didn't outlived all of them. But okay, so I guess I don't know what to say because Jimmy Carter wasn't necessarily the worst. But once again, the bar's in hell, so that part. Um, so on that note, we will pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all go check out the Black Manosphere content, the non-Manosphere content, and pray for Z's voice. I'm gonna try not to stream tomorrow unless something crazy happens. That way y'all don't have to hear this again. All right, y'all. Mr. Z out. Skirt.
Peace.
Peace, bro.